13. The search party had rushed to Anchorhead not because it was close, though it was, and not because it had emergency med center, though it did. They had come to Anchorhead because Jula Darklighter assured Leia that the City Dress Inn would be as safe as any place on the Great Shot for Han to recover, and certainly the most comfortable. They had come, too, because the Squibs claimed that the only sure way to recover Kitster Benai and Killick Twilight was to intercept the Jawa sandcrawler in Anchorhead. But the mission could wait. For the moment, Leia was enjoying a bath in one of the City Driss's huge, sunken, hut-sized tubs. It had fixtures of burnished vertisteel and tiles hand-painted in stylized florals of cobalt blue and cinnabar red. It had blast scrubbers, pulse meters, and flab ticklers, and it had a rack full of snap-on nozzle attachments whose purposes Leia could only guess at. The water cost as much as an Endorian port, but it came out of the nozzle steaming hot or refreshingly cool, straight or with bubbles, pure or suffused with any of 100 different oils and nuts, plain or perfumed with the scent of any flower on Tatooine, which meant there were at least a dozen different choices. And Leia was enjoying all this alone, while Hans slept in the next room, with a hydration drip in his arm, clean, cool, and out like a wreck. It hurt to think of all he had gone through in his chase for Kitster and the painting, but he was safe now and recovering. Leia was thankful for that. She was trying to sort out the rest. With the ordeal over, she was starting to feel more grateful than frightened. Still, Han had been chasing the painting for her, and Leia knew she had allowed her duty to interfere with the relationship. Again. Perhaps it had not been to the same degree as during the Hapen crisis, and perhaps Han had even been a willing participant, but she could not have him risking his life for a government he no longer respected. It was tantamount to using him. The obvious solution was simply to avoid getting Han involved in New Republic business, but Leia knew that was about as likely as a Tatooine rainstorm. If there was trouble within a dozen parsecs, Han Solo would find it. Instead, Leia needed to do everything possible to protect him, just as she knew he would safeguard her in return. She was already an excellent shot with a blaster, as well as a quick thinker, and a fast talker in almost any circumstance. But, having accepted that she had experienced 2 visions since entering the tattoo system, she also realized she possessed more potential in the Force than she had previously been willing to admit. The trouble was, she could not shake the image of the twin suns glaring up at her from black well of space. She would not forget those heartless eyes glaring out from beneath the black cowl, nor the face that lay beyond the dark mask. The Force was a dangerous ally, and Leia knew she was not ready to embrace it. Whenever she thought of her father, she still saw Darth Vader overseeing her torture, or standing behind her as Alderaan exploded, or ordering Han frozen in carbonite. No, Leia was not yet good Jedi material, and perhaps she never would be. She was still too filled with anger, and also with fear, for whenever she thought of children, their faces belonged to Darth Vader too. The temperature control jets activated and began to shoot cooling currents into the tub, a sign that Leia had been in the bath's water so long it had grown as warm as the room. She turned up her hands, and seeing 10 wrinkled Darwinkian climbing pads where there should have been fingertips, decided she'd been soaking long enough. She rose and walked up the hut ramp to the dryers, selected crisp, and watched the goose pimples rise as the air blasted her dry. Leia slipped into a robe and changed Han's hydration drip bag. She ached to lie down and curl up around him, but she was too unsettled to sleep and would only disturb him. And the deeper he rested now, the safer in he and everyone else would be tomorrow. With so many Imperials around, the longer they remained in one place, the greater the chance they would be discovered and captured. She settled for kissing his unshaven cheek, then left the bedroom and closed the door behind her. The sitting room had a complete entertainment system, but Leia was not interested. Her eyes went to the journal sitting on the table with her blaster, the portable holocom, spare power packs, and some of the other essentials they did not dare risk leaving in the land speeder. She had not looked at the journal since the search. There had been no time, but now, with the sitting room to herself, she could not resist. Leia took a chair and asked the journal to play the next entry. Immediately, the image of her grandmother filled the display and began to speak, the dark, tan woman whose name Leia did not even know. 1815-05. Still no word from the Jedi Council about what happened at the Battle of Naboo. Watto is beside himself with fury, complaining that if I can spend 100 credits to send a message, then the Jedi can spend 100 credits to answer. It worries me that it's taken them so long. 3 days should be long enough to figure out whether you were at Naboo, and whether you're still alive. As Leia asked for the next entry, the door buzzed for attention. She paused the journal, and leaving her grandmother's image frozen on the display, went to the entrance. The security screen showed a round-faced woman with dust-colored hair and a desert-scrubbed complexion. She was holding a tray of sliced fruit and iced frizz. Leia opened the door and stepped inside. "Dama, you're too kind, thank you." Dama was the proprietress of City Driss and younger sister to Luke's Aunt Beru. Jula Darklighter had assured Leia that Dama could be counted on to keep a secret, especially from Imperials, whom she hated for killing her sister and Owen Lars. From what Leia had gathered, the City Driss had been just another farm on the outskirts of Anchorhead when Dama met her husband while accompanying Beru on a trip to meet Owen. They were married a few months later, and the slow transformation from a failing moisture farm to an elegant inn and watering stop had begun. Dama slipped into the room and set the tray on the table next to the journal. "It's no trouble. I'm sure you're famished." "Now that I'm clean, yes." Leia took a slice of Polly. "Any sign of the sandcrawler?" "Not yet, but I'm sure it will come in tonight. There's a caravan waiting on a evaporator shipment, and it's not like Jawa's to keep customers waiting." "Did Jula and Cilia leave safely?" Dama nodded. "They disassembled the sensor searches and removed the rescue signs. Even if the Imperials stop them, it'll be as if they never met you. And Jula said he'll send word to Tamora tomorrow, though I don't know how frank he'll be. If she starts running around Mos Espa looking to hire a party of rescue hunters, it won't take the Imperials long to figure out who she's looking for." As Dama spoke, her gaze dropped to the journal and lingered there a moment, then she blushed and looked away. "I'm sorry," she said. "You must think I'm snooping." "It's okay," Leia said. "It's hardly a council secret. Just a journal Cilia Darklighter asked me to give Luke." Dama's brows rose. "Cilia gave that to you?" Leia nodded. "She said her daughter found it buried under evaporator. I've certainly noticed enough data skips to support that." Dama's expression grew more relaxed. "Of course. That makes sense." Now it was Leia's turn to be confused. "How so?" Dama studied the image a moment, then nodded. "That's Shmi." "Shmi?" Leia asked. Dama looked up. "Shmi Skywalker." Leia turned to face Dama. "You knew this woman?" "Well, I wouldn't say knew, but I met her a few times when I went with Beru to visit Owen before they were married." The memory caused Dama to blush for some reason, but she smiled and did not turn away. "I was supposed to be your chaperone, but the truth is I spent more time in Anchorhead with my own beau than at the farm." Leia frowned. "I don't understand." "Shmi was Owen's mother. His stepmother, really. Owen's real mother died when he was younger." "Now I'm really confused. This woman was a slave in Mos Espa." Leia paused and asked, "She was Anakin Skywalker's mother, right?" "That's what I was told, but I never met Anakin." Dama sat in a chair next to Leia, slipping smoothly from the role of innkeeper to new friend. "He was gone before Beru met Owen. From what I understand, it would have been better if he stayed with his mother." "That has to be the biggest understatement I've ever heard." Leia studied the image of the slave woman, of her grandmother, Shmi Skywalker. "Do you see a resemblance between us?" Dama put her hand on Leia's and did not even look at the journal. "I saw it the minute Jula brought you into the lobby. Even if he hadn't told me that I needed to open the luxury wing and keep you out of sight, I think I would have seen it in your eyes." "In my eyes? Really?" That was not the good news Dama seemed to believe. Leia poured herself a glass of frizz and moistened her drying throat, then said, "I still don't understand how Shmi came to be Owen's stepmother." "Owen's father bought Shmi from Watto." "Bought her?" Leia's heart grew as heavy as Fleckstone. "So Luke belonged to Owen and Beru?" The thought occurred to her that she might have belonged to the Larses as well at one time. She began to have visions of being traded to some smuggler as an infant. It could explain how she and Luke became separated. But Dama looked confused by her question. "Their property? Why would you think that?" "Didn't the children of slaves belong to the masters as well? My memory of Outer Rim law is pretty hazy, but I seem to recall that in most cases—" Shmi wasn't Klieg's slave, Dama chortled. Where did you get that idea? He bought her freedom. He married her. This was after Anakin was freed and left to become a Jedi. I see. Leia thought of Shmi's struggles to find out what had happened to her son. Did she ever see Anakin again? Dama shrugged and pointed at the journal. You'll have to look in there. She placed her hands on the table and started to rise, then caught herself and stopped. But I think my sister did meet Anakin once, after he became a Jedi and came back to rescue his mother from the Sand People. Leia's blood went cold. My grandmother was taken by Tusken Raiders? Dama's expression grew somber. I'm afraid so. But Anakin, my father, came back and found her. Leia phrased this as a statement because it was what she wanted to believe. He saved her. Dama finished rising, then spoke in a gentle voice. He brought her back. She laid a hand on Leia's shoulder. I don't know whether she was still alive when Anakin found her. Beru would never say what he told them about that, but she was dead when he returned to the farm. Leia found herself fighting to push down the lump in her throat. What happened then? They buried her. Then Anakin left. On the moisture farm? Leia asked. Is that where she's buried? Dama nodded. Out beyond the western edge of the sand berm. Klieg's buried there, too. They used to stand together and watch the twins set. I didn't see any headstones. Dama shook her head. After Luke arrived, I noticed their headstones were missing. All Beru would say about it is that Owen didn't see a need for anyone to know where Shmi was buried. Leia was silent for a minute, trying to absorb everything she had just learned, then finally reached up and patted the hand on her shoulder. Thanks for taking the time to speak with me, Dama. It's late, and I know you have work. Not so much. Dama withdrew a datapad from her pocket and placed it on the table. The screen showed an image of the city Driss's lobby. It's linked to the security monitors. 20 different vidcams, all hidden. I gave a pad to Chewbacca, too. I thought you'd like to keep an eye on things. You're very thoughtful, Leia said. It will take more than money to repay your kindness. Dama waved her hands. It's nothing, but I do need to ask one thing. It's about the squibs. Leia's pulse quickened. They're not leaving, are they? Without awaiting an answer, she stood and turned toward the door. I thought Chewbacca was keeping an eye on them. Dama cut Leia off at the door. They're not going anywhere. That's actually the problem. She looked away, obviously hesitant to bring something up. We'll pay for whatever they steal. Dama shook her head. Squibs don't steal, at least not the way you mean. It's just that they're using a lot of water. A lot of water. And I have a caravan watering up out on the edge of the property. I'll run dry. I'll have Chewbacca talk to them, Leia said. He has a way of reasoning with squibs. Thanks, Dama said. I appreciate that. And so will the Askachians. Askachians? Leia asked. On Tatooine? Refugees. They're the ones waiting for the sandcrawler. Though I think their patience is at an end. They're packing up to leave tomorrow. Dama pointed at the datapad she'd given Leia. Keep that on. If the Imperials come, take the back way out. You remember what I showed you? Leia nodded. The false room. Good. Dama opened the door and stepped into the hall. I'll let you know if I hear they're coming, but you know how they can descend on a place. Worse than Sketos. The door closed, leaving Leia alone to reflect on what Dama had said about how Shmi had died. Well aware of the Sand People's reputation for cruelty, Leia found herself tormented by her own imagination, reacting viscerally to the very vagueness of what she had learned about the circumstances of her grandmother's death. How horrible it must have been, how frightening and lonely. Knowing that Shmi's one wish would have been to see her son again, Leia found herself hoping that Anakin had reached his mother before she died, that she had seen him just once as a Jedi. It was a strange feeling for Leia, for it forced her to see him for the first time not as Darth Vader, but as the son Shmi had loved so dearly. It sent a prickle down her spine. Leia asked Chewbacca to deal with the squibs, then checked on Han. Finding him sound asleep, she returned to the sitting room and replayed the previous entry. An administrator in Coruscant had finally replied to Shmi's net message. Anakin was well, but the Jedi did not discuss the activities of their Padawans, even with parents. Even that was enough to elate Shmi. Leia asked for the next entry. 2045-06. Kitster is coming over tomorrow with a vid recording he has of the Bunta. I'm not sure I want to see it again, Annie. Watching it the first time was hard enough, and now I know that when you win, that I must give you to your destiny. I remember when Watto bought his first pod racer and told you to fix it for him. You were barely 9, but you were so clever, getting it running all by yourself. Before I knew it, Watto had you test driving it. I was so angry I threatened to plasticement his wings together and drop him in a solvent vat, and I would have too, had anything happened to you. 12/18/07. Kitster's running late. Roger Dahl is keeping him very busy over at the Three Moons, so that hollow disk he bought must be serving him well. He says he's earning enough to buy his freedom by the time he's grown. Wald is not so patient. When he finishes building his swoop, he says he's going to race his way to freedom. I hope he doesn't hurt himself, but it's wonderful to see them dreaming of such things. I think your example gives them courage. Even your friend Amy has a plan, though she won't say what it is. I think she's still upset that I didn't keep her secret when she said she was going to marry you, so she would be part of the family when you won our freedom. But how could I have? That was the first I'd heard of Watto's plans to have you race his pod racer. Toydarians. And you weren't much better. When I told you the Hutts were taking bets on which lap you would crash in, that no one believed you would finish, do you remember what you said? Then everybody's going to lose their money. Leia checked the time. She knew she'd arrange watches with Chewbacca and try to rest, but she also knew she was too agitated to sleep. With Han recuperating and stormtroopers scouring the desert, she was afraid the Imperials would find Benai and kill at twilight first. But there was the risk of being discovered themselves. Less populated than a single floor of their residence tower back on Coruscant, Anchorhead would make a pretty quick and easy search. But most of all, Leia was frightened of how the journal entries were changing her perceptions, of how she was coming to view her father through Shmi's eyes as well as her own. He had been Darth Vader, cruel, brutal, and ruthless. He had stood for all Leia hated about the Empire, had been one of the things she hated about the Empire, and he had been Anakin Skywalker, the 9-year-old slave boy who was the center of his mother's world, who won a pod race and inspired others to dream of freedom. Leia was reminded of the old diplomat's paradox that the facts often concealed the truth. She was entering into a new realm, driving out into that land of mirage and intuition, where reality was never what it seemed, and the nature of an object depended on how one looked at it. Sighing, she requested the next entry, and young Kitster Benai's smiling face appeared on the display and began to speak. 13/20/08. Hi, Annie. I hope you get to see this someday. Walt and I tried to record your race off your mom's view screen at the arena, but all we got were the voices of your mom and a few others. Then a couple of days ago, Rarta Doll gave me a vid recording of the whole bunta. I thought you might like it if I patched them together and saved it for you. With my voice? Shmi asked. Oh, Kitster, I don't think that's very good. The display flickered, then shifted to a view of the Mos Espa Arena in its glory days, with 100,000 spectators sitting in the stands, and a dozen and a half pod racers waiting on the track, engines roaring. An odd voice said, "Misa no watch, tisn't gonna be messy." The starting light flashed green, and all but 2 of the pod racers roared off down the track. The reverberating voice of an announcer called, "Wait, little Skywalker stalled." A moment later he added, "Looks like Quadraneros is having engine trouble also." Then Anakin's pod racer came to life and began to shoot orange flames from its engines. Blah! The curse was in Shmi's voice. It started. Anakin shot after the others. After that, the image switched to a view of the front of the field, where the brutal nature of the sport became immediately apparent as the leader, identified by the announcer as Sebulba, pushed a competitor into a gorge wall. Another crash followed moments later, and by then Anakin was coming up fast. By the end of the first lap, he was leading the rear pack and moving up on the leaders. He was dodging through the flying debris of a wreck caused when a wrench flew out of Sebulba's pod into the engines of a competitor. Another pod racer crashed at Dune Turn after a banded Tusken Raider shot out an engine. Anakin came up behind Sebulba, and the third lap began, a race only between them. Sebulba made his move in one of the canyons, repeatedly bumping Anakin's pod racer. Oh, that Doug! Shmi sounded more worried than angry. Anakin was forced onto a service ramp and launched what appeared to be hundreds of meters into the air, and it seemed certain he would crash. Instead, he did a quick control thrust and returned to the track. In the lead. But the race was far from over. Sebulba came up hard on Anakin's tail. Then something fell off of one of Anakin's engines. The engine started to smoke, Anakin lost power, and Sebulba took the lead. "Skywalker's in trouble," the announcer shouted. "Annie, be careful," Shmi cried. "Shut it down." Anakin put out the fire and came up again. Sebulba resorted to old tactics and slammed into Anakin once, twice, 3 times. "That little human being is out of his mind," the announcer called. The crowd gasped. "They're side by side." The crowd groaned. Anakin and Sebulba remained neck and neck, hooked together at the pods. The crowd returned to silence. "They've pulled apart. They're coming apart. No, wait, Skywalker's regaining control. Sebulba's the one coming." Anakin crossed the finish line, leaving Sebulba spinning in the dust behind him, and the crowd broke into a tremendous, thundering cheer. The image shifted scales and showed Anakin's pod racer coming to a skidding stop in the center of the track. He shut down his engines, climbed out of his cockpit, and was immediately greeted by Kitster and Wald. With the crowd converging around them, they took turns hugging him and slapping him on the back. Leia paused the image and spent a long time looking at the young boy with the sparkling blue eyes, thinking how happy he looked, and how innocent. Had she known him then, had she never met Darth Vader, she might have agreed with Wald. She might have believed they could not be the same person. Leia resumed viewing. The crowd converged, and the 3 boys were lost in a swirling mass of humanity. The display flickered, then Shmi's face took the place of the arena, her eyes shimmering and wet. "I was so proud of you, Annie. I am so proud of you. And I'm also happy that now you are safe at the Jedi Temple, where I hope you aren't doing such dangerous things." Han's groggy voice sounded through the door, calling for Leia. She stopped the diary and rushed into the bedroom. He was propped up on his elbows, looking around the darkened room with an expression as pained as it was confused. Leia went to the bed and took his hand. "How are you feeling?" He squinted up at her for a moment, then finally flashed a cracked smile. "Thirsty? I'll get you something to drink." Han nodded eagerly. "Make it 2. Geysers." "I don't think so." Leia fetched a glass and 2 canisters of Bactade from the other room. She was glad to see Han awake, but she expected to see him more fully recovered after 3 bags of rehydration solution. He still looked weak. Dehydration could cause organ damage. If he wasn't better by morning, she would risk a visit to the med center. The Darklighters had warned her that most of the staff were city beans, who probably could not keep a secret while looking down the barrel of an Imperial blaster. But Leia would rather shoot a few stormtroopers than stand idly by while Han slipped away. She returned to find him sleeping again. She changed the bag on his hydration drip, then checked his vital signs on the portable monitor and kissed his cracked lips. It was like kissing a Barabel. She returned to the sitting room couch and picked up her grandmother's journal. For a moment, it refused to play again, but at last, after flipping through a few unintelligible data skips, it began. 153609. I hope you will forgive some of the things I said on Kitster's recording. I truly wanted you to win, but even more, I wanted you to survive. You know how those races always frightened me. I can't tell you how I struggled with the decision to let you race for Qui-Gon that day. When you noticed his lightsaber, you were so convinced he had come to free the slaves. It crushed me to hear him tell you the truth. But as Qui-Gon himself said, you give without thinking of yourself. How could I say no when you hatched your plan to win the parts they needed to repair their ship? A slave boy helping a Jedi. To me, it seemed matters should have been the other way around. I would have said no, and I know you would have forgiven me, but you wouldn't have forgotten either. For the rest of your life, you would have remembered the boon to Eve and how your mother wouldn't let you help a Jedi, and that wouldn't have been fair to you. I couldn't deny you the chance to be the hero you dreamed of. Leia continued to play the journal, listening to Shmi recount how well Kitster and Anakin's other friends were doing, and what kind of mood her master Watto was in that day. At times, she seemed genuinely concerned about the Toydarian, for he had begun to suffer bouts of melancholy. Shmi seemed to believe that Watto genuinely missed the boy. Leia had trouble accepting this, but was forced to at least allow for the possibility when Shmi reported that Watto had actually made a gift to her of the 10 credits she had borrowed to help pay for her message to the Jedi Council. Leia was finally starting to grow tired when Han's voice sounded from the bedchamber. "Leia, you still up?" "Yes, Han." Leia hit the stop key and tucked the journal into her pocket. "Are you ready for those drinks now?" "Are they geysers?" "Can you sit up?" "Maybe you ought to come see." Leia went into the room and found Han laying flat on his back. His hands were folded behind his head, and he was smiling at her crookedly. Annie seemed to know where he was. "Come here," he said, "and take this drip out of my arm." Leia went over to the side of the bed. "You're sure?" Han grabbed her around the waist, then pulled her down on top of him and kissed her, very long and very deep. "Yeah, I'm sure." He ran his hands under her robe, and the room suddenly grew warm. "It's gonna get in the way." 14. Han woke smothered in the perfumed silkiness of Leia's long hair, her soft skin warming his side, and her breath tickling his ear. Sometime during the night she had managed to reattach his hydration drip and return to bed without disturbing him, and now even his lips no longer felt dry. The room was comfortably cool, the sky window above the bed was blushing with the pink light of first sunrise, and everything was right with the world. Except, perhaps, that muffled sound coming from the suite's living room. It had the familiar drone of an electronically filtered voice, and the sharp rhythm of someone giving orders, of a squad leader assigning tasks to his stormtroopers. Alarm bringing him instantly to full wakefulness, Han looked to the side table and found his blaster resting next to Leia's. The electronic voice barked a command. Han did not bother to detach himself from the hydration drip, or even to wake Leia. He simply tossed her blaster over the far side of the bed, then snatched his own weapon and rolled after it, grabbing her on the way. A burning line of pain shot up his arm as the hydration catheter tore free, then he landed on the floor, bringing Leia down on top of him. Her eyelids rose half open, and their gazes met instantly. "Han?" she smiled dreamily. "My, you are feeling better." "Sorry, not in front of company." He snatched her blaster off the floor and pressed it into her hand. "You know I'm not that kind of guy." Leia's eyes opened wide. "Company?" "Listen." They fell quiet and listened to the muffled voices coming from the next room. It was too faint to understand words, but the stormtrooper drone was unmistakable. Leia pushed herself off him and started for the bedroom's oversized door. Han sat up. "Hey, don't go out." Leia stepped through the door. Han sprang across the bed after her. "At least put on some clothes." When he peered into the sitting room, he found no stormtroopers anywhere. Leia was standing at the table, staring down at the datapad from which the electronic voices were coming. "Dama lent this to me so we could keep an eye on the lobby," Leia said, picking up the borrowed datapad. With a blaster in one hand and her brown eyes fixed on the datapad in the other, her long hair falling in a silky cascade over her shoulders, she seemed more breathtakingly beautiful than ever. Han knew he had to be the luckiest ex-smuggler in the galaxy. If they could just get past her fear of having children, he was pretty sure that when his time came, he would leave this universe with every wish he ever had fulfilled. Leia looked up from the datapad and frowned. "Han, why are you just standing there?" Han shrugged. "Too much sun, I guess." "Well, you're bleeding all over Dama's floor." Leia nodded at his arm, which was oozing blood from the rip where he had torn out the catheter. "Get a towel or something and come on over here." Han snatched a small towel off the bar and joined her at the table. The image on the datapad showed a squad of stormtroopers standing in the ornate lobby of the city dress. The leader's chest pressed against the counter as he addressed a Paloek, so frightened her thin limbs and long proboscis were quivering. "I can't bring up those records," she was saying. "I'm only the night clerk. I don't have the password to check the day records." The squad leader grabbed her proboscis and pulled her half over the counter, then pressed the nozzle of his blaster rifle against the lips at the end. "But you can find someone who knows it." "Yuff," she said. "Then do it." The leader released the Paloek's trunk, freeing her to stumble back against the door behind the counter. He pointed to two of his troopers. "Accompany her." "What do you think?" Leia asked. "Are we in for a fight?" "I don't know." Han started toward the bedchamber, "but it wouldn't hurt to put our clothes on. If we have to leave in a hurry, the last thing I want is an all-over Tatooine tan." "I think we're in for a fight." Leia followed, her gaze still fixed on the borrowed datapad. "It wouldn't hurt to make sure Chewie and the squibs are awake." "Better stay off the comlinks in case the imps have a signal tracer in the air," Han said. "Which wall is Chewie's?" Leia pointed, then dropped the datapad on the bed where they could both see it as they dressed. Han banged on the wall with his blaster, using a too-short, too-long sequence that had meant trouble nearly as long as he and Chewbacca had been flying together. Then, keeping his eye on the datapad, he reached for his trousers. Once the night clerk and her escort were gone, a stormtrooper came over to the squad leader. "You don't have to be so brutal, Sergeant," the trooper said. She was already going to cooperate. "Sorry, sir." Even through the electronic filtering, the squad leader sounded anything but apologetic. I thought brutal was the new style. Efficient is the new style, Sergeant. The officer's armor betrayed no outward sign of his rank, and brutalizing citizens who don't need it is most definitely not efficient. Yes, sir, the sergeant said. I didn't want to let them slip away. Yes, of course. The officer brought his assault rifle up and calmly smashed the butt into the sergeant's helmet, knocking him to the floor. With the other stormtroopers looking on from behind their faceless helmets, the officer pointed his blaster rifle at his fallen subordinate. Tell me, Sergeant, do you feel like doing me any favors now? The officer asked. And be honest. That is an order. There was a moment's silence, then the sergeant said, No, sir, I don't. Now tell me why you believe a brutalized citizen will do anything for us but the minimum required to survive. I don't know, sir, the sergeant said. She won't, I guess. Congratulations, Sergeant. You get to live. The officer pointed his weapon away from the squad leader. When the next citizen arrives, what interrogation style will you use? Efficient, sir. Good. The officer motioned two subordinates to help the sergeant to his feet. And you understand why it is so important for us to find these rebels and their painting? Because the Admiral wishes to add it to his collection, the sergeant said. Han, who had grown so absorbed with the lesson that he had nearly forgotten the Imperials were in the same hotel, could almost see the officer's eyes rolling behind his helmet's lenses. What about the rebels? Why is it important that we capture them? An eager recruit stepped forward. Sir, because the Admiral says it is. That is all we need to know, sir. The officer did not turn toward the recruit. Sergeant, you will control your squad. Yes, sir. The sergeant leveled his blaster rifle at the offender, then thought better of shooting the man and glanced at the officer. When the officer shook his head, the sergeant settled for bringing the butt of his rifle up under the recruit's chin. Han knew by the way the trooper's body went limp that he had been knocked unconscious. Whoever this new admiral is, he's teaching old Rancors new tricks. Han's gaze remained glued to the datapad. That officer isn't following Imperial doctrine. No, he isn't, but unless you want him teaching us new tricks, you'd better finish getting dressed. Leia motioned at the tunic hanging forgotten in Han's hands. I have a feeling this squad isn't going to settle for a look at Dama's registration records. Han slipped the tunic over his head, then rapped on Chewie's wall again. This time, he was answered by the acknowledging thuds of a Wookiee fist. The officer continued his exercise. Sergeant, do you need me to repeat the question? No, sir. It's important to capture these rebels because they are New Republic scum. The officer remained expectantly silent. But they have prepared to destroy the painting rather than let us have it, the sergeant continued, because they were wearing elaborate disguises at the auction and the Admiral wishes to know who they really are. Excellent, Sergeant. The officer stepped back to join the other troopers. Handle this well, and I may promote you to platoon leader. The sergeant's posture grew instantly more upright. I don't like that officer, Leia said. She was already dressed and snapping on her blaster holster. He's good. Yeah, Han said, and he's still using us for training exercises. I hate that. The Palawick and her escort of stormtroopers returned with a sleepy-looking woman who Han remembered vaguely from when Chewbacca carried him into the city drifts. She had a round face and a dust-colored hair with eyes he could see glinting defiance even in the datapad's tiny screen. The woman went to the counter and glared directly at the squad leader. I'm Dama Bronk, owner of the city dress. If it's rooms you're looking for, you'll have to go down to the Sandrest. We're booked solid. The squad leader ignored Dama and turned his helmet lenses on the Palawick. She quickly stepped behind Dama and began to quiver again. First, the squad leader said, I apologize for the treatment your assistant received at the hands of my predecessor. Such brutality is not proper Imperial procedure. The Palawick's proboscis curled upward in surprise. Dama narrowed her gaze and demanded, Since when? It's a recent directive. The squad leader continued to look at the Palawick. As you can see, he's been relieved of command, and I assure you he will be punished when we return to our ship. Who do you think you're fooling? The Palawick demanded. I know who pulled my nose. You're mistaken. The man who handled your nose has been punished and demoted. The stormtrooper lied in his electronic voice. He pulled the orange pauldron off his armor and snapped it onto the armor of the man next to him, then took it back. I'm his replacement. We have codes of conduct and chains of command, and when they are not allowed, action is swift. Sure it is, Dama said. You wanted something? A few answers. We're looking for some rebels. None here. I'm sure you believe that, the squad leader said, but they wouldn't be wearing uniforms. We're looking for a man and woman, human, with a Wookiee and possibly a protocol droid. I didn't register anyone like that. Dama turned to the Palawek. You, Kisa? Kisa shook her head. Dama looked back to the Imperial. Anything else? How about squibs? Dama shook her head. None of them either. You're certain? The squad leader asked. Because we heard 3 of them were seen in your lobby. They might have arrived on a 3-seated swoop. Dama's bearing grew tense. Where'd you hear that? Then it's true? The squad leader asked. Dama remained silent, obviously debating how to answer. We've got trouble, Han said. The door buzzer sounded and Leia, who was already hanging water packs on her utility belt, went into the sitting room and admitted Chewbacca and C-3PO. What about the squibs? Han asked. Chewbacca growled that they were at the end of the hall, finally asleep after a long night of water play. We'll collect them on the way out. Leia was furiously loading the portable holocom and other equipment into a utility satchel. On the datapad, Dama collected her wits and pretended to consult the inn's registry. No squibs, she said, but we've got ranats. Maybe someone was mistaken. Maybe, the squad leader said. But you won't mind waking them, will you? We'll only disturb them for a minute. Providing, of course, that you're not the one who was mistaken. Of course. We'll show you the way. As Dama turned to step out from behind the counter, she cast a quick glance into the hidden security cam and mouthed the word go, then started down the corridor. They're in the east wing. That's at the opposite end of the inn. Leia pulled her sand cloak over her head and threw Hans to him. She's trying to buy us time. And not doing very well, Han said, now carrying the borrowed datapad along as he stuffed the last of his possessions into a utility satchel. The imps aren't buying it. The display screen showed only 2 stormtroopers following Dama and Kisa toward the east wing. Dama stopped and turned toward the squad leader. Aren't you coming? We want to disturb your inn as little as possible, he said. 2 of my troopers will be enough to determine whether your guests are squibs or ranats. The rest of us will wait here with Kisa. Kisa's proboscis began to quiver again. Dama glared at the stormtrooper, but could only nod. As you wish. She squeezed Kisa's shoulder. It'll be all right. But of course it was not. No sooner was Dama gone than the squad leader turned to the Palawek. You like your employer. I can see that. Kisa nodded uncertainly. Then you don't want to see her hurt. Kisa shook her head. And only you can prevent that, the squad leader said. We know she's lying. Kisa's eyes grew wide. She is? The squad leader nodded. Where are the squibs? He asked. Where are the humans and their Wookiee? I don't know. Don't lie, the squad leader snapped. Lie and all. Sergeant. The squad leader stopped and turned to face the trooper who had barked at him. Yes? Perhaps she really doesn't know. The trooper, the officer, Han assumed, suggested. Does that prevent her from helping us? I see your point, sir. The squad leader turned back to Kisa. Very well, you are. You don't see, Sergeant. The officer stepped forward and fixed his lenses on Kisa. Han and Leia were already following Chewbacca and C-3PO down a dimly lit corridor toward the squibs room. If you were trying to hide a party of several beings in this hotel, where would you put them? The officer asked. Answer honestly, and I promise no harm will come to you or your employer. Kisa pointed down a corridor opposite the way Dama had gone. The hut's luxury wing. There's hardly ever anybody in it, since Jabba and Gardula stopped meeting here. Han glanced over the darkened corridor down which they were walking. It was large and round, the way huts like them, with glide ramps instead of steps where the hall changed elevations. Get ready, Han said. We got company coming. But instead of sending the squad rushing off in the direction the Palawek had pointed, the officer turned to the squad leader. Sergeant, summon B Squad back to reinforce us and send 2 men with Kisa to cover the secret exit. As long as she shows them to the proper exit, she's free to go once the rebels reveal themselves. Yes, sir. The squad leader assigned 2 troopers to go with the quivering Palawek and calm the other squad, then asked, If I may, sir? You have a question. The officer armed his weapon, and the rest of the squad followed his lead. Proceed. Questions are good. Are you sure there's a secret exit? With huts, there's always a secret exit. The officer waved the rest of the squad down the corridor, but held the leader back long enough to add, And Sergeant, questions are good, doubts are not. If you expect to survive in my command, you will keep the difference in mind. The squad leader snapped to attention. Yes, sir. The officer waved him forward and followed down the corridor at a run. Han came up behind Leia at the door to the Squib's room. "Sweetheart?" Leia pressed her finger to the door buzzer and did not let it up. "Yes, dear?" "You weren't planning on slipping out a secret exit, were you?" Leia half turned and gave him a tight little smile. "Married less than a year and you already know me so well." Chewbacca groaned a warning about being sick. "Then you'd better do it now," Han retorted, "because I don't think you're going to get a chance later." He told them about the stormtroopers Kisa was leading around to cover their escape route, then activated a surveillance lock on the officer. The datapad would now show the Imperial whenever he went, if it came down to a fight, and that seemed likely. Han wanted to know where that officer was at all times. Leia tapped the door buzzer as though that would make the squibs respond faster. Han brought up a schematic of the building. The luxury wing was a 4-room annex in the rear of the city dress, separated from the rest of the inn by a locked security door. The officer was already passing the first of 2 intersections before the main corridor dead-ended at the security door. "What's taking those squibs so long?" Leia complained. "Whatever it is," Han said, "we either have to leave them or find another way to wake 'em." "We can't leave them," Leia said. "They know too much." Chewbacca extended his climbing claws and ripped the control panel off the wall, setting off an alarm buzzer in the room. He sorted through the tangle of wires, then quickly found the ones he needed, stripped all 3 by running them between his fangs, and crossed the bared lines. The oversized door slid open to reveal Amala filling water bottles at the bar sink. Sly and Grease were struggling to stuff more bottles into a trio of tattered backpacks larger than they were. "Humans don't know the meaning of privacy?" Sly asked. "Sorry to interrupt your stealing," Leia shot back, "but we got Imperials coming." "Imperials?" Sly hoisted his pack onto his back and amazingly managed to remain standing beneath the weight. "Why didn't you say so?" Han checked the borrowed datapad and found the stormtroopers at the wing security door, the squad leader wiring a slicer box into the control panel. Leia peered over his shoulder. "Trapped again," she observed. "How do you want to handle it?" Han glanced around the ornate corridor. He found a repulsor couch hovering in front of a decorative panel that depicted a watery oasis he was sure existed nowhere on Tatooine. "The secret exit behind there?" Leia shook her head and pointed to the door across from the squib's room. "Through there. It's not a real room. Maybe we can pull a smuggler's fade?" Han shook his head. "This officer's too good for that." He pointed back toward their door and the one opposite. "We better hit them with a crossfire ambush. Everyone into those rooms." As the squibs lumbered past, Han plucked a jug of water out of Sly's pack. "Hey, you're unbalancing." "It's not too late to bait our trap," Han warned. When Sly fell silent, Han tossed the water jug under the repulsor couch, then followed Leia and Sly into the first suite. Chewbacca took C-3PO and the other 2 squibs into the room opposite, and they were barely inside before the security doors opened. Han watched on the datapad as the officer and squad leader cross-stitched cautionary blaster fire through the doorway. The 2 subordinates charged down the corridor with their weapons at the ready, then stopped at the end, one turning around to cover up the corridor while the other peered through the still open door of the squib's suite. "Clear," this one reported. He glanced around the corridor, then kneeled down in front of the repulsor couch and withdrew the water jug Han had thrown down there. "It looks like they've used the escape door." "You're quite certain?" The officer was careful to remain hidden behind the security door bulkhead. "You're willing to wager your life on that?" "Sir, yes I am." "Then you are a waste of stormtrooper armor," the officer said. "Remove it so the rebels won't damage valuable Imperial resources killing you." "Sir?" "That is an order, trooper." The officer looked across the doorway to a squad leader. "Summon the owner's escorts. We'll need them to flush the scum out." "Hot slime." Han turned to his companions. "We have to take him now. Sly, you hit the floor and fire down the corridor. Leia?" "Yes?" "You stay back and be the surprise reserve." "Han?" "Yeah?" "Not a chance." Han sighed. "Okay, you and I fire across the corridor at the officer. Chewie takes the sergeant, and Grease and Amala help Sly." "Sounds good," Leia said. "No way," Sly objected. "How come the squibs have to drop on the floor?" "Because you're closer," Leia said. "And I've seen you shoot," Han said. "You couldn't hit the officer." "Okay, no need to get nasty," Sly said, slipping out of his heavy pack. "Just asking." Han shook his head, then turned to Leia. "One more thing." "I know." She rose on her toes and kissed him hard and long. It was almost enough to make him forget what they were doing, especially when she finally stopped. "You love me." "Yeah, that too." Han flashed her a scoundrel's grin. But what I really wanted to ask is, did you remember to recharge my blaster? Leia's eyes started to flash. Then she caught Han's expression and got a pinched little smile. What do you think? She propped a hand on her hip. Can we get on with it? Just trying to give that stormtrooper time to get out of his armor. Han angled the datapad so that she and Sly could see that the stormtrooper was obeying his officer's command, even if he was starting with his shin protection. Then, keeping one eye on the datapad, Han activated his comlink and gave the others across the hall their instructions. And what do I do, Captain Solo? C-3PO asked. Don't get left behind. The officer cocked his head as though listening to a voice inside his helmet, then glanced toward the Solo suite. Though Han had expected the Imperials to be listening for comlink transmissions, he had not thought they'd be so quick to pinpoint the source. The Chimera's crew was fast starting to look like one of the Empire's best. Han dropped the datapad in the pocket of his sandcloak, then simultaneously calmed Chewbacca and depressed the open button. Go! The door hissed, and Han and Leia began to pour blaster fire out through the widening gap. Several bolts ricocheted off the officer's helmet and breastplate, forcing him to roll into a corner behind the security door bulkhead. Chewbacca's bowcaster chuffed once from the door opposite. A loud clatter sounded from the direction he'd been firing. The acrid fumes of scorched plastoid began to fill the air, and the squad leader's kicking boots slid into view on the other side of the security door. Suddenly, the corridor was quiet. Han looked down to find Sly lying between his feet, no longer firing. I thought I told you. Both dead, Sly said, rising. I guess their aim isn't that. Han! Leia jerked him out of the doorway a few milliseconds ahead of a line of blaster bolts. Be careful, will you? Sly dropped to his belly and wiggled back into the room, the fur on his back smoking from a near miss. Han tried to return fire and nearly lost his hand as the blaster bolts continued to pour through the door. He felt a hand on his hip, then glanced back to see Leia pulling the datapad from his cloak pocket. It's only the officer, Leia said. He's out there alone. Han peered at the display over her shoulder and saw the stormtrooper lying on the floor at the corner of the security door, arms crossed with a blaster rifle in one hand and a blaster pistol in the other, keeping up a constant barrage of fire. So much for lowering training standards and sagging morale, Leia said. Yeah, you'd think the Emperor had come back to life or something. Leia winced. Han, I wish you wouldn't say things like that. She slipped the datapad into her cloak pocket. I wish she wouldn't even think them. She grabbed Sly's pack and dragged it over. Sly was instantly at her side. You'd steal my water? My water. I'm the one paying for it. Leia traded the straps with Han for his blaster. You know what to do. Yeah. He lifted the pack and, surprised by how heavy it was, braced himself to throw. Be ready. For what? Sly stepped toward the pack. Wait! Han hit the squib on the backswing and sent him tumbling across the suite, then whipped the pack around and launched it through the door. Even one-handed, the officer was a good shot with a blaster rifle. No sooner had the black shape started flying toward him than he began to pour fire into it, melting the plastoid bottles and instantly superheating several dozen liters of water. Billowing vapor filled the corridor. Leia rushed past Han, pressing his blaster back into his hand, dancing into the steam and raising her pistol toward the officer's position. Han followed and saw a golden-brown blur launch itself from the opposite doorway, leaping toward a hazy white shape scrambling across the corridor, toward the control panel on the other side of the security door. Hold on! Han reached over Leia's shoulder, pushing her weapon arm down just as the brown blur flew past. A tremendous thunk sounded from the side of the corridor, followed by the clatter of plastoid armor sliding down the wall, and the scrape of weapons being kicked away across the floor. Chewbacca roared in triumph, one hand holding what appeared to be the officer's head. Then he growled in astonishment and fell backward, arms flying up to launch the head into Han's chest. Han caught the thing in both hands and heard a tinny voice coming from the helmet speaker. Sir, are you there? Leia filled the corridor with blaster fire again, and Han looked up to see a blurry black oval bouncing back and forth in the steam, growing rapidly smaller as the hazy white armor beneath it dodged down the corridor. Han dropped the empty helmet, and added his own fire. The officer dived for cover and vanished from sight, apparently around the corner of an intersection. Chewie, you okay? Chewbacca growled and started to clamber up. A pair of indistinct red eyes appeared ahead, glowing through the dissipating steam from where the officer had escaped. Han locked gazes with the eyes and raised his blaster to fire, but Chewbacca rose and blocked his shot. By the time he could step around the Wookiee, the eyes were gone. "Did you see that?" Han asked. "Red eyes?" "Yes," Leia said. "The Empire using aliens? They must be getting desperate." "Or maybe just smart," Chewbacca suggested. C-3PO came out of Chewbacca's suite, Grease and Amala close behind him. They were not quite staggering under the weight of their packs, but both were hunched far forward. Han took one look and said, "You'll never keep up." "Is that your problem?" Grease demanded. "You'll be happy later that someone has water to sell," Amala added. Sly clattered up, loaded down with blaster rifles and utility belts stripped off dead Imperials. Han shook his head and started down the corridor. "If they fall behind, Chewie, shoot 'em." Sly stopped to retrieve the squad leader's rifle and utility belt and the weapons left by the officer. Noisy as they were, the squibs did keep up, and a minute later the group was sneaking out the side door of the city drifts. Leia pointed toward the entrance of what had been a subterranean workshop when the city drifts had still been a moisture farm. "That's the garage." "Doesn't look like they have anyone watching it yet." Han started across the dusty ground toward it. "If we can hurry, we can be out of here." "You must be sunsick," Greaves huffed up, both hands hanging onto his pack straps. "The Imperials see a land speeder or swoop leaving this town, there'll be an assault shuttle on it faster than a farm boy and a womp rat." "You have a better idea?" Han asked. "That would be hard?" Grease twitched his snout and pointed out toward the watering corral on the perimeter of City Drift's land, where the humped silhouettes of several dozen dewbacks were arranging themselves into a caravan line. "The idea is to disappear into the landscape." Leia came to Han's side and took his hand. "Han?" "Yeah? That's a better idea." 15. The Askagians had paid a fortune for the right to water at the city drifts, and they would not be hurried, not by Grease's threats, or Sly's pleas, or Imala's promises, not even by the prospect of a battle erupting in the midst of their caravan. And Leia thought that was probably a good thing. For now, the surviving squad and a half of Imperials was too busy searching hangars and disabling land speeders to worry about plotting dewbacks, but that would certainly change should the caravan show any sign of haste. For now, it was better to allow every beast its fill at the watering basin, to give each Excagian driver all the time he, or she, needed to gulp down that last liter or two from the spigot. "Princess Leia!" C-3PO sputtered. He was strapped in a smuggler's sling beneath the dewback that would serve as Leia's mount, concealed from the side by low-hanging saddle blankets, and lying far enough forward that his head dipped in the basin whenever the huge lizard lowered its scaly head to drink. "If this continues, my circuits will short." "Even without power?" Leia asked. She was standing beside the dewback, holding its reins. "No, but corrosion is always—" "Oh." Leia waited until the dewback raised its head, then reached underneath its chest and flipped the primary circuit breaker on the back of C-3PO's neck. He emitted a wet pop and fell silent. As refugees from a desert world long under Imperial domination, the Askachians had been quick to strike a bargain with the squibs to help the group track down the Jawa sandcrawler, which was now alarmingly overdue, but they had also made clear they would abide no disruptions to their business. Leia only wished the squibs were as easy to silence as C-3PO. All three were hanging beneath the adjacent dewback, strapped on a smuggler's sling and hidden from view like C-3PO. Despite this, they were chattering incessantly to the caravan leader, a round mountain of an Askachian, who stood on the opposite side of the basin directing the final watering. "Give you a better price for Tumen wool than any Jawa," Grease was saying. The squibs had been trying to strike a bargain ever since they had discovered what the caravan was carrying. Tomyun wool was prized across the galaxy for its sheen and comfort, and when this tribe of Askachians had fled their home, they had possessed the foresight to resettle on a desert world where their stock could thrive. "And we'd never tell the Imperials where to find your village." "Neither would the Jawas," the leader Borno said. With his epidermal sacs gorged with water, Borno resembled an immensely corpulent human with a bluish pallor and heavy brow folds. "They don't know where it is. No one does. We like it that way." "Very wise," Sly said. "We can see you're a shrewd being who appreciates the value of a credit, which we can get you, Imperial or New Republic." "We don't need credits." As Borno spoke, he was careful not to look toward the dewback. Even with only a dozen stormtroopers to search all of Anchorhead, there always seemed to be one set of electro-binoculars turned their way. "We need our evaporators. They're on the Jawa sandcrawler." "Our credits are better than Jawa evaporators," Imala said. "With our credits, you can buy evaporators. Evaporators that won't break down." "All evaporators break down," Borno said. "If you knew anything about evaporators, you'd know that." "You've never owned a Tucede 13, Sly said quickly. "Someone like you would really appreciate the quality. Self-cleaning condenser filters, redundant sensors, magno-shielded intake vents. Everything a shrewd buyer like you would want." "That's so?" Despite the query, Borno looked unconvinced. "Then I guess there'd be no need to find out why the Jawas are so late in their sandcrawler. That would be a real bonus." The squibs fell abruptly silent. Valuable as Tomian wool was, it was worth only a fraction of what they stood to earn by recovering Killick Twilight. Finally, Sly said, "You're too smart for us, Borno. We'd better stick to the plan." "As long as you can really locate the sandcrawler," Grease added. "If the Imperials find it first, you can forget about your evaporators." "Yes, so you have told me," Borno said. "Besides, we already have a 2C-13. Those extra features are just more things to go wrong." The squib's dewback stopped drinking, and Borno motioned it away. The driver led it over to the caravan column, being careful to keep himself between the beast and the Imperials watching from Anchorhead. Hanging in their smuggler's harness behind the long saddle blanket, the squibs were well concealed, but it always paid to be careful when there were stormtroopers about. Han was the next to lead his beast forward. Like Leia, he carried a long Escatchian herding spear and wore a huge sand cloak over thick pads of musky-smelling Toman wool tied to his stomach, back, and shoulders. He still seemed skinny for an Escatchian herder, but too large and round to be one of the humans the Imperials were seeking. The disguise would probably work, as long as the stormtroopers remained at a distance, and the morning light did not grow too revealing. Leia was less confident of Han's ability to wear it. The battle at the inn had left his face pale and drawn, and she could tell by the weight of her own disguise that the extra padding would take a toll on his strength. Were it not for the Imperial threat, and the fact that the squibs would pursue Killick Twilight alone, she would have insisted on taking shelter at the Darklighter's farm for another day or two. Chewbacca was strapped beneath Han's mount, his big shoulders squeezed tight between the dewback's front legs. Though his head also sank into the water as the beast lowered its mouth to drink, he accepted the dunking with a remarkably good grace, perhaps because he could sense how uncomfortable Han and Leia were in their disguises. "I'm sure that alien officer called the rest of his company," Han said to Leia. "If we're still here when they come, it'll take more than 100 Escatchians to keep them from searching the caravan." "You're sure this is a better idea?" "Honestly, I don't know." Leia watched as their land speeder emerged from the vehicle storage room of the city dress, its finish flushing pink in the morning light. Behind it came a pair of stormtroopers walking the squib's swoop. But had we left town in a land speeder, how long do you think it would have taken the officer to call in a flight of ties? "Not long." Han glanced at his mount's long tongue lapping water out of the basin, then whispered, "They figured us out, Leia. They must have." Leia nodded. "I think so." Her stomach knotted with worry, not for herself, but for Han and Chewbacca. "I never imagined recovering the painting would lead to so much trouble. I feel terrible about the way I dragged you and Chewie into this." "Yeah, like I'd rather be home wondering what's happened to you." Han looked at her from beneath his sandhood. His eyes were sunken and hollow. "Besides, you know I'm the only one who can get you out of this mess." "Really?" Leia folded her arms across her wool-padded chest. "And you're certain I need someone to rescue me right now?" Han waved a hand toward the city dress. "Yeah." "You seem to have forgotten why we were there in the first place." Leia spoke in a deliberately even voice. "I'm not the last one who needed rescuing." Leia's mount finished drinking, and Borno signaled her to leave. She led the beast away from the basin, freeing the spot for the last dewback in line, and went over to join the caravan column. Several Escatchians were careful to remain between her and the town, filling water jugs at the clean water spigot or walking a few steps alongside, chattering merrily in their own language. She was grateful for their caution. C-3PO's metallic finish had been smeared with a mixture of dewback saliva and dung ash as a safeguard against the saddle blanket being inadvertently drawn aside, but it never hurt to be cautious. The caravan was forming a tight defensive column, 3 beasts abreast with the rider in the middle leading one cargo beast to each side. Leia walked her mount into the center position at the end of the line. 2 Escatchians helped her into the saddle, then taught her to stop her mount by hauling upward on the reins and to turn it by tapping its head with her herding spear. Once she confirmed her understanding, they brought 2 cargo beasts to flank her and secured the fibrosteel reins to a part of saddle rings behind her legs. Your mount should stay ahead of the pack beasts, one of the Escatchians advised, but if you feel a rein pressing the back of a leg, strike the pack animal across the nose. That will slow it. What if I wanted to go faster? This drew a deep Escatchian laugh. You won't. A few minutes later, with Han and the last Escatchian in line behind Leia, Borno opened the flush valve to send the unused water back to the recyclers, then lowered the basin sand cover and joined the rest of the caravan. A light hover scout emerged from Anchorhead, 1 stormtrooper standing in back at the speeder's blaster cannon. 2 more Imperials were visible through the front windows. The one in the passenger seat wore the blaster-scorched shoulder pauldron of a squad leader. Borno stopped near Leia and Han and pretended to check the cargo straps on the dewbacks they would be leading. Do the same as everyone else, he said quietly. I'm sorry, but if they realize we're hiding you, the deal is off. This caravan is too important to my people to risk it in a firefight. We understand, Borno, Leia said, and we're sorry for putting you in any danger at all. A caravan is always in danger, Borno replied, and you have nothing to be sorry about. On Askaj, we had a saying, those who wish to rid themselves of fleas must clean the hair of their neighbors. A wise saying. Leia's scalp began to itch beneath the sand hood. And one that applies double to Imperial fleas, Borno replied. We will do what we can to keep our part of the bargain. Borno departed. Behind Leia, Han asked softly, What's our part of the bargain? Who knows? Leia glanced over her shoulder more to make certain he was holding up than to make herself heard. All I could get out of Imala was that Sly made an excellent deal, and not to worry. They always have our interests at heart. Han winced. I hate it when they say that. As the hover scout angled toward the caravan, Borno barked a command and pulled a repeating blaster from beneath his sand cloak. The rest of the Escatchians followed his lead, exchanging their herding spears for an astonishing array of weaponry, ranging from sniper rifles to power blasters more than capable of piercing an infantry vehicle's armor. Leia removed her blaster from its holster and propped her elbow on her hip, so that the weapon would be in plain sight. Though Escatchians were a peace-loving people, the Imperials had obviously taught them the value of intimidation. The stormtrooper gunner started to swing the blaster cannon around, but the squad leader quickly waved him off. The hover scout pilot closed to within 20 meters of the caravan and flew slowly alongside. The gunner kept his helmet lenses fixed on the cargo line, while the squad leader studied the riders in the center. They passed Borno without incident and rounded the front of the column, then came slowly down the other side. When the hover scout reached the end of the column, he stopped. The squad leader leaned out his window. Very well, you are free to leave. The Escatchians responded with a chorus of belly laughs so deep it sounded like sand thunder. Borno took his time walking to the head of the caravan, stopping to check cargo straps and chat with drivers. Though Leia knew he was only putting on a show of contempt for the Imperials, she could not help wishing he did not have such a flair for the dramatic. Every minute they tarried brought the rest of the stormtrooper company a minute closer to Anchorhead. Finally, Borno reached the front of the caravan and hoisted himself into his saddle. Without looking back toward the Imperials, he boomed a command in Escatchian that caused his followers to hide their blasters again and take up their herding spears. Then at last he urged his mount forward, and the caravan left Anchorhead behind. The dewbacks were sluggish and slow at first, plodding along barely faster than Leia could walk. But as the suns warmed the morning air, the creatures grew steadily more energetic, and it was only a few minutes before the caravan was ambling at a swift pace. By the time the last blush of second dawn had faded from the air half an hour later, the purple crags of the Junlin wastes could be seen rippling in the distance ahead. They rode for only a quarter hour more before the squibs began to complain about chafing. Though most Escatchians could speak basic, they paid no attention, and kept up a merry prattle in their own language. Leia glanced back to check on Han and Chewbacca. The Wookiee, barely visible in the shadows beneath the dewback's chest, was using the skirts of Han's saddle to pull his weight off the straps. He caught Leia looking and flashed a friendly snarl to show he was doing fine. Han was sitting too upright, staring straight ahead with an artificial smirk across his lips, obviously aware that Leia was checking on him and just as obviously trying to appear stronger than he was. "Drink something," she mouthed. Han raised a water bottle to his lips and made a sour face and said, "You owe me some geyser." Then a familiar whine sounded in the sky. Leia looked toward the noise and found herself staring into the blazing white eyes of the two suns, Tatooine 2, quivering and flickering like something alive as it chased its twin higher into the sky. She turned away, trying to blink the blindness from her eyes. The whine grew more distinct. "Han." "Ties," he confirmed, "coming out of the sun, subsonic. They're just taking a look." As the whine grew louder, the dewbacks broke into a nervous trot, and the Askatchians were suddenly too busy slapping their herding spears across the pack beasts' noses to continue talking. Leia felt a rein across the back of her leg and turned, bringing her spear down across the nose of the offending beast. By then the whine had grown to a shrill howl. She glimpsed an H-shaped silhouette dropping into the sky beneath Tattoo 1. It swelled almost instantly into a TIE fighter. A fighter that came screaming up on the caravan from behind, flying so low that Leia and everyone else ducked instinctively. The dewbacks bellowed and would have scattered had the fibrosteel reins not snapped the pack beasts back toward the lead mounts. As it was, the entire caravan burst into a panic gallop and bolted across the sand flats in a column. Then the TIE's ion drives appeared in the sky ahead, and Borno's mount broke to the right, leading the rest of the caravan after it in a long, curving arc. Leia nearly bounced out of the saddle before she managed to get her weight into the stirrups, and even then she came close to flying off each time the seat slammed into her from below. The TIE went into a steep climb and did a wing over, then fell ominously silent as it began to dive back toward the caravan. The dewbacks dropped out of their gallop and began to rumble to each other in low, barely audible tones. Then the whine started again, and the TIE swelled in the sky, now coming at the caravan from the flank. This was too much for the dewbacks. They turned as one and fled in rank. Leia glimpsed Han beside her, a Wookiee hand hanging onto the saddle alongside his leg. The TIE shrieked past overhead, trailing panic and the harsh smell of ozone. Leia's dewback broke right, dragging the pack beasts along and slamming hard into Han's trio. All 6 creatures nearly went down, but the lead mounts pushed off each other at the last minute and dragged their followers back to their feet. Leia spied a pebbled flank ahead and frantically slapped her spear into her dewback's head, barely turning it in time to avoid another collision. The caravan dispersed, galloping across the plain in 100 different directions, and Leia thought for a minute it would scatter to the far corners of the mesa. But once the whine of the TIE had faded, a low thrumming, almost too deep to hear, began to roll across the plain behind her. Her mount and the pack beasts turned toward the sound immediately and continued at a dead run. Leia hauled back on the reins, trying to slow down until she could see what had caused the sound, but the effort was useless. When her mount slowed, the pack beasts charged forward, their fibrosteel leads pinning her legs against the saddle skirts. When she slapped the herding spear against their snouts, her mount charged ahead. She finally began to feel vibrations in her stomach and realized her dewbacks were thrumming in reply, and she gave up trying to slow them. A few moments later, she began to see other riders charging toward the same spot she was, converging on Borno and his mount. As Leia arrived at the edge of the throng, Sly was complaining. "How can you leave us under here? We won't have a hair left on our bodies." Borno ignored the squib and his fellows, issuing a series of commands in his own language. His drivers quickly arranged the dewbacks into a giant outward-facing circle and linked each creature to the 2 adjacent, connecting the whole caravan together via the sturdy fibrosteel reins. Leia was impressed with Borno's foresight. After making his initial pass, a good reconnaissance pilot would return a few minutes later to record a second set of pictures and data that would often show how the subject had reacted to his first pass. Often, the differences between the 2 were more telling than the data itself. As they waited for the tide to return, Leia glanced over and found Han waiting with his herding spear leaning against his leg and both hands braced on his saddle pommel. The muscles on the backs of his hands were trembling visibly. "Drink some water," Leia said. "Just did." Han straightened his back and patted the water bottle hanging beneath his cloak, then seemed to wobble in the saddle. "Why do you keep saying that?" Because you're looking a little shaky, Leia said. You shouldn't be out in this heat, not so soon after yesterday. I don't think the Imperials are giving us a choice, Han said. Except maybe a nice climate-controlled berth on the Chimera. Chewbacca groaned in opinion about that possibility. I don't care for how it would end either. Leia reached into her satchel and removed the vid map Han had taken off his borrowed swoop before abandoning it, then called up a schematic of the area. But the Darklighter farm isn't far. Not far at all, Imala agreed from beneath her dewback. You could be there in half a day at most, even by dewback. So? Han demanded. So you shouldn't be out in this heat, Leia said. You haven't recovered. I'm sure the Darklighters will hide you for a day or two. Us, Han corrected. I'm not going anywhere without you. Han, you know I can't, Leia said. Sure you can, Amala said. Your partners will recover, Killick Twilight. You? Leia glanced in the squib's direction. Her view of them was completely blocked by the adjacent dewbacks, but she shook her head anyway. You're the biggest reason I need to go. You don't trust us? Sly gasped. When have we ever given you reason to be so rude? Trust is earned, Leia said. You've a little work to do. And you'd rather let your mate die than take a chance on us? Grease demanded. Some heartless Jilly you are. That's enough out of you three, Han said. I'm not going anywhere without Leia. Understand? Leia shook her head in frustration. You're impossible. Yeah? I'm not the only one. An uneasy silence fell over the area as nearby Askatchians politely averted their gazes and tried to pretend they had not overheard the argument. Leia sighed, then turned to Han and ordered, Drink some water. Han glanced over, not quite scowling, and said, You too. They pulled their water bottles from beneath their cloaks, then tipped the necks toward each other in a silent toast. They drank together, the mystified Askatchians watching and murmuring as they puzzled over erratic human behavior. As Han finished drinking, his gaze remained fixed on the blazing sky. That didn't take long. A familiar whine rose from the direction of the sun. Leia barely had time to put away the vid map and her water bottle before the tie was on them, screaming over the caravan so low that she was sure a lucky Askatchian could have planted a spear into one of its solar panels. The dewbacks bellowed wildly and tried to scatter, but found themselves pulling against their fellows and went nowhere. The circle simply undulated until the starfighter was past, then settled back into stillness as the craft climbed into the sky. Borno shouted a command, and the Askatchians began to draw their blasters from beneath their sand cloaks. The tie did a wing-over and approached on a vector perpendicular to its first pass. Again, the alarmed dewbacks attempted to flee and found themselves restrained by their neighbors. The Askatchians added to the panic by shooting into the air, clearly trying to send a message by firing directly at the starfighter. Leia doubted they really meant to bring it down. Borno struck her as a competent enough warrior to know that the best way to bring down a low-flying craft was to put a wall of fire up in front of it. Leia glimpsed a pair of pods, sensor and imaging, hanging beneath the cockpit where the blaster cannons would normally be, then the tie was gone, climbing into the sky, wagging its wing panels and shrinking into an H-shaped dot. The Askatchians cheered in triumph, and not waiting to see if it would return, began to free the dewbacks from the circle. Borno rode over and waved a puffy hand at Chewbacca and C-3PO. We can unstrap your friends now. He turned his narrow eyes toward the squibs and added, and those three as well, so long as they don't try to sell me any more vaporators. Sell? A shrewd Tumen herder like yourself? Sly said. That's impossible. We assumed someone of your intellect would want the best, Imala added. Our mistake. Borno chuckled. The wise ones say you must never ask galloomps to stand still. I see this is so. He motioned to the driver of their dewback. Free them. We would not want even a squib down where they will get smashed when we reach rough terrain. Han dismounted and set to work unstrapping Chewbacca, but Leia remained in her saddle. Borno, forgive me for questioning your wisdom, she said, but these Imperials seem more thorough than most, and they have a very clever commanding officer. I think they'll be back with an assault shuttle. Borno smiled broadly. Of course they will, but they will look out there. He pointed in the direction the caravan had been traveling so far, then swung his massive arm in a 90-degree arc, pointing toward a shimmering blue-brown curtain that might or might not have been the foothills of the distant Needles Mountain. And we will be there. Han stopped working on Chewbacca's straps long enough to peer in the direction the Askatchian was pointing. Why there? Because that is where my evaporators are, Borno said. There is a hiding place about 3 hours from here, where the Jawas go when the winds are too strong. If the sandcrawler isn't there, it will be a good place to start searching." "Then what are we waiting for?" Leia slipped out of her saddle and, trying not to gag on the musty stench of the dewback's belly, quickly unstrapped C-3PO. Chewbacca and the squibs had a few bald spots where the slings had rubbed off their fur, and C-3PO complained bitterly about the sand in his servo motors. Otherwise, they all seemed to have survived the ride relatively intact. Borno pointed at C-3PO, then asked, "Can the droid ride?" C-3PO answered in Ascatian, drawing an incredulous caw from Borno and several other caravan drivers within earshot. Oblivious to their reaction, C-3PO turned to Leia and translated. "I explained to Chief Borno that I'm an excellent rider. If he wishes, I can supply a complete listing of the 897 different vehicles in which I have been a passenger." Han said, "3PO can't handle a dewback." "I thought as much." Borno told his drivers to arrange mounts for Chewbacca and the squibs, then waved C-3PO toward his own huge dewback. "You, I take." "Take?" C-3PO turned to Leia. "Pardon me for saying so, Mistress Leia, but I fail to see what use a protocol droid of my sophistication could possibly be to a tribe of herders, especially in a sandy climate like this." "He means you're to ride on his dewback." Leia pointed him toward the animal. "Ownership isn't being transferred." "Thank the Maker!" C-3PO went to Borno's mount, where a pair of Ascatians were waiting to heft him into the saddle. "I am sure to make your ride a pleasant one. Perhaps you would enjoy a recitation of the Song of the Dontha Slayer in ancient Ascatian? My memory banks contain all 722 known verses." Borno paled. "I am very glad you are not giving me this droid," he said to Leia, "but perhaps now would be a good time to make payment." Leia's stomach nodded. Of course. She glanced at the squibs. She was not happy to see them busy inspecting the dewback they would soon be riding. "I'm unaware of the final price, but I'm sure we have more than enough to cover it." "It isn't much." Borno extended his hand. "Who carries the vidmap?" "The vidmap!" Han exploded. "They're giving that away?" "They cannot." Borno's expression quickly went from perplexed to angry. "But they did." "What my husband means is we still have need of it," Leia said. "So do I," Borno said. "That's why I agreed to take it." "Agreed to take it?" Han glared across the circle at the squibs. "They offered it to you?" "Of course they did," Leia said. "How else would Borno have known about it?" Borno glanced from Han to Leia. "They should not have done this?" "No," Leia said quickly. Too quickly. Borno's face turned the color of a volcanic eruption, and he barked something at his drivers. They immediately stopped what they were doing and began to unstrap the squib's saddle. "My apologies," Borno said. "I should have checked with you before taking the word of rodents." He cast a dark look in the squib's direction, then asked, "So what are you willing to pay for our help in escaping the Imperials?" Under any other circumstances, after the fact would have been an awkward time for a negotiation. But on Tatooine, in the middle of the desert with the possibility of an Imperial assault company dropping at any moment, the timing could not have been more perfect for Borno. "I know you're not interested in credits." Leia was thinking of the Ascatian's reaction to the squib's attempts to buy his Toman wool. "So what would interest you?" Borno glanced briefly at C-3PO, then shuddered visibly, and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "The vidmap." Chewbacca groaned, and Han said, "I told you, we need that." "Then why did the squibs offer it?" Borno demanded. No sooner had the Ascatian asked than Leia saw the answer. The squibs knew this terrain. She and her companions did not. Leia turned to find Grease leading the other two over. "You got a death wish?" Grease demanded. "Turn over the vidmap." "And place ourselves in your hands?" she asked. "I think not." "It's either that or watch your husband die of thirst out here, right before you," Grease said. "We struck a bargain with Borno." "A bargain that leaves us dependent on you." Leia phrased this as a conclusion, not a question. "How convenient." Sly shrugged. "You said make a deal with the caravan to save us. We made the deal." "Give him the vidmap," Han said. Leia turned. "What?" "Sly's right. A deal's a deal." Han shrugged. "Besides, what choice do we have? Let Borno leave them here to die?" "Them?" Imala gasped. "After all we've been through together, you talk like we're not even your partners?" Leia stepped over to her dewback's flank and opened the utility satchel hanging from her saddle. After digging her way past the holocom, the first thing she found was the journal. She was tempted to see if she could convince Borno to take one or the other instead of the vid map, but she would need the holocom later, and she was not ready to give up her grandmother. Not after finding her so recently. Besides, a deal was a deal. She put the journal back and fished around until she found the vid map, then went over to Borno's mount and passed it up. Now take us to our sandcrawler. 16. It was only mid-morning, and already Leia felt as though she had a crystal glass skull, as though the twin suns were blazing through her sandhood and baking her brain in hot, bright light. Even through her darkened goggles, the plain ahead was a shimmering white haze, with the cruel blue hoax of a mirage sea always rippling just on the horizon. The air was still and stifling, every breath a suffocating blast. The caravan was moving fast, trotting toward the hideaway that Borno had assured them would have been the Jawa's first choice of shelter during the storm. The search would continue from there, depending on what they found, and whether they found anything at all. Again, Leia had the feeling she was being influenced by the Force, drawn out into the wilds of Tatooine, though she could not imagine to what purpose. The great chott was as empty as it was vast. As far as she could tell, there was no place to conceal another surprise about her family. Or anything else. The Escatchians were scattered across the plain, being careful to form no rows or columns that would make the caravan easier for a high-flying surveillance droid to identify. Their globular bodies neither swayed nor rocked on their mounts, despite the dewback's spine-hammering gait. Han rode ahead and off to one side. His pack beasts had become mounts for Chewbacca and the squibs, so he did not have any extra dewbacks to lead. Still, the heat was taking its toll. He was wobbling and bouncing, and occasionally he struggled to stay in the saddle. Leia urged her dewback forward and drew alongside him. With his eyes and face hidden by his goggles and scarf, it was impossible to read his expression. But Leia could tell by the way his shoulders slumped and his chin drooped that he was not doing well. Hey, it hurt to talk. Leia's throat was so dry. Han's dark goggles swung in her direction. The slump vanished from his shoulders, a brave front for her benefit, but his chin continued to droop. Not a good sign. Leia held up a finger while she slipped her water bottle beneath her face coverings and drank. The contents were as hot as calf. You remembering your water? Han displayed the bottle in his hand and nodded listlessly. If you're trying to send me off to the Darklighters' farm again, forget it. His voice was too muffled to reveal anything more about his condition. I'm not the one who sounds like a profog. Much. Leia smiled behind her scarf and felt her lips crack. I've given up. That was a small exaggeration. I want to talk about something else. Han's goggles remained fixed in her direction. Yeah? Leia's throat went dry again, and this time it had nothing to do with the heat. There had been few opportunities to really talk since the auction, and Leia had kept much to herself. She had not told Han about the 2 visions she had experienced, nor shared Luke's warning about how the Force was moving her, or even mentioned her grandmother's diary, and she needed to tell him, to make him understand there was good reason for her fear of having children, that as much as she wanted to, it was not a choice she felt free to make. Not until she had put to rest the dark face she had seen aboard the Falcon. You were saying? Han asked. The distant hiss of a craft in flight sounded behind the caravan, and they both turned to see a wavering sliver of ion efflux creeping across the sky. The vessel itself was not visible, not even as a faint glint, though the length of its ion tail suggested it to be a sizable craft. Probably one of the Chimera's intelligence launches, eavesdropping on local comm traffic. The sight reminded Leia of another problem. Sometime soon, she needed to find a safe place to set up the portable holocom and make a progress report. Otherwise, Mon Mothma would be forced to assume that Killick Twilight was lost and Shadowcast compromised, and she might well decide to call the Wraiths, regardless of what that would mean for the local resistance fighters. After watching the efflux for a moment, Leia asked, What do you think? Signal interceptor? Han shook his head. The Imperials must have finished searching Anchorhead by now. That's got to be an assault shuttle. He did not add that when the shuttle pilots failed to locate the Escatchians where they expected to, the Chimera's admiral would launch an all-out search to find them. The entire caravan had known that since slipping away from their original route 2 hours ago. That what you wanted to talk about? Leia shook her head. Han, The squibs appeared on the other side of Han, all three riding in the same saddle and bouncing half out of control. Gartal, Leia swore. Perfect timing as usual. You're looking a little shaky, Cap, Grease said. He was sitting in front, gripping the pommel with both hands, the reins threaded under his palms and wrapped back around his knuckles. Listen to your mate, or you'll make a widow of her. I'm doing fine. Han turned to face the squib. Not that it's any business of yours. That's just like you. Sly rode in the middle, both arms wrapped around Grease's waist, his far elbow wrapped around the middle shaft of the herding spear. You'll never think of anyone but yourself. How do you think we'll feel having to leave you behind when the heat knocks you out? I'm sure it'll just tear you up, Han said. Don't do me any favors. Leia remained silent. She and Han could hardly hold a serious conversation in front of the squibs. We are trying to do you a favor, Imala said. She was in back, holding onto the butt of the herding spear with one hand and Sly with the other, and bouncing higher than both of her companions. We're as close as we're going to get to the Darklighter farm. No. Chewbacca rode up on Leia's other side, sitting astride the dewback as though he had been born to it, his feet hanging down past its belly. Bracing himself on one of the cargo beasts Leia was leading, he leaned across and oraled at Han. I said no. Han glanced over at Leia. I suppose you're a part of this? This is the first I've heard of it, but yeah, sure. Han shook his head. You never give up, sweetheart. That's one of the things I love about you. Han, if I said I wasn't a part of this, then I wasn't. Okay, so you weren't a part of it. But that doesn't mean it's a bad idea. It doesn't mean it's a good one, Han said. I know how this works, Leia. First I agree to go, then you work me over until I think going without you is the best idea I've ever had. I've seen you do that to planetary governments 100 times. I don't have a chance. You're not a planetary government, Leia said, and I'm not trying to talk you into something you don't want to do. No? Han's voice cracked with dryness. Then what did you want to talk about? Orbital surveillance. It wasn't a lie. Not really. She had been wondering about orbital surveillance and the overflight by the TIE reconnaissance craft. You know that Chimera has to have spy satellites in place, and we're not exactly undercover. More than you think. Han took a long drink from his water bottle, then continued. No sensor in the galaxy is delicate enough to find us right now. The reflection blast is hiding us. Reflection blast? The Great Chart is a giant mirror. Han waved a hand at the pale surface of the surrounding salt plain. With 2 suns shining down, this time of day all a spy satellite sees is heat and light. Same for a high-flying surveillance drone. If the imps want to find us again, they have to come down low, and that takes time. That's why Borno waited until the suns were up to change directions. Han nodded. He knows his evasion strategy. He turned and looked into the shimmering whiteness ahead. I just hope we find some cover soon. Once that shuttle reports we aren't where we're supposed to be, it won't take them long to send a flight of TIEs out on a search grid. An Iscatchian rode up behind them, arriving with such silence and suddenness that when he spoke, Leia nearly jumped out of her saddle. Why are you hunched together like this? He gestured at the sky with his spear. You make it easier for the sky eyes to see us. Spread out or Borno will take your mounts and leave you for the white shells. The squibs drifted away immediately. Chewbacca, who never responded well to threats, flashed fangs and glared until the Iscatchian finally looked away. If you please, he said more politely, we shouldn't take chances. Chewbacca grunted an apology that, judging by the way the Iscatchian's eyes widened, Leia was sure the rotund being did not understand. Chewbacca snickered and angled off a bit. Still hoping to have a private word with Han, Leia lingered a moment to see if the Iscatchian would allow them to remain together. Please, he said, it is even more important for you to separate. You are leading pack beasts. Of course. Leia wished she had a set of fangs to flash, but she knew the Iscatchian was only trying to protect them all. She glanced in Han's direction and, slowing her mount, asked, Can we talk later? You know we can. Han's goggled eyes lingered on hers. I'm not going anywhere. Leia fell in 20 meters behind him. Even at that short distance, the heat distortion reduced his shimmering figure to an unrecognizable silhouette, but she would at least be able to tell if he fell out of the saddle or let his mount wander. She felt her tongue sticking to the roof of her mouth and reminded herself to drink. The water was hotter than ever. She forced herself to swallow 3 long gulps, then put it away. In this heat, she would have thought any water would taste good, but the stuff in her plastoid bottle was beginning to have all the flavor of rancor drool. She set a chime on her chronometer to remind her to drink again in a quarter hour. The plain became rocky and broken, with pockets of soft sand lying between boulders the size of droids. The caravan's progress slowed to a crawl, the gait of the dewbacks growing slow, rhythmic, and swaying. Han's rippling figure seemed to twist in the saddle and look back in the direction from which they had come, and Leia knew he was thinking the same thing she was. Those ties had to be starting their search grid by now, and when they found the caravan this time, the equipment hanging beneath their cockpits would not be sensors and cameras. They would take action to stop the caravan, and quickly. It soon grew apparent that the dewbacks were better off picking their way without guidance from their riders. With another hour to their destination and nothing to occupy her thoughts except worries over Han and the Imperials, Leia needed something to keep her mind occupied. She slipped her herding spear into its carrying sleeve and tied her reins to a tethering loop in the saddle, then took her grandmother's journal out of her pocket and began to view entries. It wasn't long before Shmi reported an interesting surprise. 1917-10. Today I came home to find a Pauline waiting on our steps. She was a very rough-looking lady, Annie, and not only because of those narrow eyes and sharp teeth. She was even taller and more beautiful than most females of her species, but her hair had been singed off, and she had a fresh burn across her nose, and there were holes in her jumpsuit that showed scarred scales and swollen bulges along her spinal ridge. She had a plasteel box sitting beside her, so I thought she had brought some memory chips for me to clean. I told her she would have to pay in advance. I've been cheated by spacers before, even if they're usually Corellians. But she told me the box was from Coruscant. She apologized for taking so long to get it here, and explained that it had been a gift from Qui-Gon Jinn. Annie, I was so excited I forgot all about the box. Here was someone from Coruscant who knew Qui-Gon. That meant she had to know you. But she claimed to be only an errand girl from the Jedi hangars, and said she didn't know anything about temple business. I didn't believe her. I told her I wanted to know who was taking care of my son. Finally, she said you were in good hands, and I shouldn't worry. I don't think she was really an errand girl, though. I didn't see a lightsaber, but she could have been a Jedi. She seemed so certain of things. I so hope she told you about her visit, because then you will know how happy I am that you are following your dreams. As the entry ended, Shmi's eyes grew glassy with tears, and Leia was surprised to find her own eyes tearing. It seemed wrong to condemn Anakin for following his dreams, yet those dreams had become a nightmare for the rest of the galaxy. If only Shmi had known what his destiny would she have had the strength to deny her son's help to the Jedi, to make Anakin live out the rest of his life in bondage? It was not a decision Leia felt certain she could have made. 19:19:11. Oh yes, the box! Inside there was a message from Qui-Gon explaining that while he and his Padawan waited for the Jedi Council to test you, he had asked someone to start a galaxy-wide HoloNet search to... The display clouded with static, and Shmi's voice faded to an inaudible scratch. Leia replayed the entry several times and managed to make out a few more lines. Imagine a Jedi like Qui-Gon taking... when there must have been so many... his attention. The galaxy is going to... Fortunate he came into our lives. Leia gave up trying to make sense of the entry and looked up to find Han slumped over, hanging half out of his saddle. She grabbed the herding spear and urged her mount to catch up, but the beast groaned in irritation and refused to move any faster over the broken ground. Han's head rose alongside his knee and seemed to peer back at her, though it was difficult to tell in the rippling air, and he remained slumped over for several moments more. Finally, his body rose upright, and a crescent of white desert light appeared between his seat and saddle, as he stood to check the stirrup he had been adjusting. Leia let out a groan of her own and returned the spear to its carrying sleeve. She forced herself to gulp some water. It was hotter and more foul-tasting than ever. 18:20:12. Watto behaved very strangely today. When he sent me out to buy his nectarot, he gave me 5 extra Truguts to buy some Pali wine for us to share, and he insisted I get it from Naduar, because I should taste the good stuff. I hardly knew what to make of it. It turns out he had heard about the Pauline's visit, and that she had come on a ship from Coruscant. All he wanted was to hear how you're doing. Well, what he asked was, how many pod races has the boy won? I told him the Jedi don't allow their students to enter pod races, but that you're doing well with your training. I'm sure I wasn't stretching the truth, Annie, and the news seemed to calm Watto. Sometimes I think he really misses you, though of course he won't admit it. He just grumbles that if he hadn't let that Jedi cheat him out of you, he'd be richer than a hut by now. The entry ended, leaving Leia a little perplexed about Shmi's patience with her Toydarian owner. But many relationships were complicated, and she had learned in her work that few beings could be painted without shades of gray. As Leia continued to view entries, it quickly grew apparent that losing Anakin had indeed affected Watto profoundly. The Toydarian continued to blame others for his bad luck, but, according to Shmi, he no longer cursed at her, and he trusted her to run the shop while he went to bid on Rex. He even continued to give her a few Truguts every week to buy Naduar's poly wine, though he did not always insist on having their drinks together. And while Shmi never acknowledged Watto's right to own her, she seemed to feel for the Toydarian as well, sometimes defending him to customers who insulted him behind his back. Then, after 4 years of routine entries, Shmi appeared in the display, smiling as she had not smiled since the box had arrived from Qui-Gon. 1706-13. A settler came into Watto's today, a great brattle of a man, very gruff and to the point. Shmi lowered her voice and did a fair imitation of a human male. I need a set of booster coils for a Source Sub V-24, he said to Watto, and don't try to rob me. I know your reputation. She slid into a flawless imitation of Watto's gravelly whine. Then you know I am only an honest business being, trying to keep his doors open in this miserable dustbin of a city, and the V-24 is a classic. Those coils will cost you, if I have any. I've heard Watto use that line 100 times, but there was something about this settler that made me want to help him. A sense of desperation, maybe. Or maybe his proud blue eyes and the way he carried himself. I told Watto we had plenty of booster coils, that I had dusted off a whole stack that morning. Good, the settler said. He looked directly at me, and my knees went weak, the way Amy says hers do whenever she sees Rock or Germ or nearly any boy. I'll take 2 of 'em. Shmi began to laugh. Watto was so angry he knocked a carton of power cells off the counter, turning to yell at me. Leia forced down some stale water and checked to see that Han was still upright in his saddle, then continued to view the journal. The next few entries were short, consisting mostly of Shmi's ritual of telling Anakin how proud she was of him, and how much she loved him. There were also a few mentions of the settler, noting with obvious disappointment that Shmi had not seen him again and probably never would, but she was glad to have helped him. Watto proved surprisingly philosophical about the sale, telling Shmi he had only lost a few Trugots anyway, and that she could make it up to him by cleaning the memory chips of a used nav computer. A few days later, he even seemed to grow concerned about her happiness, giving her an afternoon off and buying a bolt of cloth so she could make herself a new robe. About 2 weeks later, Shmi's mood was noticeably brighter. 23, 29, 15. The settler came back today. He was looking for 50 evaporator condensers. Watto was still so angry about the booster coils that he wouldn't offer a reasonable price, so the settler left. But when Watto sent me for his Nectarot, I found the settler waiting outside. He walked with me to Nadaraz. I was a little nervous, but he has a jolly manner that makes him easy to talk to. He asked if I had been punished for helping him, then apologized when I told him about the extra work I had to do cleaning the nav computer's memory chip, even though it was really nothing. Then he asked me why I had helped him. I laughed and started to say I just wanted to get even with Watto for yelling at me, but there was something about this man that wouldn't make me make light. There is something about his eyes that make you want to speak your heart. They're blue, Annie, not quite as blue as yours, and so sincere and kind and warm. Before I knew it, I had admitted the truth, that I had done it because I found him so handsome. He actually blushed. Then he smiled and held his hand out to me. He is a good man, Annie, and it's wonderful to have a new friend. His name is Klieg. Klieg Lars. 17. The droning sound came so faintly that Leia thought the sand had finally fouled the heat vents on the palm diary. Terrified the memory circuits would melt, she thumbed the power key and continued to hear the whine, then finally looked up to see Han's wavy figure twisted around in his saddle, his dark goggles studying the sky behind her. Leia turned as well and found Chewbacca and the squibs and the shimmering blobs of several nearby Escatchians also squinting into the sky. The diary's heat vents were fine. It was a tie making the noise. Leia raised her arm, cocking it at a steep angle so she could block both suns, and still found herself staring into a rippling blue-white inferno. She searched until puddles of darkness began to swim across her vision, then closed her eyes against the pain and looked away. Wherever that tie was, she only hoped the pilot and his instruments would be just as blinded as she was by the blistering heat of the great chott. The droning faded a few moments later, and when it wasn't followed by a sonic boom, Leia knew they had escaped detection. Had the tie spotted them, either the sound would have continued, constantly changing directions as the pilot circled to keep them under surveillance, or it would have grown steadily louder and more shrill as he descended for a strafing run. Once her vision cleared, Leia activated the timing function on her chronometer. Assuming the tie was flying a search grid, knowing the interval between passes would prove critical if they were to have any chance at all of evading detection. She returned the journal to its pocket and took up her herding spear and reins. There was nothing she could do to make the dewback more faster over this treacherous terrain, but she suspected the creature might find the scream and roar of a tie blaster cannon more convincing. Han was wobbling more noticeably in his saddle, but remained alert enough to keep drinking. Over the next 10 minutes, Leia saw him tip his water bottle up twice, and realized he too was using his chronometer alarm to remind himself to drink. The brown wall of the distant mountains continued to hang on the horizon, and the blue sweep of a mirage still hovered at their base like a floating lake. Below the mirage there lay a new desert apparition, a writhing stripe of darkness that appeared to have no worldly source. This was the first Leia had seen of it. The last time she had looked up to check on Han, the line had not been there. Noticing it was a little thicker and blacker at one end than the other, she wondered if it might be the Chimera's shadow, cast from orbit above the great chott. It was not ordinarily Imperial procedure to bring a Star Destroyer so close to a planet unless they intended to bombard it. The Empire had lost capital ships to turbo-laser ambushes before, but so far this new admiral had proven anything but ordinary. The droning sound returned, this time loudly enough that Leia had no doubt about its nature. She checked her chronometer and discovered the last pass had come 14 minutes ago. Then shielded her eyes and turned to look. It took a few moments of searching, but she finally found a blue flicker of ion discharge bouncing along low on the horizon, blinking in and out of sight as it was obscured by curtains of rising air. The caravan had one more pass, if they were lucky, before the tide was close enough to see them. Leia glanced around, trying to distinguish Borno from all the other wavering blobs ahead. He had warned her that if they came to a fight, he would have no choice except to surrender them to the Imperials. And Leia failed to see how they could escape being caught in the open. And leaving the caravan had its advantages. Without the dewback, she and her companions could burrow under the boulders and hide from even a close-range sensor sweep. Besides, if the Escatchians continued without them, perhaps the Imperials could be persuaded there had been nothing unusual in the caravan's sudden change of direction. But Borno, wherever he was, did not seem interested in leaving them behind. Perhaps he saw the same weakness in Leia's plan that she did. Without the Escatchians, she and her companions would survive no more than a day in this desert. He probably thought they had a better chance of survival in Imperial hands. The scattered caravan continued at its same rolling pace, the tide droning across the sky behind it, Han swaying in his saddle as he stared back across the horizon. Leia tried to urge her dewback close enough to see how he was holding up. Her mount broke into a trot for all of 2 paces, then nearly dumped her when one of the cargo beasts it was leading misplaced a foot and stumbled. After that, the creatures refused to move any faster, no matter how often she struck them with the herding spear. The distant whine of the tie faded to silence, and Leia reset the timer on her chronometer. 14 minutes if they were lucky. It wasn't much time. Unless she and the other non-Escatchians left the caravan now, they would have no time to dig in and hide. But how could she explain her plan to the others without risking the use of a comlink? The caravan continued to amble onward at the same slow pace for another 2 minutes. Then she heard, almost felt, a low thrumming similar to the sound that had recalled the stampeding dewbacks earlier. Han's dewback and the ones carrying Chewbacca and the squibs broke into a clumsy gallop and rushed forward, staggering and stumbling. Leia's mount started after the others, but stopped when it discovered it was still tethered to the pack beasts. It began to groan angrily and toss its head. The Iskachians began to free their cargo animals, and more dewbacks lurched after Han and the others. Puzzled, and hoping Borno had some plan other than headlong fight, Leia twisted around to release the pack beasts tethered to her own saddle. She had barely undone the second knot before all three creatures broke into a clumsy trot. The herding spear caught behind a rock and flew out of her grasp, and Leia spent the next few moments bent over backward, struggling to keep her feet in the stirrups and grabbing for a tethering loop. The heat made a difficult task nearly impossible, and by the time she finally caught the knot, her goggles were so steamy she couldn't see. Leia barely had the strength to drag herself upright, and when she did, her head was spinning with heat fatigue. She lifted her goggles and allowed the steam to dissipate into Tatooine's arid air, then lowered them and saw that the shadowy line ahead had widened into an immense wedge of darkness. She turned and looked over her shoulder, convinced she would find the Chimera eclipsing the suns. Nothing above her but two blazing orbs. Leia looked forward again to find the caravan converging ahead, the pack beasts outpacing the mounts. The Iskachians weren't far behind, with Chewbacca close on their tails. But Han and the squibs were rapidly losing ground, the squibs remaining on their mount only through acrobatic grace. Han was slumped forward with both arms wrapped around his dewback's neck. Leia kicked her heels into her mount's flanks and slapped the side of its neck, trying to urge it toward Han. The creature didn't even seem to feel the blows. Then the other dewbacks started to disappear. At first, Leia thought they were just pulling far enough ahead to vanish behind a shimmering curtain of heat, but as she continued forward, she noticed that they were becoming larger and less wavy when she lost sight of them. The shadow beneath the mirage was rapidly growing wider and steadier, and the dewbacks all seemed to be disappearing about the same distance from it. Not disappearing, but descending. The dewbacks' legs would vanish first, then their bodies, and finally their heads, and, as the first Iskachians reached the brink, their riders. Then the shadow slid out from beneath the mirage and resolved itself in the broad, deep canyon. Chewbacca reached the rim and followed the Iskachians out of sight. A moment later, Han finally slipped out of his saddle. Leia was instantly standing in her stirrups, pulling her scarf down and yelling, "Chewie, wait!" Her parched throat managed a loud croak, not much more. Still, one of the bouncing squibs turned and glanced back. Leia pointed at the spot where Han had fallen. She could no longer tell his body from the rippling stones. "Han's down!" Her voice cracked and fell short of a yell. "Get Chewie!" The squib shouted something back that she could not understand. Then one of them began to bounce up and down even higher on their saddle and wave a pair of arms, and the other two began whacking their mount's neck, trying to force it back toward Han. The dewback continued after its fellows. As long as the beasts were thrumming, Leia knew she could neither steer nor slow her dewback. She pulled her foot free of the stirrups and brought her leg around, so she was riding entirely on Han's side of the beast. The imbalance caused it to veer in his direction, and, unable to see him lying among the rocks, she began to worry about trampling him. Then the squibs leapt out of their saddles, spreading their sand cloaks to catch the air as they dropped. It was no help. One after the other they hit the ground, were overcome by their momentum, and started bouncing. Leia could have kissed them. Learning from their mistake, she watched for a sandy stretch, then kicked her remaining foot out of the stirrup, pushed off, and covered her head. Her feet sank to the ankle, and she slammed down on her side, the wind leaving her lungs in a single gasp. Normally she might have lain there in pain trying to get her breath back, but she jumped from the oven onto the broiler, literally. The sand was so hot it began to burn her skin through the heavy sand cloak, and she found herself rising to her feet almost before the pain registered in her shoulder. Leia looked down and found her arm hanging at her side. She tried to lift it and nearly sank to her knees. "Stang! When it rains it—" She glanced up at the sky and shook her head. "We should be so lucky." Imala came scrambling over, leaping from boulder to boulder. 10 meters behind her, Grease and Sly were pulling Han to a seated position. "Are you crazy, jumping off a moving dewback?" Imala demanded. "At least I didn't try to fly." Leia flopped her limp arm toward the squib. "Hold that. Brace yourself." Imala grabbed the offered arm with both hands, then pulled up her feet and let her whole weight drop on Leia's wrist. There was a loud pop, and this time Leia did sink to her knees. Imala stuck her furry little face in front of Leia and batted her long lashes. Better? Leia spoke through clenched teeth. I'm going to kill you. Then who will help you with your mate? Imala asked, looking distinctly unimpressed. Besides, I was only thinking. Don't say it. Don't even think it. Leia stood and tried her arm. An electric bolt of pain shot through her body, but the hand rose. But thanks. She followed Imala over to the others, where Sly and Grease each had one of Han's arms draped across their shoulders. How is he? She asked. Heavy, Grease said. Grab a leg and let's go. In a minute. Leia went around and slipped her hand under Han's scarf and felt his pulse. It was shallow and slow. His skin was as dry as a stone and nearly as hot. He stopped sweating. That's bad. So, you want to leave him? Sly asked. No. Leia checked her chronometer. But we don't have time to keep going. That tie's back in 2 minutes. The squibs peered down the canyon. Down this close to the ground, the mirage waters seemed closer. They could no longer see the canyon's rim, only the dark shadow that had been their first hint of its presence. So what? Grease started to pull Han forward. It hasn't seen us before. It'll be closer this time. Leia looked around for something resembling shelter, then finally pointed at the thin sliver of shade behind a large boulder. Help me lay him over there, then find the shady side of a rock for yourselves. The squibs looked doubtful, but did as she instructed, placing him in close to the boulder. Though hardly cool, the sand wasn't quite so searing without the sun's beating down on it, and Leia told herself it wouldn't hurt Han to lie there for a few minutes. The drone of the tie stalker arose 30 seconds later and quickly built a shrill whine. This time it was close. Had Leia dared to raise her head above the rock, she felt certain she would have seen the solar panels streaking across the near horizon. Still listening to the sound, she raised Han's goggles and opened his cloak. The closures were difficult to work with one hand, then emptied her water bottle onto his face and clothes. Hot as it was, the moisture would still have a cooling effect as it evaporated. Han's eyes opened, glassy and unfocused, and he rasped, Another bath already? Just a shower. Unsure whether he was joking or hallucinating, Leia cradled his head in her lap and pulled the water bottle off his belt. Can you drink? Got a geyser? A little warm water. That'll do. Han grabbed her shoulder to pull himself up, then scowled when she winced. What happened? Fast stop, Leia said. I separated my shoulder. Not bad. I can still lift my arm. Han nodded, then finally seemed to hear the whining tie and glanced skyward. Tell me it's not your shooting arm. It's not. Good. No worries. He took the water bottle and swallowed a few gulps and made a sour face. You call that a little warm? The whine of the tie faded. Leia put the water bottles away and called the squibs from their hiding places. But Han didn't want them banging his head on rocks and insisted he could walk on his own. Leia found herself regretting every excuse she had ever used for not learning to use the Force to levitate stubborn husbands. Han lasted almost a dozen steps before his eyes rolled up and he collapsed again. Leia reached out to catch him, instinctively using both arms, and now she really regretted not learning how to levitate things. Once she had recovered from the pain, they carried him, Grease and Sly taking the front, Leia and Imala the rear. Following the caravan trail across the broken terrain proved more difficult than expected. That close to the ground, the air was so superheated, and the reflection of the sun so brilliant, that when Leia tried to look for tracks, all she saw was a painful shimmering radiance. She settled for traveling in the general direction of the shadow, and quickly discovered that moving at even a brisk scramble was too fast. Within a minute, all four were staggering from the heat and exertion. Within 3 minutes, they had to stop to rest and drink. How far can it be? Grease cupped his hands around his goggles and peered into the rippling air. It didn't look that far. This close to the ground, the mirage effect is more pronounced. Leia did not add what she had learned during her rebel military training, that in a desert, distances were usually 3 times what they appeared. We'll reach the canyon soon. The squibs looked at her as though she had just told them it was going to rain, then put away their water bottles and picked up Han again. This time, they moved at a deliberate walk, and 5 minutes later, the darkness finally slid out from beneath the mirage and resolved itself into the canyon again. Sly stopped and, nearly letting Han slip, pointed away at an angle. Where's that Wookiee going? Leia looked in the indicated direction and saw a wavering tower of fur loping across the desert past them. She dropped Han's leg and waved. Chewbacca! When he stopped and turned in their direction, she added less loudly, Hurry! He arrived a few minutes later, glassy-eyed, roaring with joy, and staggering from the heat. Leia checked her chronometer. Chewie, we have 4 minutes before. Chewbacca was already throwing Han over his shoulder and turning back toward the canyon. The squibs bounced away after him, and Leia started after them in a slow jog she hoped she could maintain in this heat. Within 2 minutes she was staggering and gushing sweat, but the curtain of heat shimmer had lifted to reveal the golden walls of a sandrock canyon descending through the desert floor and a series of stony terraces and shadowy overhangs. And across the canyon the mirage had contracted to a thin band of blue running along the furrowed slopes at the base of the brown mountains. Leia's pulse began to pound in her ears. She slowed to a walk. The canyon's rim lay 20 meters ahead. She had plenty of time to reach it, as long as she didn't collapse. Her vision began to darken at the edges. She pulled her water bottle off her belt and, finding it ominously light, recalled what she had done with the last few swallows. Her shoulders started to throb, then her head was spinning, ears ringing. No, not her ears, her wrist. That chiming was the alarm on her chronometer. 1 minute. Leia's vision narrowed, and she felt like she was suffocating. She ripped the scarf off her face and raced to catch Chewbacca and the squibs, no longer sweating, just growing steadily warmer beneath the bright Tatooine suns. Chew. She couldn't hear her own voice. Chew. No good. Chewbacca reached the rim of the canyon and began to grow shorter as he descended a steep slope. Then the squibs disappeared over the edge. The strength left Leia's legs. She continued to run anyway, teasing out 3 more steps as her knees buckled. Her vision went to black. She dived blindly for the canyon rim. The ground fell out beneath her. For a moment, Leia feared she was sinking into unconsciousness, that she was really lying out in the open on the edge of the plain where it'd be easy for the TIE's sensors to pick her out. Then her tender shoulder erupted into pain. She felt herself tumble twice, bowling over a pair of soft, small bodies before finally coming to rest against a furry tree trunk of a leg. A faint shrieking filled her ears, and she thought for a moment she had hurt one of the squibs. Then she recognized the sound's steadily rising pitch. The TIE had arrived. Leia lay for what seemed an eternity, wondering if she had made it into the canyon far enough, if the rim would shield her. The TIE's approach seemed to take forever. Her vision went from a gray blur to a golden brilliance, and the sound of its engines began to echo off the canyon's far wall. It occurred to Leia that the starfighter's search vector might bring it directly over the gorge this time. A rebel pilot might even take it upon himself to make a pass up the chasm, but Imperial pilots did not deviate from orders. They followed procedure. Almost always. Leia waited, listening to the engine shriek bouncing off the golden walls. Her vision cleared, and she found herself staring down the canyon. She half expected to see the black panels in a cockpit sandwich of a TIE fighter screaming around the bend. But this pilot continued to fly the assigned pattern. The pitch of his shrieking engines went from rising to falling, the echoes drifted away up the canyon, and finally the whine vanished altogether. The next sound Leia heard was Sly's angry voice. "Is that the way you repay our help?" he demanded. "Trying to kill us?" "The deal's off," Grease declared. "You can't be trusted." Leia pushed herself into a sitting position, then had to lie back down when her head began to spin. Chewbacca's face appeared over her, grumping. "I'm fine." Leia pushed herself to her elbows. "I just need water." Chewbacca snatched a water bottle out of Yamala's hands and passed it to Leia. She drank greedily. Then once her head stopped spinning, she sat up and saw the reason the squibs were trying to cancel the deal again. In the bottom of the canyon, hidden in the cool shadows beneath a sandrock overhang and barely visible, was the rear tread of a Jawa sandcrawler. 18. 50 meters from the overhang, Leia knew something was terribly wrong. The Escatchians had stopped just inside the shadows and were milling about on foot, holding their dewback reins in one hand and their weapons in the other, clearly ready to fight or flee, and possibly both, on short notice. From deeper in the recess, it was really a huge disc-shaped erosion cave, came the raucous squalling of a flock of urusais. As more of the sandcrawler grew visible, the ground around it seemed to be squirming with their wings and serpentine necks. but it was the smell that told the story. Though it was easily 10 degrees cooler in the bottom of the canyon than it had been up on the plain, and another 10 degrees cooler in the cave shadows, Tatooine's temperature always remained formidable. And no smell in the galaxy was more unforgettable than that of battle casualties decaying in the heats. Chewbacca groaned at the stench. Me too, Leia said, but I can stand a little retching if it gets Han some shade. As sat by the heat as Leia and Chewbacca, the squibs did their best to trot ahead and get the first look at the sandcrawler. Leia still could not understand what, aside from profit, truly motivated this trio. Hutz, and Threk and Horm aside, they had to be the most selfish beings she had ever met, yet twice now they had not hesitated to risk their own lives to save Hans. Perhaps they saw some advantage in keeping him alive. Leia thought it more likely they simply operated by a code of conduct no one else understood. They clearly placed great significance in partnerships and adhering to bargains, yet their interpretations of the terms were so fluid that any agreement was rendered useless. They were the ultimate spokesbeans for the Lando Calrissian philosophy: anything to help a friend, as long as your interests converged. After that, it was everyone for himself. The squibs reached the cave a dozen paces ahead of Leia and Chewbacca. They shouldered their way through a tangle of plump thighs to the Excachian's front rank, then promptly stopped and yielded their lead. Leia saw why a minute later, when she and Chewbacca joined the group. The floor of the huge cavern was carpeted with snarling Urusais. They were crouching over the bodies of murdered Jawas, or, in a handful of cases, slain stormtroopers, hissing and beating their scaly wings at the encroaching Escachians. Scattered among the scavengers was all manner of smashed equipment: speeder parts, dismembered droids, broken vaporators. Most still in the crate, and a pair of Imperial hover scouts, one lying on its side near the front of the sandcrawler, the other on its top near the back. "So now we know why the Jawas did not keep their appointment," Borno said, joining Leia and the others. "The Imperials found them." "Not really," Leia replied. "A patrol found them." "I fail to see the difference." Chewbacca groaned in explanation. "That's right," Leia said. "The Imperials didn't find the sandcrawler. They lost a patrol. If the Chimera knew about this, there would already be an intelligence squad down here tearing the sandcrawler apart." Chewbacca growled another possibility. Leia shook her head. "If the Imperials were going to ambush us, we'd be under attack already." She checked her chronometer. Less than 10 minutes until the next pass. "And if they knew where we were going, why would they be flying a search grid?" Chewbacca grunted. "Let me guess," Borno said. "That means good point?" Chewbacca nodded, and C-3PO emerged from between two dewbacks. "What a crime!" the droid cried. "Jawas are certainly no friends of mine, but what those stormtroopers did to them violates war accords as old as the old Republic itself. And what they did to the droids, why, they find it necessary to kill prisoners is beyond me." "Because they don't understand droids," Borno said, "or technology in general." C-3PO turned to face the Excachian. "I beg your pardon, sir, but in my experience the Empire is proving quite fond of technology." "He's not talking about the Imperials, 3PO. Leia looked over the droid's shoulder to Borno. "Are you thinking Sand People?" "I believe so. They must have attacked while the stormtroopers were searching the sandcrawler." He pointed a thick hand toward the sandcrawler's boarding ramp, which was surrounded by a random spray of metal dimples. "Those holes were made by slug throwers." Leia nodded. "Borno, I don't want to be disrespectful to your trading partners, but we have only 9 minutes before the next pass. There's a good chance he'll be directly over the canyon, and I could see—" "The tread, of course. I saw it, too." Borno issued a rapid series of orders in Excachian. Then, as the dewback drivers leapt into action, he translated for Leia and Chewbacca. "We will bring rocks to hide the tread. I doubt the dead will mind if they must wait a few minutes longer before we see to them." "I'm afraid they'll have to wait longer than that," Leia waved her good arm at the Ursais. "If they take wing and start circling—" "Yes, it will alert the Imperials," Borno said. "I think the Jawas would understand." "Actually," C-3PO began, "Jawa tradition is quite—" "3PO," Leia interrupted. "Yes, Mistress Leia?" "Not now." "Of course, I was only trying to explain." Chewbacca snapped and Shiri-wook, and the C-3PO retreated behind Borno. No, I would not care to join the Jawa droids at all. Leia checked her chronometer. 8 minutes. She motioned the others to follow and led the way to the back of the erosion cave, where the ceiling sloped down to meet the sand and the area was clear of battle casualties. The air was refreshingly cool, or at least not hot, and almost damp. She used one hand to smooth the place and had Chewbacca put Han there, then began to hand empty water bottles to C-3PO. Find our dewbacks and refill those from the water bladder, she ordered, and be quick about it. Chewie, see if you can find a suit of stormtrooper armor with a functional cooling unit. Grease, I'd appreciate it if... Leia turned to address the squib and discovered that neither he nor his two companions were anywhere to be seen. What happened to the squibs? The others glanced around, then C-3PO pointed across the squirming, scaly mass of Ursine flesh toward the boarding ramp of the sandcrawler. I believe they are over there, Mistress Leia. Chewbacca growled and turned to pursue the squibs. No, Chewie, Leia said. Armor first. Chewbacca glanced at Han, then back to the squibs, and groaned that Han would be furious to awaken and discover that he was the reason the little thieves had sneaked off with Killick Twilight. Leia shrugged. Han's been angry with me before. In the coolness of the cave, she knew Han would probably recover even without the stormtrooper suit. Right now, however, she was not taking chances. I'm sure this won't be the last time. Chewbacca looked at the sandcrawler and oomphrayed another protest. Despite what Han claimed, he really did care about the Shadowcast code key. Please, Chewie, Leia said. We'll deal with the squibs later. Mistress Leia, C-3PO interrupted, I should point out that bargaining with the squibs later will prove quite difficult. They feel that you cheated them by not revealing that the credit voucher you gave them was identity-coded, and they don't believe you have the funds currently available to match what they can negotiate from the Imperials. I'm quite certain that if they recover the painting, they intend to contact the Imperials and leave us to our fates. Really? This was pretty much what Leia had guessed, but it still angered her to hear. She glanced at her chronometer. 7 minutes. In the front of the cave, the Exgatians were busy sweeping away sandcrawler tracks and stacking rocks in front of the treads she'd seen earlier. And you know this how, 3PO? I heard the squibs talking about it, the droid said. Apparently, they are of the opinion that no one but a squib can understand their secret trading language, but as I happen to be fluent in more than 6 million... I know, 3PO. Leia turned to find Chewbacca waiting expectantly, glancing back toward the sandcrawler. Chewie, will you just get the armor? Leaving Leia with the one bottle that still contained anything, Chewbacca and 3PO scurried off to do as she had asked. Leia took 2 gulps of hot water, then raised Han's goggles and used the rest to wet his face and clothes. She carefully watched for any sign of stirring, hoping the moisture would have the same effect as last time, but a small cough was the only sign at all that he felt it. Leia glanced back across the cave floor, dreading what the squibs might find. If Kitster Benai had still been aboard the sandcrawler when the Tuskens sprang their ambush, Leia would be making a very difficult comm call to Tamora, the kind she hoped never to receive. Leia returned her attention to Han. The color was already coming back to his face, but she needed him to wake up. Drinking was the only way to get fluids into his body short of reattaching the hydration drip, which they no longer had. Leia leaned close to his face. Listen up, nerf herder. I'm tired of doing all the heavy work around here. She kissed him on the lips and began to feel dizzy, and not in the usual way. Han wasn't the only one who needed a drink. Come on, flyboy, time to wake. Her vision narrowed, then Han's eyelids fluttered open, and she willed herself to stay conscious. Leia smiled. That's better. But his eyes weren't looking at her. They were glassy and vacant, the pupils fixed and dilated. Han! She grabbed his shoulder and began to shake him. Where do you think you're going? Come back here. As if obeying, a pair of white pinpricks appeared in the depths of his pupils. They rose toward the surface, swelling into tiny balls of pale flame, and spilling out over the irises until they completely covered the eyes. 2 tiny suns crackling and hissing in a pair of dead, empty sockets. Han? Leia's tongue had swollen to twice its size, and the word died rasping in her mouth. She turned to wave Chewbacca over and found the shadows beneath the overhang suddenly as thick as a nebula. The Wookiee's form indistinguishable from dozens of other ghostly silhouettes gliding through the murk. Finally, Leia understood what was happening. Not another Force vision, please, not this one. A soft crackling arose beneath her, and she forced herself to look down. The white suns were still burning in Hans' eye sockets. Mine. Though the voice was Hans, the tone was not. The tone was hard and sibilant and uncaring. Mine. No, Leia rasped, please. The white spheres in Hans' eyes flared. Mine. Leia's first instinct was to repudiate the voice, to slap the apparition across the face and order it to go away. But it would only be Hans she was hitting. Visions could not be vanquished by striking them. They were much more difficult to be rid of than that. They had to be understood. A sleepy snarl, Hans' sleepy snarl, sounded at Leia's side. Thinking the vision had taken some strange new turn, she glanced over and was baffled to see him lying next to her, encased in a suit of white stormtrooper armor. His head was propped on a rolled sand cloak, and a wall of fur was kneeling beside him. She looked forward. Up. Again. Han's face continued to hang above her, the white spheres in his eyes now golden and shining more faintly. How wonderful! The voice was familiar, but it was not Hans. It was far too chirpy and obsidian to be Hans. Princess Leia seems to be recovering. A deep voice rumbled something in Cheerywook that Leia really could not catch. I really don't think it's my place to make the princess do any. The deep voice growled again. The face above her, no longer Hans, and not all that close to human, recoiled, banging the low stone ceiling with a distantly metallic tone. A fleshless hand slid under Leia's neck and lifted her head. Mistress Leia, may I offer you some Bactade? 3PO? Leia gasped. What happened? I'm certainly no medical droid. C-3PO's face changed from the visage of Leia's vision, or had it only been a dream, to its normal golden self. But it appears you collapsed. Chewbacca growled ominously. Would you please drink some of this? C-3PO held a bottle filled with brown liquid to her lips. Beside Leia, Han sprayed a mouthful of Bactade over Chewbacca's chest. That's not geyser. It's not even ale. Chewbacca snarled a threat, then returned the bottle to his patient's lips. This time, Han drank. Leia pushed herself up and was surprised to find her own torso encased in white armor. Her injured shoulder was sore, but it held. What's... She let the question trail off, noticing how cool her body felt, and took the bottle. How long have I been unconscious? We found you 1 standard hour and 23 minutes ago, C-3PO replied. Master Chewbacca had to fight 3 Ursais. An hour? Obviously, the Exgatchians had succeeded in camouflaging the Sandcrawler's presence. Leia glanced out into the cave and found the floor still swarming with Ursais, 3 lying nearby with broken necks. The Exgatchians had dragged the smashed vaporators over to one side of the cavern, and hoping to salvage what they could, were exchanging their Tuman wool for the new cargo. Ever the opportunists, the squibs were busy ferrying the wool onto the Sandcrawler. Leia ignored them, and, still shaken from her vision, or was this only one a dream? She turned to Han. How are you feeling? Awful. Head like a bantha stepped on it. He jerked his thumb at Chewbacca. And this fur bag keeps trying to get me to drink stale mud water. Chewbacca groaned defensively. I don't care when you mixed it, Han said. It still tastes like mud water. Mud water or not, you need to drink it. Leia was determined to keep Han healthy. She forced a smile and raised her bottle. I will if you will. Han looked as though he had just walked into a performance hall to find a Gamorrean dancer on stage. Afraid? Leia asked. Yeah, right. Han snatched the Bactade from Chewbacca, but continued to eye Leia. At first, she thought he was just waiting for her to drink first, but when she raised her bottle, he made no move to follow. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing. Han lifted the bottle to his lips and, still looking at her, spoke around the opening. Just thinking you look hot and white. Leia ran a hand through her hair and found it caked with sand and sweat. Yeah, hot is right. She managed to down the entire bottle of Bactade, though the chalky taste was so terrible she wondered if she would ever be able to enjoy a mud-colored drink again. Han, she was happy to see, had also finished his. Another? He challenged. Just the thought of Bactade made Leia want to retch, but anything to keep Han healthy. She smiled and said, Why not? Set him up, Chewie, Han said. Chewbacca grumbled that this was no time for a drinking contest, then gestured across the cave floor toward Borno, who was ambling in their direction with a Jawa cradled in the crook of one huge arm. "It appears the Tuscans neglected to kill someone," C-3PO observed. "Isn't that marvelous?" Leia and Han glanced at each other, then Han said, "I wouldn't put it that way to the Jawa, 3PO." Borno stopped at the edge of the group, and Leia saw that the Jawa was holding one leg out straight and trying to keep it from moving. When she and Han started to rise, the Excachian waved them off. "Save your strength. You'll need it when we leave." "Leave?" Leia thought of her vision and cast a nervous eye toward the bustling Excachians. "How soon will that be?" Borno shrugged. "A quarter hour, as soon as we are loaded." Chewbacca snarled a question. "Master Chewbacca wishes to inquire about the Imperials," C-3PO translated. "They may still be in the area." Borno relaxed and gave a dismissive wave. "We have not heard any ties in an hour, and no Imperial in the galaxy can find me in these canyons." Leia exchanged glances with Han. They had both heard similar boasts before. Chewbacca growled another question. After C-3PO translated, Borno shook his head. "We did not come across the moss painting you asked about, or any humans except the dead Imperials." He cast a pointed glance at the sandcrawler. "But the squibs would not let us into the upper portions of the sandcrawler." Han turned to Leia. "You let them have twilight?" Leia shrugged. "We had other things to worry about." "Other things?" Han demanded. "After all I've been through to get it? After all we've been through? What could be more important than that?" "You, Han," Leia said. "I told Chewie to take care of you and forget about the squibs." Han scowled, looking more disappointed than angry. "That wasn't very smart, was it? Chewie's the big one." "Han, you should have sent him after the squibs and stayed here to take care of me yourself." Han did not seem to notice that Borno and Chewbacca had stopped talking and were now listening to him and Leia. "Maybe then you wouldn't have collapsed." "Han!" "Yeah? I did stay," Leia said. "Stay where?" "Here, with you." "You did?" Han's scowl changed to one of confusion. "Then who was watching the squibs?" Leia shook her head. "No one." That seemed to take the efflux out of his nasils. His jaw dropped, and he stared off toward the sandcrawler for several moments. Then finally asked, "So you just let the squibs go after Twilight alone?" Leia nodded. "Because you were worried about me." Leia nodded again. "Well?" For once in his life, Han seemed at a loss for words. Chewbacca groaned a suggestion. "Huh?" Han asked. Chewbacca added an explanation. "I suppose that is what you say." Han turned to Leia. "Thanks." "Don't mention it." Leia pasted on her most diplomatic smile, then gathered herself to rise, adding under her breath, "Nerf herder." Borno reached down with his free hand and spared Leia the exertion of lifting herself to her feet. "We will drop you in Motesta. There is an Imperial deserter there who can be trusted." Leia's mind flashed on the image of Han's eyes just before the sun's had appeared, when the pupils were fixed and dilated. Perhaps the dream had been a vision, and perhaps not, but suddenly she could not bear the thought of continuing to travel with the Excachians. "Do not be troubled because Gwed was once an Imperial." Borno grew thoughtful for a moment, then added, "He is the one who helped us come here, and he is helping another tribe come soon. That is why we need the Vaporators." Leia began to have a sinking feeling. Excachians were not known for their wanderlust. Quite the opposite. If another tribe was coming to Tatooine, there was good reason. How soon? Leia was thinking of Wedge's secret mission to Excatch, and of the possibility that Mon Mothma would recall Wraith Squadron if she did not hear from Leia before long. After Grand Moff Wilkandon's tour? Borno's jaw dropped. "How did you guess?" "The timing seemed close," Leia said. "Do you know if they have left Excatch yet?" "Not Excatch, but they have left their village. We will not hear from them again until they reach Tatooine." Borno studied her carefully, then asked, "They have already committed themselves to payment. Will their ship be waiting?" "I hope so." Leia didn't know how else to answer. She didn't know the details of the mission, but after such a bold operation, it wouldn't be unusual for New Republic intelligence to relocate a group of resistance fighters. Leaving them behind would be a virtual death sentence. She laid her hand on Borno's arm. I think I know the transport line they'll be using. I have to contact them anyway, and I'll certainly urge them to be on time. But Borno, we can't continue with your caravan. You want us to leave you? Borno glanced around the cave. Here? Yeah, Han said, also rising. We've got to find that painting. He glanced at Leia. Right? Right, Leia agreed. Borno looked doubtful. Forgive me for saying so, but you are 100 kilometers from the nearest hut. The Squibs have already claimed salvage rights on the sandcrawler. He ignored the angry outburst this drew from the Jawa, and they have no intention of giving you a ride, even if they do get it started. I am sorry, but I do not think your humans will do very well walking. We won't need to, Leia said. Maybe she was just shaken, and maybe not. But for the first time since coming to Tatooine, she felt in her stomach that she was making the right decision. There are 2 hover scouts and plenty of spare parts from the sandcrawler lying around. I'm sure we can cobble something together. She glanced at Chewbacca. Can't we, Chewie? Chewbacca spread his arms and grunted. You see? Han said, stepping to Leia's side. We'll be fine. Have ourselves a look around, make a couple of repairs, and we'll be on our way home. Borno studied them carefully for a moment, then asked, You doubt my judgment? You do not think the stormtroopers are really gone? I think it would be dangerous to underestimate these Imperials. Part of Leia's mind wondered if she wasn't condemning them to a slow and thirsty death, or a fast one if the Tuskens returned, but it was a very small part, one she felt more comfortable ignoring than her instincts. But I am certain we have pushed our luck as far as we dare. Should you run into Imperials later, it will be better for everyone if we aren't there. Borno spread his hands in imitation of Chewbacca and grunted, If that is your choice. It is. Leia was about to tell Borno not to deny seeing them if the Imperials did find his caravan. Then a better idea occurred to her. Borno, how would you like to have a portable holocom? Borno's already narrow eyes diminished to slits. What would I have to do for it? Not much, Leia said. Just call the Imperials and tell them you left us back in the Great Chott after their tie frightened you and you changed your mind about helping us. Lie to Imperials? Borno grinned hugely. Nobody is better at that than Excatians. Good. Leia explained her plan. Borno nodded. I can do that. He extended the arm holding the Jawa, drawing a hiss of pain from the little being. We found this survivor hiding in an evaporator crate. I was hoping you could help him. He seems to have broken a leg. Of course. Leia looked into the glowing eyes beneath the Jawa's hood. I'm no doctor, but I have field dressed my share of wounds. I'll do what I can if you like. Go mob umlu? The Jawa jabbered. He wants to know how much it will cost, C-3PO translated. Tomo! My apologies, C-3PO said to the Jawa. She. Leia smiled. It won't cost. I don't know, Han said, cutting her off. He made a show of examining the Jawa's leg, then turned to Leia and gave her his play-along-with-me look. That's a pretty serious break. Han, Leia said, how can you even think? She was interrupted when Chewbacca peered over her shoulder and agreed with Han that it was the worst break he had ever seen. C-3PO duly translated this into Jawa. The Jawa made a lengthy reply. C-3PO translated, She says the break is not as serious as it looks. She will give you 3 ion blasters and not a power cell more. Han and Chewbacca glanced at each other and shook their heads, and then Leia understood. She peered at the leg and asked, What's that lump? It looks awfully big. I can see my presence is no longer required here, Borno said. He laid the Jawa on the ground and tipped his many-jowled chin to Leia and the others. I'll be ready when you are. I'll be along as soon as I'm finished here, Leia replied. The Jawa made another offer. She can add a fine T-11 repeating blaster, C-3PO said. A T-11, Han scoffed. That was old when Tatooine had lakes. Any vidmaps? Leia asked. Borno still had theirs, and he was not offering to return it. We could use a vidmap. A working vidmap, Han clarified. The Jawa hissed in pain and jabbered, Yanakuza Pikejo? She has no vidmaps, C-3PO said, but she can tell you how to find any place you're looking for. Han scowled at this. Isn't this a sandcrawler that picked up that crashed swoop a couple of nights ago? The Jawa nodded, then, through C-3PO, asked how he knew. Because I was following it, Han said, and you left me out in the storm. The Jawa chortled something that sounded like, uh-oh. She apologizes. Yeah, I got it, Han said, and she's sure there was no vidmap on that swoop? The Jawa went into an elaborate explanation that, when C-3PO translated it, amounted to, no one in the clan understood the swoop either. Who flies a rocket-powered swoop around in the middle of a sandstorm? Kitster Benai had to have a death wish, or be crazy, or possibly be on the run from a hut. In any case, he was on a racing swoop, and racing swoops don't have vidmaps. Leia recalled that Alda had made that old pod racer pilot install one on Han's before selling it to them. But did Kitster survive? Did he have... The Jawa jabbered an interruption, which C-3PO repeated as, Hera would like to remind you that you are currently in negotiations of the price of repairing her broken leg. If you wish to discuss the price of the information you are seeking, she would be glad to open those negotiations after you have completed the repair. Why don't we trade straight across, Leia suggested, the information for the repair? Ugh, Herat snarled. No, C-3PO translated. You're holding back? Leia could hardly believe it. A broken leg, her crew massacred, surrounded by strangers, and Herat was still maneuvering for advantage. The New Republic should have negotiators like her. Leia met the Jawa's yellow gaze with new respect and began to roll up her sleeves. Well, if a T-11 and 3 ion blasters are the best you have to offer, so be it. You get what you pay for in this galaxy. Herat turned to C-3PO and chattered a long sentence. She says you have the hearts of a hut, C-3PO translated, but she's in pain and doesn't wish to walk with a limp for the rest of her life. She will tell you what happened to Kitster Benai and his painting. A short chortle. Or his painting, C-3PO corrected. She drives a hard bargain, Leia sighed. Now let's talk about painkillers. Herat broke into a rapid twaddle. The Tusken Raiders took them both, C-3PO translated. She can show you where to catch them. She can? Han sounded truly excited. For that we'll throw in an air splint. We will? Leia turned to Han. You want to chase down a tribe of sand people? Han shrugged. It's a great painting. Sure it is. In her mind's eye, Leia recalled the white suns that had taken the place of Han's eyes. She began to worry that the dream had not been warning her about the caravan after all, that this had been the path she must not choose, or that the nightmare would come true no matter which she chose. Perhaps it was what the voice meant when it kept saying, mine, that no matter what she did, the future, at least this part of it, would end the same. To Han, she said, It's a great painting, as long as the sand people keep it watered. Han scowled, clearly confused by her sudden reticence to go after the painting. It has a moisture control device. A really great moisture control device. I'm aware of that, Leia said, but these are Tusken Raiders. Things will be dangerous. Get dangerous? What do you think? Han let the sentence trail off, then shook his head, his brow rising in guilt or anger. Even Leia could not tell which. The Jawa chittered a question. Herat asks why the Imperials are so interested in a moisture control device, C-3PO said, and if you can please finish your negotiations with her before opening any more between yourselves. She is in a certain amount of pain. None of her business, and in her minutes. Han kept his eyes fixed on Leia. I thought you wanted to recover the painting. I want to recover it. Leia stared at him. Why, Han? Like I said, it's a great painting. Han glanced at the Jawa, clearly trying to decide how much he could reveal. One I wouldn't want the Imperials to have. Why, Han? Leia repeated, and I'm not talking about how useful the moisture control device would be to them. I want to know why you wouldn't want them to have it. Comprehension dawned in Han's eyes. Because I don't want it hanging in some Imperial Admiral's stateroom. His tone was growing defensive, a sure sign that they were treading ground close to something he did not want to admit. Perhaps something he did not even understand himself. Didn't I say that already? Not good enough, Leia said. You're no longer a member of the New Republic government or military. What do you care if it falls into enemy hands? I care, okay? Not even waiting for Leia to shake her head, Han continued, I've been a nerf head lately. Now we're getting somewhere. Mambe, the Jawa chittered. Harat hoped so, 3PO reported. Leia ignored them both and waited for Han to continue. Han shot her a don't push it look, but said, I don't know what I've been thinking, acting like the Provisional Council's the whole government. Don't expect me to sit down with Mon Mothma Borsk Fele anytime soon, but I've got too much on the table to turn my back on the New Republic now. He thought for a moment, then frowned. And you're the biggest part of it, Leia. Nothing's going to change that. Leia grew almost dizzy, in the good way, and I wouldn't want it to. Chewbacca groaned. Leia took Han's hand and would have kissed him, except the Jawa was watching. We have to try, Han said. Leia nodded and said, In that case, we'd better accept Harat's offer. She motioned for the medical kit and turned back to the Jawa. Where can we catch the sand people? Harat replied with a long burgle. After you have set the leg, C-3PO said. She wants to be sure you don't try to change the terms again. Okay, Leia said. That's fair. Chewbacca groaned and slapped his brow. Now you've done it. Han shook his head in frustration. We'll never get paid. Harat tittered an angry reply. She says she is not that kind of Jawa, C-3PO reported. Sure she isn't. Han rolled his eyes and winked at Chewbacca. You ever hear that one before? Harat exploded into a flurry of invective. My goodness, C-3PO gasped. I don't think I should repeat that. Harat was still cursing when Leia, taking advantage of the distraction, grabbed the Jawa at the ankle and pulled. There was a soft pop, and the depths beneath Harat's hood fell dark as her yellow eyes blinked shut. Leia dear? Han asked. Maybe you missed that part about not getting paid. No matter what they say, with Jawas, it's strictly payment up front. Han, are you saying you were willing to let that poor creature suffer until she told us what we want to know? Well, when you put it like that. Besides, she's a broken leg, Leia added. She's going to need a ride. Han raised his brow. That's what I love about you. Quick learner? Tough negotiator. 2 hours later, Leia and Han were 10 kilometers down the canyon, kneeling in the shadow of a small tributary gorge, with the proper orientation to obtain a signal, watching the seconds pass on their chronometers and waiting for Mon Mothma to come to the comm station in her private apartment. While still sore, Leia's shoulder had benefited enough from the Bactaid that she could use her arm almost normally, as long as she didn't mind the pain. Most of the Excatian caravan had long ago vanished into the labyrinth of desert canyons, but Borno was 10 meters up the gorge, sitting astride his dewback and ready to take the holocom. Chewbacca and C-3PO were waiting with Harat at the mouth of the little ravine, the repulsor lift engine of their captured Imperial hover scout still running. The squibs were, presumably, still back in the erosion cave, trying to bring the reactor core of their salvaged sandcrawler online, without the initializer core that Han had found lying among a heap of debris strewn through the cavern by the Tusken raiders. What part of hurry doesn't the chief counselor understand? Han asked. Like Leia, he still wore pieces of stormtrooper armor with the cooling unit turned to high. It's been 2 minutes. By now, Leia knew the duty officers aboard the Chimera's intelligence launch would be reporting a suspicious holonet transmission to their watch commander, possibly even Commander Quentin from the auction. About 5 minutes after the commander was notified, the first flight of TIEs would arrive and find Borno standing atop the rim of the canyon beside the holocom, waving them down. It would take it perhaps another 15 minutes, 30 if the Solos were lucky, for an assault shuttle to arrive. If all went well, the company captain would believe the tale of contrition he found on the datapad Borno left behind, and rush off into the middle of the great chalk without even bothering to track down the caravan leader. If matters went horribly, Borno had promised he would not be taken alive, and Leia believed him, if for no other reason than his determination to keep secret the location of his village. Mon Mothma's image finally flickered into existence over the holocom, her hair disheveled and her eyes still heavy with sleep. Leia, I'm sorry. It's okay, Leia interrupted, but I'm transmitting hot. We have only 60 seconds before I have to shut down. Mon Mothma's expression grew suddenly more alert. I understand. Have you recovered the painting? Not yet, but neither have the Imperials, Leia said, and I have news about Wraith's mission. Local intelligence suggests that indigenous forces are already moving into position and can't be contacted. Repeat, they cannot be contacted. Local intelligence? On Tatooine? It's a long story, and we don't have the time, Leia said, but I believe it to be reliable. The worry lines around Mon Mothma's mouth deepened. Leia, after Luke passed along your report, I made the decision to recall the wraiths. The order has already been coded. It goes out in 30 hours. Can you cancel? Mon Mothma bit her lip, her gaze dropping in thought, then finally shook her head. Not without the painting. We don't know how long it would take the Imperials to start cracking the codes with an old key. But they would know about the network, Leia finished, and that might be enough. You know what we would be risking? Leia did. A Star Destroyer battle group, complete with Wedge Antilles, the Wraiths, and probably the Rogues, and several other crack squadrons as well. I understand, she said, but give us the 30 hours. Us? Mon Mothma asked. Leia nodded. Han's on board with this. Mon Mothma smiled. Tell him welcome back. The New Republic has missed him. Leia glanced over and found Han sneering at the hologram. He'll be very happy to hear that, and please tell your aides to monitor all channels of communication. I don't know how we'll be contacting you again, but it won't be with this unit. I will, Mon Mothma said, and Leia, may the Force be with you. Thanks. We're going to need it. Leia ended the transmission, then immediately shut the unit down and opened the outer case. That's what I don't like about that woman. Han knelt beside Leia and removed the Ghostwave encoder, then rerouted the signal feeds so the unit would operate as a normal holocom. She always makes a safe play. It's the right play, Han. You see, that's another thing I don't like. Han zipped the transmitter into a pocket, then closed the case and carried the unit over to Borno. Thanks, pal. Han passed the case up. You be careful. And you, my friends. May the sand never melt your boot soles. May you always find shade from the suns, Leia replied. If there's anything else the New Republic government can do for you, please. Do for us? Borno laughed. I do not think so, Princess. Governments are what we are hiding from. The Iskachian turned, and waving a pudgy hand, urged his dewback into a gallop. 19. For a change, Han felt pretty good about being on Tatooine. No price on his head, no hibernation sickness, no Jabba the Hutt. That alone made the place a sun-planet paradise. He was at the wheel of an agile hover scout flying all out through the heart of the Junlin wastes, the afternoon shadows just beginning to camouflage the boulders in the canyon bottom and the prettiest woman in the galaxy clutching the crash bar beside him. Maybe Leia had been thinking about the same things, and about how she'd almost lost Han again as well. She was constantly fussing over him, offering him water, checking to be certain he was cool enough, generally telling him she loved him in 1,000 small ways. Not that he was complaining, but Han failed to understand why. He had been acting like a Hutt since their return from Dathomir, treating the Provisional Council as though it was a rival, and all but demanding that Leia choose between them. Then, when she had chosen him over duty back in the cave, he had finally seen that this was one bluff he could not afford to win. Withdrawing from the council would give Leia a huge marker to call in. And sooner or later, Han would have to sacrifice something in return. Maybe high-stakes sabacc, his wanderlust, or possibly even the falcon. Whatever it was, he knew he could not surrender such a big part of himself and remain who he was, just as he knew that Leia could not give up her work on the council and remain the woman he loved. Mostly, though, Han really did not want the Imperials to get their hands on that code key. Whatever his feelings toward the Provisional Council, and they remained ambivalent, at least toward Mon Mothma and the others who had been so ready to condemn Leia to a loveless marriage. Han loved the New Republic, and he would have hated himself for allowing his hurt feelings to cost it one of its most effective and best-kept secrets. But Han was not about to admit to any of this. He was enjoying the attention too much, though he was tiring of hearing Leia say, "Careful, nerf herder." Almost as good as all the attention from Leia, Han had finally outsmarted the squibs. With the Sandcrawler's initializer core hidden in the speeder's cargo bay, Grease and his compatriots would still be in the cave, struggling to bring the reactor core online when Herat returned with her clanmates to bury their dead and reclaim their property. Even the Imperials were behaving as expected. 10 minutes after Han and the others parted ways with Borno, a trio of TIEs had begun to circle the Exgachian's position. 20 minutes later, by which time the solo party was 70 kilometers away, the expected assault shuttle had arrived on the scene. Han would probably never know whether the Imperials had sent a squad to capture Borno, and if so, whether they had succeeded, but the shuttle had spent only a few minutes on the ground before streaking back into the heart of the Great Shot. Now Herat was guiding Han and the others through a labyrinth of deep canyons and narrow gorges, where it would prove difficult, practically impossible, for any spy satellite to find them. Their goal, the Jawa had explained, was an oasis deep in Tuscan territory, a sacred ghost village on the far side of the mountains. An entire tribe of sand people had once been found dead there, hacked to pieces by an angry ghost, or so the sand people believed. Now all Tuscans stopped there to present gifts and make sacrifices before leaving the area. Herat assured them that the sand people intended to offer Kitster and his painting to this ghost. All Han and Leia needed to do to recover Killick Twilight was wait until the Tuscans departed, then walk down and get it. But if they wanted to save their friend, they would have to elude the Tuscan sentries and sneak into the village without being seen. If that was their intention, Herat hoped they would understand if she waited in the hover scout with the engines running and the blaster cannon armed. Assuming things went smoothly, Han thought they might be back aboard the Falcon by dawn, in plenty of time to report their success to Mon Mothma. They continued through the canyons for another hour before Han finally guided them into a narrow, rising gulch, then climbed to a vast sand rock plateau painted in crimson and rust by the setting suns. Han stopped the hover scout just within the gulch. "I don't know about this," he said. "It'd be pretty easy for an Imperial eye to spot us out there." Herat babbled a 10-second reply. "She says it's the only way," C-3PO replied. "But we are a long way from the Great Shot, and there is no shortage of speeder traffic out here." "Hubaduja," Herat added. "At least 2 or 3 vehicles per week." Han glanced over at Leia, who continued to clench the crash bar with one white-knuckled hand. "What do you think?" he asked. "Yes, let's go out where you can drive really fast." He shook her head. "Why are you asking me? I don't know where this ghost oasis is." She finally released the crash bar and activated the Hover Scout's onboard holo map, which instantly displayed the designator SSC-17 at the center. An instant later, a 3-dimensional holograph of the immediate area appeared around the symbol, showing SSC-17 at the edge of a small, crab-shaped plateau, the maze of canyons through which they had just come delineated behind it in great detail. There were only 3 other designators on the map, one at the front of the display showing 6 buildings labeled Settlements, one on Leia's side of the plateau reading Hermitage, Abandoned, and a third, on Han's side near the rolling sands of the Great Dune Sea, marked Monastery/Palace, Occupants Unknown. Han pushed a finger into the holograph and stopped at the settlement. "That the place, Herat?" The Jawa answered and C-3PO translated. "You are certain you can guarantee that her clan sandcrawler will still be at the cave when she returns, Captain Solo? She is most nervous about the squibs." Chewbacca asked if there was a spare initializer on board. "No," came the answer. "Then it'll be there. What would the Imperials want with a rolling recycling factory?" Han wiggled his finger in the holograph. "Is this the place or not? We can't leave this holomap on all evening. We don't have time to deactivate the transponder." "You didn't?" Leia gasped. "You might have mentioned that before you let me turn it on." "Relax," Han said. "It's an Imperial transponder. Even if the operator notices the signal, he's not going to get too worked up about it." Herat chittled doubtfully, then continued. "She says the oasis is beyond Wayfar, and more toward the old Kenobi place. Your bearing should be about a third—" "Kenobi?" Leia repeated. "Obi-Wan Kenobis?" She hadn't realized they were so close. The Jawa shook her head and explained it belonged to old Ben Kenobi. "She says he has been gone for quite some time," C-3PO added, "but I'm sure it's the same place. Master Luke made the same mistake when—" "We get it, Goldenrod." Han moved his finger to the indicated place. "That about right?" Herat chittled that it was. Han set a waypoint on the compass, then shut off the holomap and started across the plateau, Leia muttering something to herself about Luke, Obi-Wan, and thinking things through. A stop at Obi-Wan's was out of the question. Leia knew that. With the Imperials searching for them, Kitster bound for sacrifice at the Ghost Village, and Wraith Squadron on the verge of being recalled from the Excatch mission, they had no time for side trips. But she could not stop thinking about the Hermitage. Luke's journey as a Jedi had begun there, and he had told her once he had found it a good place to go to think matters through. The few times Leia had been there, she'd felt the same, and thinking matters through was something she was feeling an increasing need to do. The encounters with her father's old friends, her grandmother's diary, the visions, or hallucinations, or whatever they were, it was all too much to ignore. The Force was touching her in a way it never had before. Perhaps it was only her father reaching out to her as he had at Bakura, seeking the forgiveness she had refused to grant him then. Perhaps it was a response to all the transitions she had been going through during the last few years. From hero of the rebellion to public servant, from princess to ambassador of a lost world, from single woman to wife. Or perhaps it was the tattoo system itself, the twin suns exerting some peculiar influence on her Skywalker bloodline, just as they sometimes grew impossibly luminous or played electromagnetic sabacc with starship sensor systems. She was not fool enough to pretend she knew. What Leia did know was that she could not ask Han to take her to Obi-Wan's. Every hour of delay in reaching the oasis increased the likelihood that Kitster Benai would be sacrificed to the ghost spirit, and that the Imperials would find them again, and she would not endanger others while she tried to sort out her own jumbled feelings, no matter how powerfully she was beginning to feel she should. Besides, Leia had another way to explore her connection to this place and to her past. With Han finally steering a straight course and 3 more hours before they reached the oasis, now seemed a good time to resume viewing her grandmother's journal. It might even keep her mind off Han's piloting. 21/18/16. Today I came home to find Cleek Lars waiting on my stairs with a huge carton of produce from his farm. Pollies, a huba gourd, blottles, poppers, even a bristle melon. He said prices were down in Mos Eisley, so he decided to try his luck up here, but I think he had another reason for coming. At least I hope so. He showed me how to burn the spines off the bristle melon, and we shared it for dinner. I don't know if I ever tasted anything so sweet before. "What are you listening to?" Han asked. Leia was glad to see that he kept his eyes focused through the windscreen, for night was falling and they were flying along at a speed that only Han Solo could think was safe. "That voice sounds vaguely familiar." "It should," Leia answered. "It belongs to Shmi Skywalker, my grandmother." Han peered over into Leia's lap. "Your what?" The Jawa erupted into panic jabbering. "Dear, oh dear," C-3PO yelled. "We'll be smashed." Chewbacca let out a scolding growl, and Leia looked up to see a plume of dust ahead rapidly swelling into a cloud. "All right, don't get your fur all matted," Han said. He casually steered into the thickest part of the dust plume, and through Han's window, Leia glimpsed the flailing club-tails of a dozen wild Glaloomps. The hover scout emerged on the other side of the cloud and continued on its way. "Your grandmother?" Han asked, this time keeping his eyes forward. Leia explained the journal's significance and how she had come by it. Han shook his head in amazement. "That must be something, knowing who your grandmother is." "Only if I don't end up plastered to the backside of a bantha." Leia turned the journal so he would not be able to see the display. "Keep your eyes on well, whatever's out there. Just keep the volume up. I'm interested too." Leia did not miss the envy in Han's voice. He had no idea who either of his own grandmothers might be. He'd been raised aboard a tramp freighter with no knowledge of his real parents, and the closest thing he had ever known to a grandmother was Dulana. That was another thing they had in common, she supposed, and was probably part of the motivation behind his desire to have a family. 20/08/17. Klieg brought his son Owen up to help load some vaporators he was buying, though I suspect the vaporators were an excuse to introduce us. He could have brought them in Mos Eisley more easily. Owen's about your age, Annie, with his father's square face and blue eyes. He doesn't resemble the way I picture you, but it was impossible to look at him without thinking of you, and how you must be changing from the little boy I knew. After that day, all hint of resentment seemed to vanish from Shmi's attitude toward her master. She cheerfully did everything Watto asked, sometimes even anticipating his requests, or tending to tasks he had not thought of himself. This only served to make the Toydarian more clinging and possessive, often to the point at which he found excuses to keep Shmi at the junkyard until well after dark. Shmi never complained, even when Watto kept her so busy she had no time to do more than point the diary camera at the stars and whisper to herself that she knew Annie was happy and doing well. And this entry she never failed to make, for Anakin remained at the center of her thoughts, even when it became obvious that Klieg had fallen as much in love with her as she had with him. At least once a week, Shmi would return home to find Klieg waiting on her steps with a box of produce from his moisture farm, occasionally even with a bouquet of hubba blossoms. It wasn't long before she gave him the security codes. 205118. While I was having my weekly drink with Watto today, he told me that my suitor had tried to buy me for a land speeder. Watto seemed to think I would be insulted that Klieg had not offered more, but I'm not. Watto doesn't understand how much a land speeder is worth to a moisture farmer. The next months went by quickly. Klieg tried several more times to buy Shmi, eventually offering much more than a slave of her age could be expected to bring. Instead of being angry with Watto for taking advantage of Klieg's feelings to drive up the price, Shmi seemed to accept the Toydarian's refusals with amused patience, as though she knew he would eventually yield. It seemed to Leia that Watto's behavior was closer to that of a jealous beau than an owner. He began to keep Shmi closer to him than ever, occasionally closing shop so he could take her on journeys to bid on wrecks. Twice he even made a side trip to show her the sights, once taking her to Mos Eisley and another time to see the magnificent alabaster pinnacles of the Rock Palace. The whole time, according to Shmi's diary, he talked about nothing but how hard the life on a moisture farm was, and he even stopped at a couple to show her. Shmi told Watto that she wanted him to sell her to Klieg for a fair price. Watto told Shmi not to see Klieg anymore. Shmi reported that she laughed in his face. Soon after, she came home late to discover Klieg waiting in her hut for the second time in a week. 6/22/19. I poured us some Pali wine and made a light dinner. Then Klieg announced he had talked it over with Owen. They had decided to sell the moisture farm so they could buy me from Watto, and if Watto refused, they were going to swat him and use the money to buy us all passage off planet. I had to explain about the transmitter bomb. Again. Besides, it would take a lot more than the price of a moisture farm to make a miser like Watto sell his only friend. Klieg snorted when I called myself Watto's friend, but I am. I've grown fond of him over the years, and he misses you, Annie. That gives him a warm place in my heart. But I think Klieg is the one, Anakin. I've waited 5 years for someone I can trust, and now I know I've found him. I'm going to show him what Qui-Gon sent. Leia sat slumped in the seat beside Han, faintly aware of her tender shoulder, and feeling distinctly inadequate in the presence of her grandmother's memory. Watto had been Shmi's master, and her son's, for years, and still she had somehow found it inside herself to forgive him. Leia had been Jabba's slave for one night, and she had strangled him with the chain that bound her. Of course, there was a world of difference between Watto and Jabba. Over the next few weeks, Shmi was consumed with mysterious preparations, though never so much that she forgot her nightly affirmation of faith in Anakin's well-being. She seemed at once contrite and elated, as though she felt guilty about how much she was going to enjoy what she was planning. As excited as she never explained what she was preparing for. Deliberately, Leia thought. Leia asked for the next entry, and her grandmother's face appeared in the display, looking as radiant as a moon. Shmi began by whispering into the journal. 9/58/20. Annie, we have completed our preparations. Owen is ready to play his part, and something special is about to happen. I know you'll want to see it, and I'm so excited. I want a record of this, too. Shmi's face was replaced by the cluttered counter area in Watto's shop. The image was small and blurry, for the palm diary appeared to be sitting on a shelf some distance away. Several minutes passed, then a sandy-haired youth of about 15 came striding into Watto's shop. If this was Owen Lars, he could not have been dressed less like a moisture farmer's son. He wore a fine Tumen wool cloak over an immaculately tailored shimmer silk tunic, with a new belt and boots of crate hide, a disguise that the greedy Watto seemed unable to look past. The Toydarian was on the youth like a sketto on a dewback. You are looking for something I can help you with. It was not a question. I have the finest merchandise in Mos Espa. Ask anyone. I have. The youth, undoubtedly Owen Lars, glanced around the shop, then picked up a set of infrared sensor goggles and examined them thoughtfully. I may have been misled. Both voices sounded tinny and faint, for the journal recording device had not been designed to pick up such distant speech. Owen tossed the goggles aside, drawing a stifled chuckle from Shmi, and as the lenses broke, a strangled gasp from Watto. Owen reached for an expensive recording rod. Watto bit his tongue and allowed the young man to pick it up. You were looking for personal recorders? Owen turned and casually flipping the rod back and forth by its base, said, No. Watto hovered in front of him and tried to snatch the instrument, missed, tried again, then gave up. A droid? I have the finest reconditioned droids in the city. No. Owen turned and started toward the back door, walking out of the display. I was told on Nal Hutta that you actually have one of Renata Racing's old needle ships on your lot. I do. Watto vanished out of the display after Owen, calling back, Bring me a glass of Neckarot, slave, and whatever my young friend here would like. A glass of Yardle, if you please. Yardle? Shimi's voice was clearer and clearly disapproving. That's a little strong for someone your age. How about a nice glass of Ruby Bleal? Bleal, Watto stormed. Get the boy his. Ruby Bleal will be fine, Owen chuckled. I shouldn't forget that I'll be flying for Pavel Prime this afternoon. Oh, Pavel Prime. I've always wanted to visit there. Their voices vanished through the door. The display showed Shmi rushing past to fetch the drinks. Then the image shifted wildly as she carried the journal into the exterior lot. The next image showed Owen and Watto descending the boarding ramp of a sleek, silver-finished racer. Then the display went dark as Shmi slipped the journal into a pocket. Her get a bit ragged, Owen's voice said, but I could always turn Father's maintenance crew loose on it. Indeed you could. Watto's voice grew louder as he fluttered closer to Shmi. Who is your father? Owen ignored the question. Very well, we can take it for a test flight. Watto's voice dropped. I'm afraid we can't do that. It doesn't have the Tobel lens. It doesn't have the Tobel lens? Owen's astonishment sounded very convincing. Then why are you trying to sell it to me? I thought maybe you could get one yourself. They're not very expensive, but they are hard to come by out here. They're hard to come by everywhere, Owen said. That's why Renata Racing Systems went broke. The sound of Watto's wings slowed to barely a flutter. I could let you have it cheap, 100,000. Without the lens, it isn't worth a credit. Owen's voice faded as he walked away. Shmi let him move out of earshot, then asked Watto, A Tobel lens? Would that be an oval crystal about the size of my head, full of sparkling colors? It might be. Would it leave you blind for a time after you look at it? Shmi asked, and perhaps even scatter optical data if you bring it too close? You've seen one, Watto cried. Where? Tell me before he gets away. Klieg, Shmi said. Klieg? Your boyfriend Klieg? Watto's voice grew disappointed again. What would a moisture farmer be doing with a Tobel lens? He never owned a Renata needle ship, I think. And where else would I have seen it? Shmi asked. Watto was silent for a moment, then droned off, yelling, You boy, wait! Shmi laughed, then said quietly, Thank you, Qui-Gon. The entry ended, and Chewbacca groaned a query. Doesn't matter if Watto figures out where the lens came from, Han said. He's already bitten on the kid. There's no way he's going to let that deal slip through his fingers. Do you know what a Renata needle ship is worth, if you can find someone who wants it? Leia looked up to see that second twilight had come and gone. Two of Tatooine's moons were already rising on the opposite horizon, throwing soft stripes of silver and amber over the desert, and the ground ahead was nothing but shadows and shapes. Han continued across the plateau at top speed, clearly enjoying piloting an Imperial hover scout. Han, can you see all right? Leia asked. I'm having a little trouble. Who needs to see? This brought an alarmed jabber from Herat in the back. Chewbacca chuffed in amusement. Han tapped the window in front of him, upon which Leia now saw glowed the faint color lines of a heads-up display. Terrain scanners, Han said. This baby's got every... A static crackle sounded from the speaker in the equipment console. Then a cloud of light began to take shape over the holographic pad between the seats. Han frowned over at Leia. Did you activate? It's not my fault, Leia said. The communicator. Han pulled the throttle back and released the steering wheel, sending the hover scout into a deceleration skid. Smear the holocams. Hans spat onto his fingers and smeared the saliva over a pair of small lenses on his side of the vehicle. Leia did the same for hers, and Chewbacca growled an alarmed question from the back. I don't know where they are, Han said. I'm not the one sitting. Maybe there aren't any in back, Leia said. The cloud of light began to take the shape of a head, and Han's voice dropped to a whisper. I guess we're about to find out. He glanced over his shoulder and motioned C-3PO closer. You're on. Me? C-3PO complained. I didn't do very well the last... You! Leia ordered. Han could not answer without risking a voice print identification, and the rest of them were out of the question. There weren't many women, Wookiee, or Jawa stormtroopers. The holographic head resolved itself into the squinting face of an Imperial officer. SSC-17, is that you? Report. C-3PO stared blankly at the holograph. 17, your transponder is off and you're completely out of the operations area. Explain. The voice demanded. What's wrong with your projector? All I'm getting is glow cloud. Leia held her fists in the air. To C-3PO she mouthed a single word. Oh dear, C-3PO began. Chewbacca groaned and Han shook his head. Then the droid's vocabulator assumed the raspy, weak voice of an injured man. Blood. It's everywhere. It was not the word Leia had mouthed. That had been Tusken. But it would work. We're doomed, C-3PO continued in his dying man voice. Doomed? The officer demanded. Get me a sit rep, trooper. Han motioned Chewie toward the blaster turret, then drew his own blaster and began firing out the driver's side windows port. What's that? The officer demanded. Who's attacking you? Reb. Leia waved furiously, then angled her fingers in front of her lips. The droid slipped into his own voice. Tusks? Leia made a circling motion with her fingers, trying to get him to say the second syllable. Oh, Tuskens! C-3PO's voice resumed the raspy quality. They're everywhere. We'll be destroyed. Negative, trooper. The holographic head turned to talk to someone out of cam view. We better get some help over there right away. The officer remained silent for a moment. Han and Chewbacca continued to fire, the Wookiee occasionally letting go with what sounded very much like an anguished human death scream. Then a series of planks began to sound against the exterior armor on Leia's side of the speeder. She looked over and, as a slug thrower projectile splattered itself against her transparisteel window, let out an involuntary scream. They're being massacred, the holographic head said. Just listen to that trooper. Bringing her voice under control, and cringing every time a new slug struck her side of the vehicle, Leia leaned back and peered around the web of frosted transparisteel where the projectile had struck. In the distance, two lanky, rag-swaddled Tusken Raiders were standing silhouetted in the moon's silver light, taking turns firing at the hover scout and shaking their weapons in the air. Oh my! C-3PO's voice slipped again. There are Tuskens! Then catching himself, he added, More Tuskens! Another slug struck the window, completely frosting the transparisteel. Leia reached for Han's arm, but Chewbacca was already bringing the heavy blaster around to drive off the warriors. The officer began to speak to them again. 17, we need to know your exact position. Activate your holomap. Leia looked back and found Han shaking his head. I'm sorry, C-3PO said in the wounded man voice, but the holomap seems to be malfunctioning. Malfunctioning? There was a pause while the officer absorbed this, then he continued. Just hold yourselves together, 17. There's a TIE following a sandcrawler not too far from the plateau where your transmissions are originating. Keep firing your blaster. He'll find you. Find us? C-3PO screeched. That won't be necessary. More projectiles began to plink the armor behind Leia. She ignored them and joined Han in frantically nodding to C-3PO and mouthing that it was necessary. Oh dear me, what am I saying? The droid cried. We need help. All we can get. Come as quickly as you can. Han sighed in relief, and Leia motioned for the droid to continue. We're in terrible trouble. Leia pulled her blaster and turned to shoot the comm unit, and found Han already preparing to do the same thing. Oh my, we're doomed! They pulled the triggers together. Okay, Flyboy, Leia said. Get us. A loud pop sounded from the window behind Leia's head, then something hot buzzed past her ear to splat against the interior of Han's window. A circle of transparisteel frosted into the web pattern of a slug thrower hit. Out of here, Han finished. He opened the throttles and they shot into the night. 20. Eyes glued to the blue lines of the terrain scanner's heads-up display, Han angled the hover scout across the desert floor on a new vector, automatically memorizing bearing, speed, and time so he could calculate a new route to the oasis without activating the holomap. With the Imperials mounting a rescue operation and the Tuskens watching them already, this could be harder than he had thought. And he had come close to losing Leia back there. A little farther back, and the slug would never have reached his side of the compartment. He glanced over and found Leia watching him, her face pale and her lips still trembling from the close call. "Careful, Han," she said. Han returned his gaze to the schematic on the windscreen. "Close, huh?" "Too close." Leia's tone was brittle. "They almost got you." "Me? I'm not the one they were shooting at." "No, I suppose not." Strangely, this seemed to strengthen Leia's voice. "But we need to find some cover. That tie will be coming soon, and I'm beginning to have a bad feeling about our conversation with the Chimera back there." "Beginning to?" Han said. "It gave me the chills." Chewbacca growled a comment from the back seat. "You're right," Leia said. She reached over and touched one of the environmental controls on the abdomen of Han's stormtrooper armor. "He hasn't turned down his cooling unit." Han finally found a deep ravine and slowed to a crawl, then ran back and forth along the rim several times to scare out any lurking creatures, and to draw the fire of any Tusken sentries camped nearby. When neither happened, he dropped into the ravine, parked them on the dark side of a huge boulder, and after a last glance around the moonlit crags, powered down all systems except the blaster turret. "Oh, this looks safe," Leia said. "The Tuskens will never think to look down here." "Safe as our own bed back in Coruscant," Han replied. "Why don't you play your grandmother's journal? I'm dying to know whether Watto fell for it." "Sure you are," Leia said. "You're just trying to keep my mind off the Sand People." "No, really." Han waited until she bent over to retrieve the dropped journal off the floor, then glanced over his shoulder at Chewbacca, pointing 2 fingers at his eyes and motioning him into the blaster turret. "I see where you get your nerve." "You do?" Leia came up beaming, journal in hand, just as Han turned forward again. She glanced back at Chewbacca, who was trying hard to look innocent as he rose into the blaster turret. "I saw that. And thanks." Leia activated the journal and held the display out. Han saw the desert-hardened, though still attractive, face of a chestnut-eyed woman who looked every bit as beautiful and dignified as he imagined Leia in 20 years. She spoke in a whisper. 16:04:21. "Now the bite, Annie. I feel... Well, I don't really know how I feel. My heart is pounding so hard and my hands are trembling. I shouldn't feel guilty about cheating Watto, but I do. Or maybe I just feel sorry for him." Shmi's face was replaced by the hazy image of a cluttered counter area. A few minutes later, a burly human farmer entered the frame, carrying an energy-shielded cargo box. Shmi appeared in the display again and kissed him on the cheek. Then he set the box on the counter. A pot-bellied Toydarian fluttered out of the office behind the counter and went to the box. "This is it?" Watto's voice was barely audible. "Let me see." He reached for the clasps, but the farmer, it had to be, Klieg Lars, put his hand on the box. "Price first." His voice was deep and easier to hear. "Then the lens." "I only want to see the merchandise. You think I'm going to pay you a fortune for a closed box?" "Terms first." "Terms? That lens was mine anyway. I know it was." Watto turned to face Shmi. "That Jedi sent it to you. Do you think I'm stupid?" "It belongs to Klieg now," Shmi said. "If you want it, you must deal with him." Watto turned back to Klieg. "All right, then. If the lens is real, and it fits my ship, I'll give you a quarter of what I sell it for." Klieg remained silent, his hand on the box. "Say something. My buyer's leaving in an hour. If I don't have the lens installed by then, it's worth nothing to me." "You know what I want. It's not money." "Shmi, you'd be better off taking the money. With that much, you could buy a dozen like her." "I want Shmi." Watto considered this a minute, then said, "I'll tell you what. I'll give you a quarter interest in the ship and Shmi both. You can take her 1 week a month." Klieg picked up the box and turned to leave. "Done! She hasn't been such a good slave since she met you anyway." Watto turned to Shmi. "You've wanted to go with him all along, haven't you?" "Yes, I've told you that." "So you have." Watto seemed to sag in the air, then he glanced at his chronometer. "Let me see the lens. I need to hurry if I'm going to catch the buyer before he goes to Pavo Prime." First, you give me the deactivator wand, Klieg said, and tell me where the transmitter bomb is hidden. It's behind her jaw, on the left. Watto touched his own chin to illustrate, then reached into his vest and produced a small electronic wand. All the status lights were dark. Here's the wand, but you won't need it. I deactivated her transmitter a long time ago. What? Shmi gasped. When? A few months after I lost the boy. Watto turned away and looked as though he was wiping his eye. The way you were moping around, I was afraid you would get yourself blown up. You mean I could have left? Any time? Watto shrugged. But you didn't. Watto passed the wand over to Klieg, then fluttered down to the box and reached for the lid clasps. Watto, Shmi called. Wait a... But Watto was already opening the box. A spray of iridescent light spilled out beneath the lid, and the journal display erupted in brilliant flashes of color. Watto's voice could barely be heard. You've blinded me. The entry dissolved into a white blur. The lens, Hans surmised. I've heard about those. They were used to power the old Renata photon drives. They say a good tow-ball lens could convert heat to light at close to 100% efficiency. My databanks indicate it could be fully 100%, C-3PO reported, depending, of course, on the skill of the gemologist who shaped it. Herat started to say something, but was drowned out by an urgent growl from Chewbacca. Han turned to find the Wookiee pointed into the sky behind them, where the twin efflux needles of a nearby tie were making a slow curve across the night. After their little show depicting the Tusken assault, it was probably attempting a rescue. They watched in breathless silence as the needles vanished behind the wall of the ravine, then waited another 2 minutes for the tide to return. When the sky remained dark, or at least free of tie efflux, Han cautiously moved the hover scout up to the gully rim. Anybody see anything? He and Leia had to lower their projectile-webbed windows to get a clear view of their own quarter of the sky. Take all the time you need. After 10 minutes of looking, they were finally convinced the tie was gone. They emerged from the ravine, and Han started for the oasis again. They had traveled only a few minutes before Leia said, Han, maybe we should duck over to Obi-Wan's and give things a few hours to settle down. Han took a moment before answering, not trying to decide whether Leia was right, but wondering what had come over her. She was not the type to get her circuits shorted by a close call. Finally, he said, Kitster may not have a few hours, and your boss will be recalling the wraiths in 22 hours. Leia sighed, then nodded. I know that, but there's something I really need to tell you. Alarm whistles started to go off in Han's head. Again? He glanced over at Leia, who was biting her lip and staring at the floor. Now? It's a little late to be telling me the Provisional Council wants you to swing by Obi-Wan's and pick up the old lightsaber. Leia shook her head. I wouldn't do that to you. There's always a second time. Han, there just hasn't been a chance to tell you. Leia gestured at the windscreen, reminding Han that he was piloting. Since we came to Tatooine, I've been having, well, some Force experiences. Force experiences? Han asked, once again paying attention to the terrain display. Like what? Waking up in midair, talking to dewbacks, accidentally moving sandcrawlers around with your mind? Leia took a deep breath and said, Visions. Sensations. My wife has been seeing things? Han asked. Is that what you're telling me? It's more complicated than that, Leia said. That dream I had on the way in system, it was Luke wearing Darth Vader's mask. At least, I think it was Luke. Han began to worry. But it was only a dream, right? That's what I thought, Leia said, until I saw your swoop abandoned in the desert. What do you mean, saw? In front of my face, Han, like a hologram. It looked exactly the same as when we found it with the Darklighters. Leia paused, as though she was going to add another example, then said simply, I've been having Force visions. Chewbacca groaned a question. I'm not as sure of the sensations, Leia said. I just keep finding certain things here on Tatooine familiar, and I'm fairly sure the Force has been guiding, make that pushing, me much of the way. My father's popped up too many places in this journey for it to be coincidence. Let's talk about the Oasis again, Han said. You've seen something bad there? This is more of a sensation, Leia said. Like going there now is a bad idea. I could have told you that without the Force, Han said. But I don't see that we have any choice, or that things will settle down if we wait. When that tie doesn't find us, the Imperials will get suspicious. And those Tuscans didn't just happen to be camped nearby when we stopped. They were watching their back trail. Chewbacca groaned his agreement, adding that the sooner they hit the oasis, the better Kitzer's chances. And theirs. Chances of what? He did not say. But Herat had a completely different idea, which C-3PO explained after the Jawa's long jabber. Herat thinks it's incumbent upon you to turn around and help her reclaim her clan sandcrawler from the squibs, as your assurances that they would never activate the reactor core are obviously without merit. Not a chance, Han said. How could she know it was her sandcrawler the TIE was following? Leia asked. Herat chittered a reply. How many sandcrawlers do you think such a small area can support? C-3PO translated. 1. Then we won't have any trouble finding it later, will we? Han retorted. He continued toward the oasis, troubled by what Leia had told them, but uncertain as to what else they could do. The squibs knew this country. There was a good chance they had figured out what had happened to the painting, and were on their way to the ghost oasis. And that meant the Imperials soon would be as well, given that they were tracking the sandcrawler from the air. Han and Leia's best chance, probably their only chance, was to beat everybody else there. But they were still an hour away. After a few minutes of travel, Leia seemed to decide that Han was right about the detour, and resumed viewing her grandmother's journal. Focusing on the terrain scanner, Han listened with half an ear as Shmi described her hurried move to the Lars moisture farm. She took only her clothes, her journal, and a droid Anakin had started building years before. The next 6 months of entries were more sporadic and filled with data skips. But Han caught enough of the story to know that while Shmi loved both Klieg and Owen deeply, she missed Anakin more every day. Her nightly entries grew longer and more filled with reminiscences about his childhood, and she sometimes lapsed into speculation about what he might be doing at the Jedi Temple, or where he might be traveling in the galaxy. Finally, Leia came to an entry that was completely intact. 20:07:22. Annie, today your mother is a married woman. Klieg waited until last month to ask me. I guess he wanted to be certain it was him I loved and not just freedom. It was a simple ceremony in Anchorhead. Owen came, of course, and a few of Klieg and Owen's friends. Kitster, Wald, and Amy were there, and they asked about you. I wish you could have been there, but I know the Jedi wouldn't have allowed it, even if the message we sent had been accepted. And I understand. I truly do. I just wish you could have been there. Watto surprised us all by showing up uninvited. I thought he would make a scene when he saw Owen, but he just squinted and said, "You!" Then he offered Klieg a discount on used parts, and told me that if times grew hard on the moisture farm, Wald wasn't doing such a good job as his assistant. He still hadn't found a buyer for the Renata needle ship, but he's been asking 1,000,000 credits. Who does he think is going to buy it? Shmi fell silent a moment, then continued. Owen makes me miss you so much, Anakin. I can't look at him without thinking of you. Not that I see you when I look at him. That's not what I mean. Owen is strong like his father, pragmatic and certain of his ways, grateful for simple joys and for his life on the moisture farm. Your eyes were always on the stars. Even as a young boy, you had to prove yourself to everyone you met, be the best at everything you did. To you, this wonderful place would have been a prison. But I love you both so very much, and I'm sure that when you and Owen finally meet someday, you'll be great friends. Leia asked for the next entry, then cursed. Han glanced over to see date lines blinking past with no entries, or entries so filled with electronic snow that it was impossible to see a face. More data skips? Leia nodded, then asked, Han, do the heads-up displays in Imperial Hover Scouts have retinal trackers? No. Then I suggest you keep your eyes on the terrain scanner, Leia snapped, because I can't see a thing in the dark. Han looked forward and casually steered them around a bantha-sized boulder he really hoped no one else could see. Leia continued to struggle with the journal. Finally, a year later, she began to reach intact entries again. Mostly they were typical farm stuff. Talk of crop plantings, the low moisture content in the air, worries over market prices. 20:32:23. Today started a disaster, Annie. I opened the number 3 growing vault to discover I hadn't set off enough sting capsules the night before, and profogs had ruined a whole crop of tanga roots. It was too much for me. After the dry winds and the polyblight, I began to feel like I'd brought a curse to the farm. I just sat down in despair. And that's how Owen found me. He is so kind, Annie. He told me it wasn't my fault, that he had checked the vault the night before, too. I don't believe him, but it was a nice thing to say. We started to clean up, and I asked how we were going to stop the problems we've been having. Do you know what Owen did then? He caught a pair of profogs, then held up the scaly little beasts and offered to show me how to make profog stew. It wasn't until evening that I began to see what he was really trying to say, Annie. The three of us were eating the profog stew, and it tastes even worse than it sounds. And Klieg and Owen were talking about the low price of water, and about how we wouldn't make enough recapturing the moisture from the ruined crop. Klieg shrugged and said, "We don't own the farm. It owns us." Then Owen slurped down a big spoonful of stew, made a satisfied sound, and said we were looking at this the wrong way. What we really needed to do was start a profog ranch. You had to be there, eating that awful stew to understand, but we all broke out laughing, and we didn't stop until tears came. That's when I finally understood the secret of being a moisture farmer, Annie. You can't fight life out here. You just take what Tatooine gives you and find a way to use it. Leia shut off the journal and fell silent. Han started to ask if something was wrong, then noticed that the terrain was starting to break up into ravines ahead, a sign they were moving closer to the edge of the dune sea. "Mine," Leia whispered. "Mine." "What?" Han asked. "Nothing." Leia shook her head. "Sorry, just something I've been trying to understand." "Yeah? I'll tell you when I do." When Han glanced over, her eyes were closed, her head tipped back as though her mind had retreated to some other world. "Mine," she whispered. "Yours?" Leia's eyes snapped open, and she pointed into the darkness on her side of the hover scout. "Turn here." "Turn?" Han looked over. When Leia did not immediately remind him to watch the terrain scanners, he knew it was important. "Here?" Leia nodded and continued to look out over the dark desert. "We have to stop at Obi-Wan's." "We talked about that." Han continued on his current course. "The sooner we get there, the—" "Han, trust me." It was not a request. "We have to stop at Obi-Wan's. We're not going to save Kitster or anyone else unless we do. There's something there we need." "What?" Han demanded. "A spare lightsaber? Wookiee armor? Assault artillery?" "I don't know," Leia said. "I have this feeling. I have to trust it." Chewbacca howled disapprovingly. "Indeed," C-3PO agreed. "I have always had the utmost faith in Mistress Leia's feelings, especially when it means not rushing into combat." "Oh, a feeling." Han shook his head in surrender, then started the long swing toward Obi-Wan's. "Why didn't you say so?" 21. Even deep into the star-lit desert night, it was clear that Obi-Wan had chosen the site of his hermitage as much for its safety as for its beauty. More house than hut, the dwelling had been built on a promontory at the edge of the western dune sea, high enough above the rolling sands to afford a good view of approaching vehicles, and far enough back to avoid being assailed by a constant curtain of blowing grit. The only other approach, the narrow and winding gully up which Herat had guided them, was visible along its entire length from a window bubble near the back of the abode. And with curving lines and a buff exterior the same color as the surrounding terrain, the structure blended into its environment so well, at least at night, that Leia hadn't recognized the building until the hover scout passed within 3 meters of it. "I don't see any spare turbo lasers lying around." Han turned the vehicle around so they could leave quickly in an emergency, then raised the access panels. "Where do we start?" "I don't know." This wasn't something Leia wanted to admit. She had hoped that as they drew nearer into the hermitage, her feelings would grow clearer. Instead, her sense of needing to be here, her sense of security, remained strong, but her idea of why had grown more ambiguous. "I guess we just need to see what we find." "Great." Han drew his blaster and motioned Chewbacca into the blaster turret. "It'll probably be a crate dragon." "Bertle Awdaway Tictors," Herat chided. "Kenobi's house is too small for crate dragons, but watch out for Anubas," C-3PO translated. "If you don't mind, I'll wait here to keep watch." After a quick moonlight reconnaissance of the area, there was little to examine but an old evaporator pad behind the house. Leia and Han returned to find C-3PO keeping watch in the blaster turret. Chewbacca was kneeling in the back, reaching into the cargo area behind the seat, where Herat lay tucked into a corner clutching something to her chest. They were snarling and squawking furiously, producing a noise that sounded like fighting womp rats. Han opened the rear cargo hatch and plucked Herat out by the scruff of her hood. "Are you two trying to wake the whole neighborhood?" Herat jabbered something and tucked a military datapad under her cloak. Chewbacca roared at her. "3PO?" Leia called. C-3PO continued to study the sky. "How very interesting. Mistress Leia?" "3PO, will you stop stargazing and do your job?" Han nearly had to shout to make himself heard. "Of course, Captain Solo, but this—" "3PO!" Han lifted Herat higher. "What's Herat saying?" "That she found the datapad and it belongs to her." C-3PO looked back into the sky. "You really should." "Later, 3PO," Leia said. "We'll tell you when we want to know." Chewbacca rumbled that he only wanted to see the pad because he saw a picture of Han on it. Of course, the Jawa understood none of this, which Leia knew was the problem. "Herat," she said, "we'll make you a deal." This instantly calmed the Jawa. "Miquat, Kinza?" "Let me see the datapad for a few minutes, and you can keep it." Herat chittered a long question. "She would like to know how much rent you will pay." "How much will you pay not to drop you?" Han asked. Herat pulled the datapad from beneath her cloak and passed it over. Leia quickly found a message titled, "Commander's Directive TS-3519 regarding suspected rebels." In quick succession, the display showed file images of Han, Leia, and Chewbacca. A communication officer's voice identified them by name. "Chimera Intelligence has reason to believe said rebels are the ones seeking Killick Twilight. Command directs they be captured alive. Any trooper slaying one will cost his platoon a week's liberty and 1 month's wages. Fines are cumulative should more than one be killed." "They certainly know who we are," Leia said. "That's bad." "Yeah, but they're not supposed to kill us," Han said. "That's good." The directive continued. "Command further directs that if they cannot be captured alive, they be slain regardless of the aforementioned consequences. Any trooper or troopers allowing said rebels to escape will be tried and executed for crimes against the Empire. His platoon will be denied liberty for a year and forfeit their pay for the duration of their service." Han's jaw fell, but he managed to collect himself after a moment and say, "That's not so bad. They'll hesitate. That's all the advantage we need." Chewbacca groaned and nodded. A new image appeared on the datapad, this one of a stock YT-1300 freighter similar to the Falcon. "Chimera Intelligence believes they are traveling on the Millennium Falcon, a Corellian Engineering Corporation stock-like freighter similar to this, possibly traveling under Regina Gall's Sweet Surprise, Long Shot, Sunlight Franchise, or another false transponder code. Said ship is believed to be somewhere in the area of Mos Espa. Any trooper reporting the location of the ship to Chimera Intelligence will be promoted 2 ranks and have all previous fines and punishments cancelled." "That's bad," Han said. "If someone tells them about that smuggler's cave, we're in big trouble." Chewbacca rawled a question. Leia checked the date stamp on the directive. 2 days ago." "We're in big trouble," Han said. After the message ended, Leia scanned the directory, looking for more directives that might prove informative. She found a message from the previous day referring to Killick Twilight. The display showed an image of the painting. A different communications officer voice explained what Wald had already told them in Mos Espa, namely that their effort to destroy Killick Twilight had alerted the Imperials to its importance. "Under no circumstances is this painting to be destroyed," the voice instructed. "Any trooper responsible for the painting's destruction will be tried and executed as a traitor. Any unit allowing the rebels to escape with or destroy the painting will forfeit pay and liberty for the remainder of their service." "Now we know what the Imperials are doing to cut labor costs," Leia observed. She started to shut off the message, but Han reached over to freeze the image. Leia thought he had seen something she had not, but found him lost in thought, just staring at the image, and trying to recall what it looked like in person. Killick Twilight had that effect on people. "Mistress Leia, would you like to know now?" "No?" Leia had almost forgotten the droid had something to tell them. "Yes, now would be good." C-3PO pointed along the edge of the dune sea, his finger indicating a group of stars just above the horizon. "I believe there may be a flight of ties over there." "Ties?" Han dropped Herat roughly in the speeder and grabbed the electro binoculars. "Where?" With the electro-binoculars' reduced field of vision, it took Han longer to find the circle of moving stars than it did Leia. There were 6 of them, winking in and out of a steady pattern as they wheeled out over the dunes and then back over the rugged crags of the Junland wastes. Got 'em. Twin drives, definitely ties, about 15 kilometers away. Without lowering the electro-binoculars, Han asked, Harat, would that ghost oasis be over there? Bazoopa brat. Oopki, chi. She wants to know why she should tell you anything, you cheater, C-3PO said. That is strictly a translation, of course. She says her leg is throbbing. Chewbacca snatched her out of the hover scout and held her over his head. Leia thought he was probably only trying to help her see the ties. Really? You. That's what I thought. Han turned to Leia. We'd have come in right under them. Good thing I trusted that feeling you had. Good thing, Leia said. She hoped her feeling would not cost Kitster Benaya's life, or the New Republic the Shadowcast code key. But they would not have saved either by riding into an Imperial trap. Better to think of some way to defang the ambush, then go in. That was why she had felt so uneasy about going straight to the Ghost Oasis, Leia was sure. After her vision in the cave, she had followed the Force and declined Borno's offer to take them to safety. Then, as they had traveled across the plateau, the Force had acted on her again, guiding her away from danger. Now all Leia had to do was figure out why the Force had been drawing her toward Obi-Wan's, why simply thinking of his home had filled her with such a powerful sensation of security and comfort, and she had to do it quickly. Let's have a look around, she said. Han passed the electro-binoculars to Chewbacca and motioned him back into the blaster turret, then entered the house with his weapon drawn. When no fire broke out, Leia grabbed the glow rod out of their utility satchel and followed. A small dwelling with whitewashed walls and clean, curving lines, it was basically a single large room divided into sections by square pillars. Since Leia's last visit, the place had clearly been ransacked many times, and played host to dozens of creatures both sentient and otherwise. The footing for a primitive stove, some plumbing cavities in the walls, and a ventilation hole in the ceiling indicated where someone had stripped the kitchen of its appliances. In a niche in the back, next to the window overlooking the rear approach, stood a dusty workbench with no tools. Across from the bench lay a shredded mattress that looked as though it had most recently served as the bed of a womp rat sow. None of this did anything to diminish the aura of stark comfort and spiritual serenity in the home's simple design. Leia walked through the different areas, allowing the glow rod to roam at random over the walls and debris, doing her best to let the Force guide her hand where it wished. The last entry in Shmi's journal had finally convinced her it was the Force drawing her to Obi-Wan's, and that she would be wise to trust it. We don't own the farm, Klieg had said. It owns us. She believed that to be the message of the voice in her vision. Mine. Luke and Han and everything that Leia counted as hers, they all belonged to the Force. She belonged to the Force. Mine. Like life on Tatooine, one could not fight the Force. One could only surrender to it and find a way to use what it offered. Mine. Anything? Han asked. Not yet. Maybe there isn't anything, Han said. Maybe we're only feeling the danger at the oasis. Maybe. Leia shrugged and tried not to think about the little tiny, spiny thing that her glow rod had just sent scurrying through a window. But I still feel the need to be here. What do you mean, feel? Like Luke feels? How do I know what Luke feels? Leia retorted. I'm no Jedi, but I do think it's the Force. It's too strong to be anything else. Han took the glow rod and began to run the beam around the house. I'm just saying it would help if we knew what we were looking for. Maybe, Leia said, and maybe not. Leia and Han spent the next few minutes searching the house, peering into dusty crannies, and rearranging the debris that mysteriously accumulates in any abandoned dwelling. They found little of interest and nothing to justify the sensation Leia had been experiencing. Finally, Han took the glow rod and swept the light over the kitchen a few times, lingering on the power outlets and the empty areas in the corners and under the cabinets. What's missing? He asked. His recipe box? Han shined the glow rod on her shoulder. Funny. He turned and started for the back of the house. The cistern, the power generator. Leia took him to a trap door hidden beneath the workbench and descended into a large cellar. A dozen of the black spiny things she had noticed earlier scurried into the corner together to make a single big spiny thing, and a few 10-legged arachnids began to hiss and vibrate in webs on the ceiling. Anything of any value had long ago been taken by Jawas or broken by Tuscans. The generator was among the former, the cistern the latter, its lid lying in the bottom in 3 pieces. Nothing, Leia said. Let's get out of here. Not so fast. Han dropped into the cistern and stooped out of sight, leaving Leia in the dark with arachnid webs rustling above her head. Han, I mean it. Let's get... You'd think a Jedi would be more original. The broken lid pieces landed beside Leia and sent half a dozen spiny things chittering back into the dark. Han, give me that blasted... Hold this. Han passed Leia the glow rod, which she promptly swept across the floor and ceiling. I mean on the plug, Leia. Plug? Leia shined the glow rod into the cistern and found Han squatting again, probing at something between his feet. A pair of clicks sounded, then he pulled a thick plastoid lid off the bottom and set it aside. What did you find? The oldest smuggling trick in the book. Han peered into the dark hole beneath the cistern, a submerged compartment. He withdrew a bag about as large as his torso and passed it up to Leia. That what you're looking for? Leia opened it, found an ancient data pad and a star chart inside, and felt no change in her experience of the Force. Not that she would have. Just because she had decided to trust the Force did not mean she could expect to tell a premonition from a shiver. She would have to talk to Luke about giving her some guidance. I have no idea, she said. When Han found nothing else, they took the datapad and retreated back outside. Chewbacca had noticed some ties flying what looked like a reconnaissance grid and moved the hover scout down among some boulders where it would be proved difficult to detect. Otherwise, the Imperials seemed no closer to discovering their presence. Leia activated the datapad and found herself looking at Obi-Wan Kenobi's gray-bearded face. I am waiting, my friend. Waiting for what? Leia asked. The watchword. This has to be it, Han whispered. This has to be it is not the watchword, Obi-Wan's image said. May the Force be with you, Leia said. Obi-Wan smiled patiently. And with you too, my friend. The image returned to its previous state. May the Force be with you is not the watchword. Leia placed her thumb over the microphone slot and turned to C-3PO. You talk to it. Me? But I don't know the password, just because we share a common chip. See if you can reason with it, Leia said. If I try again, I'm liable to trigger a security wipe. I see. I will certainly do my best. Leia removed her thumb. C-3PO and the datapad exchanged electronic garble for less than a second before the display went dark. Chewbacca let out a derisive groan. C-3PO turned and cocked his body to look up at the Wookiee. I see no need for name-calling, Chewbacca. It was quite cooperative for a datapad. If that's cooperative, I'd hate to see rude, Han said. Let's hear what it said. Leia turned to C-3PO. Is there anything helpful in there? Not at the current time, I'm afraid, C-3PO said. The datapad was kind enough to tell me it was being used to store research on hyperspace lanes entering the unknown regions. Master Kenobi may have been thinking of leading a mission to search for something called the Outbound Flight Project. What's that? Leia asked. I'm afraid that's all the datapad would tell me, C-3PO said. When I asked for an explanation, it suggested that Obi-Wan's real friends would know what it was and shut itself down. Leia turned to Han and Chewbacca. Does outbound flight mean anything to you? Nothing. Han looked toward the oasis, and especially nothing that will help us get past those Imperials. Chewbacca shook his head as well. Oh, and the datapad needs a charge, C-3PO added. It hasn't had fresh power in years. Leia plugged the datapad into the Hover Scout's recharger, warning Herat that it was spoken for, then turned back to Han and Chewbacca. I'm sorry. Leia was running out of ideas. I just don't know why I made you come up here. I must say I'm very glad you did, C-3PO said. Otherwise, I'm quite sure we'd be racing down some narrow, winding canyon, exchanging blaster fire with a whole squadron of TIEs by now. For once, the droid has a point. Han put his arm around Leia's shoulder. Let's give ourselves half an hour to think. Maybe we can come up with a good way out of this mess. And maybe we can't. Leia put her hand on Han's. But what can we do? This is Tatooine. Toward morning, they were still thinking that the situation just kept growing more hopeless. 5 minutes after Leia and the others had sat down to think the night before, a pair of assault shuttles had landed near the oasis and debarked 2 companies of stormtroopers, one into the Junlin Wastes and one into the Dune Sea. An hour later there had been a few blaster flashes, not enough for a real battle, and the TIEs and the shuttles had departed together. Han was betting that stormtroopers were taking hidden positions around the ghost oasis, surrounding the Tuskens and waiting for the Solos to arrive. Leia was betting that he was right. She was sitting at the edge of the bluff with Han, her shoulder throbbing dully, but feeling good enough that she insisted on taking her turn with the electro binoculars. If there were any ties above the oasis now, they were too high to see even on a magnification of several hundred times. Behind them, Chewbacca was cursing repeatedly and loudly as he struggled to remove the transponder from the Hover Scout's holo map without triggering a tamper signal. They still had no idea how they were going to sneak past 2 companies of stormtroopers, rescue Kitster Benai, recover Killik Twilight, and survive long enough to inform Mon Mothma of their success. But they did know they would need a working holomap, and that meant the transponder had to be removed before they went anywhere. How many moss paintings did Ob Khadr grow? Han had borrowed the Imperial datapad from her aunt's salvage heap and was again transfixed by Killik Twilight. How did he do it? If you're going to become a Khadr devotee, you probably should know that the proper term is design, not grow, Leia said, and I'll never tell how it's done. No good Alderaanian would. Not even to your husband? Leia softened her voice. To my husband, maybe. She glanced over from behind the electro binoculars. But to one of the fastest smugglers in the galaxy? I don't think so. That's the fastest, Han said, and it's criminal to let a whole art form die off like that. I can't believe that's what Alderaanians want. Careful, Han, your sensitive side is showing. Leia would never have guessed Han Solo to be the moss art type. But then again, Khadr's work was not just any moss art. And letting it die is the whole point. It underscores the plight of Alderaanian culture. It's also one of the favorite themes of one of the planet's best-known painters. Khadr said that? Not in so many words, Leia replied, but he never passed on the refinements that allowed him to design such deep colors. And it's inherent in the work. You only have to look at it. Han was silent a long time, and Leia looked over to see him studying the image in the datapad. Finally, he shook his head. I am looking at it, he said, and I don't see that. It's a warning about the cost of surrendering to darkness. It's not. Han, everybody agrees. The finest critics in the galaxy. I don't care, Han said. Everybody's wrong. Leia sighed in exasperation, then gave the electro binoculars to Han and took the datapad. It's probably the colors in the display. You can't expect an electronic version. It's not the colors. Han raised the electro binoculars and began to watch the oasis. I thought the same thing when I saw it at Maubo's. Leia studied the image. The colors were hardly as rich as the real thing, but the tones were true. And with its stormy sky sweeping in over the Killik city and the insectoid creatures peering over their shoulders at the approaching darkness, it was still beautiful, and it still had the same profound effect. You don't see the Killiks fleeing the storm? Leia asked. You don't see how they're going to vanish because they've turned their backs to the darkness? Nope. Han's voice had assumed that stony tone it did when he had not only made up his mind, but also concluded that anyone who disagreed with him had the brains of a rockwort. Nothing bothered Leia more. Then what do you see? Usually she had to consciously inject the impatience into her voice. This time it came naturally. Perhaps you'd care to enlighten me? I would. Han lowered the electro binoculars and tapped the datapad down near the bottom of the display. What are the Killiks doing there? They're glancing back at what they're about to lose, Leia said. Also, Khadr didn't want to show their faces. Nobody knows what the Killiks really look like, so it was his way of not presuming. He said that? Not in so many words, Leia replied, trying to remember what critic had made the point. But it's obvious. Not to me, Han said. They aren't looking, they're turning. Look at the way their bodies are twisting at the waist. This is a datapad, you can't be sure. I can't, but you can. You saw that painting every morning for how many years? And you're telling me you can't close your eyes and remember whether their bodies were twisting? Leia did not need to close her eyes. The twist was there, subtly and only in the leaders, but it was there. Most critics considered it an uncharacteristic awkwardness of form and attributed it to a design problem in the growth medium. Even if you're right, it doesn't mean they're turning, Leia said. They're insectoid. You can't presume to know their anatomy. And neither could Khadr. He could have designed them any way he wanted, and he designed them twisting at the waist. He designed them turning toward the storm. Your point being? They know it's coming, and they're turning to face it, Han said. Kador isn't trying to warn anyone about the cost of surrendering to darkness. He's talking about how you meet it. You turn and look into it. Leia fell silent, at first trying to think of an argument against Han's point, and then realizing how futile such an attempt was. They were arguing interpretations, and Kador would have been the first to agree that the interpretation belonged only to the eye of the beholder. I bet odd Kador didn't like crickets much, Han said. He had that cocky, I won smile Leia always loved, except when it was directed at her. Did he? Not much. Leia would not deny a fact. But everybody else doesn't have to be wrong for you to be right. A painting can mean more than one thing, you know. No kidding. Han's smile grew cockier than ever. So you admit it. I'm right? Of all the arrogance! Leia finally caught the playful tone in Han's voice and realized he was not trying to humble her, only trying to insist on the validity of his own unique vision. And that was one of the things she loved about him. Most of the time. I guess that's what I said, isn't it? So what you see depends on how you look at it? Han slipped an arm around her waist and pulled her close. Like a lot of things. Leia let him, but she knew when she was being outflanked. Han was not talking about Killick Twilight anymore. He was certainly not talking about the situation with ties over the Oasis either. He was talking about the future. Again. Han? Yeah? Shouldn't one of us be watching for Imperials? The arm retreated and Han's voice grew serious. We have to talk about this, Leia. You're not the only one who gets to make the choice. No? Then I hope you're ready to consider adoption. Leia regretted the retort as soon as it uttered it. She felt sure she would love adopted children as dearly as her own, and without any of the attendant fears. But by the time she turned to apologize, Han was already rising. Han, I'm not closing the discussion, but please not here. Not now. Not with tomorrow hanging over us. Why? Han's eyes caught a moon's reflection and burned down her in silver. What's going to happen tomorrow? Nothing. Leia had to look away. I won't let it. Yeah? Well, it might happen anyway, but you can't be afraid to look. That's what Kador is saying, Leia. Han passed the electro binoculars to her. Keep an eye on the Oasis. Time for me to make a circuit. Leia returned to watching the Oasis, so upset she barely registered what she was seeing. She would call what they were having frustrations more than troubles, but Han was certainly right about the need to talk. Unfortunately, her feelings about Anakin Skywalker remained too confused for any intelligent discussion about children, and now was no time to let the matter consume her attention. It was dangerous, even. She lowered the electro binoculars long enough to activate the journal, then returned to her vigil and asked for the next entry. Leia and Han had spent much of the night listening to her grandmother ponder Anakin's destiny and recount her hard but happy life on the moisture farm, and Leia knew the narrative would occupy just enough of her attention to keep the rest of her mind focused on the Oasis. 21, 45, 24. Owen caught me celebrating your birthday out on a sand berm. 20 years old. You and Owen both. Owen has a lovely girlfriend now, Beru Whitesun. Neither has said so, but I'm sure they're thinking of marriage. Watching Owen grow, I always find myself wondering about you. Are you happy? Have you become a Jedi Knight yet? Would I recognize you if I saw you? With you, I have nothing but questions. Questions and love. And I do love you, Annie. I hope you know that. And also how proud I am of you. Always and forever. The next day, Shmi reported they were hearing banthas out on the plain. Leia's heart grew increasingly heavy as the following entries grew more concerned with the presence of Tusken raiders, reporting tracks and probes of the security perimeter. Kleek's moods turned dark, and Owen actually began to seem apprehensive. Shmi confessed to being worried for the safety of young Beru, who was staying with them for a few days. 22, 45, 25. Today, there are more Tuskens out on the plain. We can't see them, but the lowing of their banthas carries for kilometers. Owen and Kleeg keep saying we'll be all right, as long as we don't go out at night. I'd feel better if they didn't make such a point of keeping their blasters within reach, even inside. But there isn't much food out here for banthas. The Tuskens will have to move on soon. And Kleeg is going to the Dwarf farm tomorrow to start organizing local farmers. We'll be fine, Anakin. I'm sure. Leia continued to watch the stars gleam above the Oasis, searching for efflux trails or anything else that might indicate an Imperial movement, and asked for the next entry. No sound came from the journal. Suspecting another data skip, Leia said, Advance to next entry. When the journal continued to remain silent, Leia glanced down to find a message on the display. End data. Leia shut off the journal and forced herself to return to her duties, though she had to keep blinking tears away so she could actually see through the electro-binoculars. How the journal had come to be where Anya Darklighter found it, she could not even guess. There were 1,000 possibilities. The one she favored was that Shmi had been carrying it in a pocket when the Tuskens came, and had tossed it there, hoping Klieg or Owen would find it and one day give it to her son. What Leia did know was that the journal had never made it into Anakin's hands, or it would not have been found beneath the evaporator. She wondered whether it would have made a difference in her father's life, had it been given to him, and whether it had remained there all those years to make a difference in hers. Leia began to experience a profound sense of regret and self-doubt as she thought of Anakin Skywalker. Did she regret not knowing him? Hardly. She had come to hate and fear him as Darth Vader, and the last thing she had ever wanted was to know him better. But self-doubt? Leia had plenty of that. She could hardly think of Anakin Skywalker without questioning half the life decisions she had made in the last 5 years. But the feelings went deeper than that. The regret, a regret she knew she did not feel, weighed on her like a shielding cloak. It was physical and wearying, an emotion so enervating it rooted her to the ground, and the doubt was deeper than any she had ever experienced, a questioning so profound she felt raw and bottomless inside. Leia found herself staring out across the desert without realizing she had turned away from the ghost oasis. Though the rolling sands were still swathed in night shadow, the moons were already dropping behind the horizon, and Tatooine was kindling a golden gleam along the crests of the highest dunes. The sight filled Leia with a sense of loneliness and grief that was almost more than she could bear, and she finally understood the source of her powerful feelings. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Leia could almost feel him behind her, brooding over his failure as the first sun's light crept across the sands. How terrible the burden must have been, how deep his sorrow, that she could still feel it 9 years after his departure. Had he stood here each morning, reciting the names of Jedi and friends lost to Darth Vader's saber? Had he reviewed his every conversation with Anakin Skywalker, re-examined every lesson he had taught, rebuked himself each dawn for his inadequacies as a master? Leia thought that perhaps he had. Sitting there where Obi-Wan had stood every morning, she could feel how he had allowed his doubts to rule his life. For years, Obi-Wan had thought of little else but his fallen students, had allowed his concerns to cloud his thoughts, just as Leia had been allowing her own anger and hatred to dominate her view of her father. Could that be what Leia's vision was telling her? That she needed to forgive her father for her own sake? That if she allowed her anger at him to rule her life, she would be harming no one but herself and Han? So absorbed was Leia that she did not hear Han's hurried steps crunching the gravel behind her until he was within a dozen steps. Knowing what a stickler he was about keeping proper watches, she brought the electro-binoculars up and swung her gaze back toward the oasis. "Who do you think you're fooling?" Han demanded. "Sorry." Leia was so excited that her voice sounded anything but apologetic. "Han, I think I have it. What we came here for." "Can you tell me about it later?" Han motioned Leia to her feet. "'Cause we gotta leave, and quick." Leia was up instantly, though her stomach was sinking. Imperials? Worse. Han displayed a small transistor with a long wire antenna, the kind used in tracking devices. Squibs. Those vermin have been following us? Han nodded. "The sand crawlers coming up the canyon." "You sure it's them?" "Herat seems to think so," Han said. "We may have to leave her behind if Chewie can't catch a Jawa with a broken leg." Leia stopped so abruptly that Han ran into her and knocked the electro-binoculars out of her hand. "That's it!" "What?" Han grabbed the electro-binoculars off the ground, then took Leia by the arm. "The hover scout's in the rocks, remember?" "We don't need it." Leia pulled free of his arm and started down the gully at a run. "Not yet." "Hey!" Han called, racing after her. "Where are you going?" "To strike a bargain." Leia called over her shoulder. "I think Tatooine just gave us profogs." 22. By the time the sandcrawler's blocky shape could no longer be seen rocking over the crests of the rolling sands, Tatooine was spreading its golden light across the entire vastness of the western dune sea. Leia glanced back at Han, who lay atop the Hover Scout's forward cargo compartment, scanning the sky with the electro-binoculars. "It's gone," she reported. Along with Chewbacca, C-3PO, and the Squibs, she was about 10 kilometers from Obi-Wan's, waiting in the mouth of a shadowy canyon at the edge of the Dune Sea. "Anything?" "Still just the one tie trailing it." Han lowered the electro-binoculars and slipped off the Hover Scout. "Looks like your plan's a go." "If Herat keeps her word," C-3PO pointed out. He was in the front passenger seat. "Personally, I never find it advisable to trust a Jawa." Chewbacca, sitting behind the steering yoke, gave a testy grunt. "That has nothing to do with it," C-3PO said. "I didn't believe for a moment Mistress Leia would include me in the deal." "Pretty cocky for a droid," Han said. He turned to Leia. "But 3PO has a point. Herat's taking a big risk. Maybe she'll decide it's too big." "That depends," Sly said. He and Grease were in the back, working on the built-in comm units of a pair of stormtrooper helmets they had salvaged back in the cave. "Have you double-crossed her yet?" "We haven't double-crossed anyone," Leia said. "You were the ones who called the deal off in the canyon. We were under no obligation to return the initiator to you." "Speaking of that, how did you restart the reactor core?" Han asked. "They're a baridium charge from a thermal." "Sly!" Grease barked. "Did they pay for that?" "Then she'll do her part," Sly said, immediately switching back to the question about Herat. "That's why we told you to promise her a diagnostics kit from the Falcon instead of your protocol droid. A Quaxcon Mark 15 is too valuable for a Jawa to pass up. She'll take the risk, as long as she thinks you'll come through in the end and drop the kit." Tinny static emerged from the speaker of the helmet in Grease's lap. He flipped a switch under the chin padding, then nodded and turned to Sly. "The droid was right." Grease passed the helmet forward to Chewbacca. "They switched modulation. It's secure blue." "Of course," C-3PO said. "The Imperial datapad assured me that changing modes is standard procedure when a communications equipment is captured." Sly made the frequency change in the helmet he was working on and passed it forward as well. To Han, he said, "We're placing a lot of trust in you." "Then why risk her life?" Han gestured at Imala, who stood beside Leia in a buff-colored sand cloak. She held a stormtrooper blaster rifle much too large for her, and was loaded down with a water pack that weighed half what she did. "We don't need company that bad." "I'm coming to help you find the Ghost Oasis," Imala said. "We're only thinking of the objective." Though Leia knew the Squibs were more interested in protecting their own interests than assuring the outcome of the mission, she didn't even try to argue. Aside from Herat's insistence that simply recovering her sandcrawler wasn't enough compensation for the risk she was taking, this had been the largest sticking point in the hurried negotiations. The Squibs simply refused to go along with the plan unless one of them accompanied Leia and Han to the Ghost Oasis, and no matter that it might compromise the pair's disguises. Leia took her helmet, then glanced down at Amala. "I just hope you can hold up," she said. "Without temperature-controlled armor, it's going to be a long, hot walk." "That's why she's going," Grease said. "She's the tough one." Imala's ears perked with pride. Han rolled his eyes, then took his helmet and clasped Chewbacca on the forearm. "Don't hit anything, and when you get the Falcon, don't scratch." Chewbacca cast his eyes at the sky and growled in mock annoyance. "Han, that ship still has scorch marks from fighting the first Death Star." Leia turned to Chewbacca and said, "Scratch all you want. Maybe he'll finally paint the blasted thing." Chewbacca nodded enthusiastically and activated the repulsor engines, then started up the canyon with C-3PO and the two male Squibs, casually waving over his shoulder. It was, Leia knew, the Wookiee way of parting under such circumstances. To make a fuss would be to suggest he didn't think they'd be seeing each other again. Han put his arm around Leia's shoulder, and together they watched as the Hover Scout disappeared around the corner. "So," he asked, "you really think this will work?" "I don't know." Leia turned to face him. "Have a better idea?" Han smiled. "Yeah." He slipped both hands around her waist and pulled her toward him until they bumped chest plates, then leaned down close. "This." Imala groaned. Leia ignored her and kissed Han until her stomach began to flutter, then kissed him a little longer. Not because it might be the last time, she told herself, but because they were in this together. At last, she pulled away and smiled up at Han. "Time to march, trooper." Leia and Han put on their helmets and started toward the oasis, Imala trailing half a kilometer back to serve as a rear guard, and to stay out of sight in the event they ran into an unexpected reconnaissance team. They were careful to remain in the shade along the base of the cliffs, both to stay out of the sun and to reduce their chances of being seen by far-flung sentries, Imperials or Tuskens. Despite the cooling units in their captured armor, the going was slow and uncomfortable. On the sandcrawler, Han had pieced together a suit of salvaged pieces that almost fit, but Leia had been forced to pad hers out with Tuman wool. Even then, the shin and forearm guards were simply too long for her, and every step was a struggle to bend her ankles, knees, and elbows. It took them 4 hours of wading through sand and scrambling over rocks to cover the next 4 kilometers, and by the time they finally ducked into a cranny and a small side canyon to wait, Leia was both exhausted and sore. Still, she counted her blessings. Kidster Benai was certainly worse off by far, if he was alive at all. And if they failed to recover Killik Twilight in time to contact Mon Mothma, hundreds of Excachian resistance fighters were certain to endure torments far more painful at the probe tips of Imperial interrogator droids. Imala crept up a few minutes later, her movements so stealthy and her sand cloak such perfect camouflage that she was almost past before Leia noticed and stepped out of hiding to wave her over. The squib looked even more tired than Leia, and she sank into the shaded cranny with a weary sigh. Her water pack was 3/4 empty. "How are you feeling, Amala?" Leia asked. "I've made it this far, haven't I? Don't think you'll leave me passed out in this." "Easy there," Han said. "We only have your interests at heart." Imala shot him a doe-eyed glower that only managed to look endearing. "Don't expect me to fall for that. I know you humans." "Do you need to rest?" Leia asked. "Chewie and the others should be at the edge of the salt flats by now. They can't leave the canyons until we give the signal." Imala took a long draw from the water tube hanging over her shoulder, then stood and brought her blaster rifle to port arms. "I've got your backs." Leia put her helmet back on, then removed a captured comlink from her equipment belt and glanced at Han. Fearful that any signal over their own comlinks would lead enemy eavesdroppers down on them, they decided to confuse the issue by communicating over the Chimera's own comnet. With any luck, the Imperials wouldn't even notice the extra traffic. "Tuba!" Imala reached up and briefly depressed the transmit switch. "Will you just click it and see what happens?" Chewbacca's double click answered almost instantly. Leia and Han crept down the gulch until they had a clear view of the sky over the dune sea. Then Han raised the electro binoculars and knelt down to watch. A minute passed. 2. Leia began to wonder if Herat had decided not to take the risk after all. Then Han finally said, "They're buying it." He passed the electro binoculars over, and Leia saw a dozen TIEs, a full squadron, dropping down over the dune sea. She activated the rangefinder but saw only a 1, followed by 2 blurs of changing numbers. 100 kilometers? That can't be right. "Closer to 150, I think," Han said. "Herat must have the Sandcrawler's power core running close to critical. She wants that Mark 15. "She deserves it." Leia passed the electro-binoculars back, then clicked the captured comlink again. This time, Chewbacca did not answer, for they were trying to communicate as little as possible to avoid drawing attention. But Leia knew he would be piloting the Hover Scout down the last few hundred meters of canyon and out onto the Great Mesa, racing for the Falcon's hiding place. Assuming the diversion kept the Imperial eyes focused on the dune sea long enough for him to melt into the general traffic patterns running between Mos Espa and Mos Eisley, they had guessed this part of the trip would take about an hour. The entire return journey, assuming the Falcon was still in the smuggler's cave when he reached it, would take about 3 minutes. A series of blue hyphens flashed in the distant sky. "They're firing," Han reported. "At Herat?" Amala asked. "Can't tell," Han said. "They're warning shots." Leia was recalling the command directive they had seen. Chimera Command wants us alive. Even more than that, they want to know where we are. They won't take the chance of hitting the reactor core and vaping the whole crawler. They watched in silence for 2 minutes more, Leia's ears aching to hear a voice coming over the built-in comm receiver in her helmet, an officer issuing orders or a trooper asking a question, anything to indicate how the Chimera was reacting to the diversion. Normally they would have, but exhibiting a discipline lacking in Imperial troops since the days of the Emperor, the 2 companies of ambushers maintained calm silence, and she heard nothing over the channels to suggest one way or the other how well her plan was working. "Blast!" Han said. "We'll have to do this the hard way. They must be bringing another company down from orbit." Leia nodded. "We should have realized they would have a ready reserve. These Imperials, they're new and improved." They put away the electro-binoculars and started toward the oasis again, Leia and Han alternating 50-meter advances with Imala so they could cover each other and watch for Imperials. After 200 meters, they began to hear the rumble of lowing banthas and retreated into the Junland wastes. Creeping along the convergence zone at the edge of the dune sea would certainly be the quickest and most concealed approach to the oasis, but it was also the most obvious. They found the first pair of stormtroopers 30 meters up the gulch, sprawled against the slope with their weapons at their sides, and blood smeared over their armor. One had a single slug thrower hole in the lens of his helmet. The other had been shot in the throat, in the vulnerable area between his breastplate and his chin. Looks like we picked the wrong disguises. Filtered through his helmet vocabulator, Han's voice sounded like the voice of every stormtrooper Leia had ever heard. Did we plan for this? Not really, Leia said. See any sign of the sniper? Han scanned the opposite hillside with the electro binoculars for several minutes, then finally shook his head. Plenty of places to hide, though. He probably moved on, Leia said. Probably, Han agreed. But cover me anyway. Holding his blaster rifle ready to fire, Han raced across the killing zone and ducked between two boulders on the other side. Leia followed and joined him, then turned to see Amala rubbing her muzzle against the helmets of the dead troopers. When she had finished, she strapped their equipment belts over her shoulders, bandolier style, and joined the solos between the boulders. Noticing their attention, she said, I had to be sure they were dead, didn't I? They might have been laying a trap for you. Han shook his helmet and started to ascend the hillside, but stopped when the thunder of a set of huge repulsor lift engines echoed off the canyon walls. Leia pulled him back down behind the boulders, then looked toward the sound and saw a curtain of dust bowling down the gulch. A moment later, the armored form of an Imperial assault shuttle rounded the bend, flying past only meters above their heads before disappearing through the canyon mouth. That's more like it, Leia said. In her head, she could see almost the last few minutes aboard Herat Sandcrawler. A company of stormtroopers drop on top via zip line, cuts through the roof to discover an abandoned bridge, and begins a cautious search. Someone finds an Imperial hover scout on the lower cargo deck, its holomap damaged, and the transponder that caught the interest of Chimera intelligence randomly short-circuiting. Someone else locates Herat locked inside a tool bin. She's quite relieved to hear that the hijackers have fled her sandcrawler and thanks the Imperials profusely for saving her life. Until she discovers that the thieves took a shipment of brand new speeder bikes with them. The officer reluctantly breaks calm silence to report that the rebels may be fleeing across the dune sea on speeder bikes. Leia nodded in satisfaction. They're buying it. Maybe, Han said. Or maybe that shuttle's just running off to pick up a... Han was interrupted by a voice in their helmet receivers. Company A, report to your shuttle for transport. Company B, redeploy and maintain the ambush. Maintain? Alone? Came an angry voice. I've already lost half my company to... A deeper voice came over the comm channel. Are you actually questioning your orders, Captain? The captain's voice grew instantly obsequious. No, sir. Just asking for clarification. Ah, a clarification, the voice said. I wish you to redeploy to maintain the ambush in the dune sea as well as the canyons. Any losses this causes you are unimportant, so long as you remain strong enough to capture the rebels, should they arrive. When I decide the time is right to recover the painting, I will send reinforcements to aid your survivors. Is that clear enough? Yes, sir. Very good, Captain. All units return to priority yellow comm silence. Leia turned to Han. Why do you ever doubt me? Slow learner, I guess. Leaving Amala to hide amid the boulders for now, Leia and Han angled up the dusty slope to within a few paces of the crest, then crept over to an outcropping of tilted slabstone where they could cross the ridge without presenting an obvious silhouette. Han dropped to all fours and crawled into a long V-shaped trough that would shield them from most sides. Leia covered him until the trough descended a level and he turned to wave her forward. Pushing her blaster rifle along in front of her, she started forward, then saw the rag-swaddled figure of a Tusken raider rise behind him, gaffy stick poised to strike. Leia stopped and snatched for her blaster rifle, and that was when a shadow fell across the slabstone beside her. Han brought his blaster rifle up to fire, but the Tusken behind him was already swinging his gaffy stick. Han, behind! The Tusken's chest exploded outward in a gout of smoke and light. Then a blaster bolt flashed over Han's head and struck something behind Leia. A strangled gasp sounded above and behind her. Then the shadow disappeared. She turned to look. A third shot lit the air and struck something behind her on the other side. This time she did not turn to look. She stood up and ran, leaping over Han's head into the far end of the trough. When no gaffy stick smashed her helmet on the way down, she scrambled to her feet and stuck her head over the edge of the trough, blaster rifle cradled and ready to fire. The only targets were the three Tuscans sprawled over the slabstone with smoking holes in their chests. Two motionless and obviously dead, one reaching for his gaffy stick and muttering something guttural. Han reached over Leia's shoulder and shot him. "Sneak up on my wife, will you?" Leia studied the three warriors for a moment, allowing herself a moment to stop trembling, then turned to Han. "Who just saved our hides? Is Lando here somewhere?" "I doubt it." Han turned and pointed toward the next ridge, a good 200 meters away. "The shots came from somewhere over there." A stormtrooper, armed with what appeared to be a 2-meter stick, a sharpshooter's long blaster, stepped out of a cranny and waved. Han waved back, and a second trooper, this one with the orange shoulder pauldron of a squad leader, motioned them over. Leia signaled okay and helped Han drag the 3 dead Tuscans out of sight. Then, under the pretext of gathering a stray gaffy stick, she turned to warn Amala about the sniper. The squib was nowhere to be seen. "Sharpshooter," Leia said anyway. "Watch yourself." "Don't think you'll be rid of me that easy," a nearby rock said. "I know what you're doing." Knowing there was no point in arguing, Leia turned without speaking and followed Han toward the squad leader. They were careful not to present an easy shot to any unseen Tuscans, but made no further attempt to remain concealed. They could see at least a dozen stormtroopers working their way toward the dune sea in a similar manner, and any attempt to be stealthy would only draw attention. "What's the plan?" Leia asked. "Get close and shoot 'em?" "If we have to," he said. "But let's try something else first. You still have that data pad from the Hover Scout?" Leia turned her back to Han so he could retrieve it from her pack. Then they ascended the slope, passing 2 more stormtrooper bodies on the way, and joined the squad leader in a small stone breastwork concealed in a nook between 2 sand rock outcroppings. The leader eyed Leia up and down, no doubt contemplating her ill-fitting armor and small size, then demanded, "Service numbers?" "He's doing a tactical efficiency study," Han said, jerking a thumb at Leia. "I'm his combat escort." The squad leader continued to look at Leia. "The training staff doesn't have service numbers?" "I'm command, not training." Leia stared into the leader's vision processors and let the sentence hang as though that answered his question. After a moment, the squad leader turned to Han. "What about you?" "Don't answer that, trooper." Leia took the datapad from Han and passed him her blaster rifle. "He's on loan to command. You understand." The squad leader, who clearly did not understand, continued to look at Han. Han shrugged and spread his hands. The squad leader turned back to Leia. "Pushy for such a young fellow, aren't you?" "Your devotion to procedure is to be commended," Leia said, ignoring the comment. "I'll make a note of it. What's your service number?" "ST-347. The number came from the trooper's mouth almost by reflex. "Sir." "Thank you." Leia made a show of entering it onto the datapad. "We were with Company A until the redeployment. We'll be working with you now. We need a blind overlooking the camp, as close to the action as possible." "Sir?" "Alone," Leia said. "My observations are classified." "You can take this place." ST-347 hooked a thumb toward the front of his breastwork. "You have a clear field of view, and as long as you have the pair of electro—" "Close to the action," Leia repeated sternly. "We need to be in place before Company A finishes redeploying. You understand?" ST-347 sighed through his vocabulator. "Close, huh?" He motioned at the datapad. "You want to put that thing away, and keep your head down. The Tuscans seem to think our helmet lenses make for good target practice." Once they were ready, ST-347 led them to the crest of the ridge, where he dropped to his belly and crawled forward until they could see the camp ahead. To Leia's surprise, it lay a considerable distance out in the sands, a smear of rocky ground along the base of the first massive dune. She could make out the woolly forms of wandering banthas and the smaller domes of the Tuscan huts, but that was all with her naked eye. "The closest we can get you is the top of that dune," he said, "but if you were with Company A, you just came from there." Funny how much closer these hills looked from there. Leia turned to Han. "Didn't I tell you to check the range, trooper?" ST-347 glanced at Han over Leia's back, sharing a moment that soldiers have no doubt been sharing since they were officers. Then he looked down the slope behind them, ordered a pair of passing stormtroopers to wait, and turned back to Leia. "You can tag along with 789 and 636, sir. We'll get you there in one piece." "Very efficient of you, ST-347. Leia backed away from the edge and stood, then allowed her helmet lenses to linger on Han for a moment. Obviously, I wasn't assigned a very capable escort. As Leia started down the slope to join her new escorts, she heard ST-347 ask Han, "Who is that kid? One of Paleon's nephews?" "Worse," Han replied. "Quentin's son, straight out of the academy." "Quentin has a son?" "He likes to keep it quiet. You can see why." "Tough break, trooper," ST-347 said. "Good luck keeping him alive." 40 painful and exhausting minutes later, Leia and Han were crawling the last few meters to the dune's crest. The suns were beating down mercilessly on the sands, and even with her cooling unit turned to maximum, Leia felt as though she were squirming across a frying pan. She glanced over at Han. "You okay in there?" "Don't worry about me. Seen any sign of Amala?" "No," Leia said, "and I'm not worried about her. We told her this would happen." "Sure you aren't." "Aren't what?" "Worried about her." They reached the top and found themselves looking down the dune's steep side. 200 meters below, 30 bantha wool huts stood amidst the rocks at one end of a small oasis. At the end, opposite the camp, stood a permanent hut, still covered in bantha wool but supported by an exterior framework of bantha bones. Next to it, just behind a bantha rib arch, lay a pile of what appeared to be bleached sticks, though Leia had the feeling they were something else. Banthas roamed the oasis freely, but their Tusken riders were not visible anywhere. Leia took out the electro-binoculars and turned them on the hut standing next to the bantha rib arch. Care had been taken to sink the fabric walls deep into the sand, and a simple bantha bone drawbar locked the door from the outside. "Look at the hut next to the bone pile," Han said. "Good idea," Leia said dryly. "It's a holding cell." Even without the drawbar she had observed through the electro-binoculars, Leia would have known what she was seeing. Simply looking at the hut sent a shiver down her spine. It was a place of torture and death, a place where suffering and despair had permeated the force to such a degree that Leia could feel it even atop the dune. Her shoulder began to ache again, then all of her own wounds as well, especially those inflicted by her father's interrogation droid aboard the Death Star. Leia lowered the electro-binoculars and looked away. "This is going to be fun." "Fun?" Han asked. "Maybe you need to adjust your cooling unit." "It won't do any good," Leia said. "I can feel what happens down there." "More force sensations?" Even through the voice filter, Han sounded uneasy. "Do you mean what happened down there, or what's going to?" Leia shrugged. "That's not clear. What I'm feeling is just phantom pain." "Great. Like the real stuff isn't bad enough." Han's helmet turned back toward the oasis. "Maybe it's Kitster. That's where he'd be if he's still alive." Leia pictured Kitster's face and forced herself to look at the hut. The phantom pains did not intensify, but the oasis began to feel more familiar to her, much as Mos Espa had after departing Watto's, much as Shmi's hovel had when Leia went there to hide. Her stomach grew cold and hollow. A moment later she began to experience a time-muted sense of loneliness and despair from the direction of the hut, and the electro-binoculars slipped from her grasp. She watched absently as they slid 20 meters down the dune, then vanished beneath a small landslide. "Leia!" Han gasped. He peered in both directions along the crest of the dune, then asked, "What's wrong? I think the captain saw you drop those." "This is where they kept her," Leia said, still in shock. "This is where Shmi Skywalker was tortured." 23. Chewbacca and the Squibs had taken a few scenic detours on the way to Mos Espa, first sweeping around the backside of the Moskvik High Range to avoid a company of hover scouts fanning out across the flats south of Mos Espa, then ducking through Arch Canyon to lose a fight of ties they had picked up entering Zelric Draw. Now C-3PO, who'd been using a pair of electro-binoculars to reconnoiter the entire trip, was reporting what seemed to be the ultimate roadblock. An Imperial AT-AT Walker moving into position to block the mouth of the smuggler's cave where the Falcon sat hidden in the darkness. Chewbacca opened the throttles wide. Unlike the overhang beneath which they had found the ambushed sandcrawler, the smuggler's cave was a true cavern, with a mouth as large as a space slug's and two sweeping curves that Chewbacca could fly blind. It was also hidden in the back of a sunken dead end in the bottom of Beta Basin, and visible from only one place along the rim, a feature that had made it a favorite rendezvous point for smugglers since long before the Hutts controlled Tatooine. You must have misunderstood me, C-3PO said. I said the Imperial Walker was in front of us. Chewbacca growled his impatience. You will care, C-3PO retorted. There were 2 hover scouts in position already. Chewbacca turned to order one of the squibs into the blaster turret, and found them both climbing onto the firing seat, Grease slipping behind the triggers, and Sly arranging grenades and thermal detonators in the stormtrooper utility belt slung across his chest. Chewie grunted happily. This is not going to be fun, C-3PO said. In fact, I insist you let me out of this vehicle right now. The Wookiee ignored him and continued across the basin floor. Finally, the mirage effect lifted, and he could see a shimmering line ahead where the ground dropped into the sunken dead end. He groaned a warning. I don't see what good holding on will do. We're going to be blasted to... Ah! The droid's complaint ended in a wail as the hover scout reached the dead end and dropped over a 5-meter escarpment. Grease chortled in delight and cut loose with the blaster cannon. Chewbacca got his bearings and saw the walker standing in the cavern mouth. Its immense legs braced for firing, its cockpit swinging in their direction, and 2 platoons of stormtroopers rappelling to the ground on drop lines. Flanked by the 2 hover scouts C-3PO had mentioned, the walker was effectively blocking the entire cave entrance. Both hover scouts in the walker's cockpit opened up with their blaster cannons, raising a wall of laser blossoms that left Chewbacca piloting from memory. He rumbled a command. C-3PO turned to Grease. Chewbacca asked that you shoot those drop lines. Gotcha. Grease shifted his fire. Can't see a thing. Neither could Chewbacca, but he had a sense of the cave mouth swelling up ahead. Juking and jinking like a fighter pilot, he aimed for the center of the darkness. The hover scout shuddered twice as its armor absorbed a couple of light cannon strikes. The barrage ended as quickly as it had started, and Chewbacca saw the gray tree of an AT-AT lake looming in front of him. He swerved to avoid it, bounced over a pile of groaning stormtroopers, and suddenly there was nothing but dark cave ahead. He decelerated and took a sweeping left, then heard the rapid-fire crackle of 3 thermal detonators and a couple of incendiary grenades going off under the AT-AT. C-3PO's metal fingers began to scrape blindly at the control console. Surely this vehicle has lights. Chewbacca slapped the droid's hand away and took a gradual left, where they found the underside of the Falcon illuminated by the glow of 2 portable lamps. In the dim light, a squad of stormtroopers was still struggling to set their E-Web repeating blaster on its tripod. Grease brought the blaster turret around and relieved them of the necessity. After a few security shots to make sure there were no survivors lurking about, they swung around behind the Falcon and parked behind the main cargo lift. Chewbacca leapt out of the driver's seat and ran for the main hatch, roaring instructions to C-3PO over his shoulder. Why do I have to wait? The droid complained. Sly must be capable of keeping watch. Yeah, if I wasn't heading for a cannon turret. Chewbacca did not hear the rest of the exchange. He was already running up the boarding ramp, prioritizing the tasks he needed to accomplish before he could get to Han and Leia. Warm the drive circuits, lower the repeating blaster, accentuate the power core. It could all be doable in the next 3 minutes. There might still be that Imperial Walker to get past if Sly's thermal detonators had failed to drop it. But that was why the Falcon carried concussion missiles, wasn't it? Leia continued to look at the hut with the drawbar. She had not taken her eyes off it since dropping the electro-binoculars. The sensation of pain and despair had faded back to nothingness, but the memory of it weighed more heavily on her mind than ever. This is where her grandmother had been held captive and tortured, probably where she had died, and it was where Anakin had found his mother. It had to be. I wonder if she was still alive. Realizing that so far she had not voiced her thoughts to Han, Leia added, This is where Anakin found my grandmother. How can you know that? Han glanced longingly down the slope toward the lost electro-binoculars. Did he leave a sign? Think about it. Leia explained what Beru's sister had told her about Shmi's abduction from the Lars farm, and how Anakin had returned to Tatooine and recovered her body. He found her at this encampment, in that hut. So Anakin is the angry ghost? Han asked. Leia recalled what Herat had told them about how this place came by its name. I suppose so. An entire tribe, hacked to pieces. They sure picked the wrong woman to kidnap. Han's gaze wandered to the edge of the oasis, where the banthas were gathering around a gently rumbling female. The mother of a Jedi. Didn't they? Leia felt no satisfaction in knowing how savagely her grandmother's death had been avenged. Quite the opposite. She was suddenly very aware of the twin suns blazing down, of the heat in the cloud-barren sky, and the eye-stabbing brilliance, and she began to feel hollow and qualmish inside. "This is where it happened," she said, "where he first surrendered to his anger." "He?" Han's helmet turned to look at her. "Your father." Leia nodded. "I can see how it might happen," Han said. "That doesn't excuse it." Even the helmet vocabulator did not blunt the sharpness in Leia's voice. He knew better. "Talk about a wart calling a grog slow," Han said. "Take it easy. Maybe that's not what happened. You're placing a lot of faith in feelings." "It's paid off so far," Leia countered. "Or are you forgetting what would have happened if we'd come straight here?" "I'm not forgetting," Han said. Down in the oasis, the bantha herd was ambling toward the Tusken camp. "And even if he did, why do they keep sacrificing more captives? Seems like that would only make the angry ghosts angrier." "Do I look like a Tusken?" Leia asked. "How would I know why they make their sacrifices? No one knows why Sand People do anything. That's what makes them Sand People." The electronic voice of a stormtrooper sounded from the slope behind them. "Excuse me." Leia and Han spun toward each other and knocked helmets, then turned to find a stormtrooper standing on the slope below, his head cocked as though he could not quite believe the incompetence he was seeing. He held his blaster rifle in one hand, a pair of electro-binoculars in the other. "Service number?" Leia demanded, assuming the offensive in an effort to keep the stormtrooper off balance. "What are you doing sneaking up on us?" "ST-297, the trooper replied. "I apologize if I'm intruding on a classified conversation." Noting ST-297's more confident demeanor, Leia assumed a more civil tone. "You're excused. What do you want?" "I couldn't help noticing that you had dropped your electro-binoculars." ST-297 raised the set in his hand. "I thought you might like to borrow mine." "That's very efficient of you." Leia nodded Han down the slope. "I'll make a note of it." "Thank you. I'm a great admirer of Commander Quentin." ST-297, Leia was guessing officer, passed the electro-binoculars to Han, but he kept his helmet lenses trained on Leia. "Is there anything else you need?" Leia pretended to consider this a moment, then shook her head. "You've been very helpful, Captain." ST-297's helmet turned slightly to the side, then he said, "That was ST-297. What was your service number again?" Leia cursed herself for raising his suspicions unnecessarily. Han was quick to salvage the situation. He stepped in front of the stormtrooper. "You don't want to know. It's command." "That will be all, Lieutenant," Leia said. "I'll make certain that my Commander Quentin hears of your efficiency." ST-297 seemed to grow an inch taller. "Very well, then. I'll leave you to your observations." Leia watched him go, then took the electro-binoculars from Han. "With sycophants like that leading their platoons, the Empire is doomed." "Good. We need all the help we can get." Han looked in the direction of Mos Espa, then checked his chronometer. "I wonder what's taking so long. Chewbacca should have clicked us by now." The same question had been on Leia's mind, but she tried not to dwell on the negative possibilities. There were just too many of them, and they had no choice but to trust Chewbacca to figure out a way around any problem he encountered. She shrugged and said, "Maybe there's unexpected traffic." Leia took the electro-binoculars and turned them back on the hut. Now that she was over the shock of what she had felt through the Force, she could see that the bantha rib arch was splattered with something dark. A pair of rawhide thongs dangled from the bones at just about the height of a human's outstretched arms, leaving little doubt as to the gruesome purpose of the arch. 3 meters behind it lay a pile of sun-bleached skulls and bones. Most appeared to be human, and many of the limbs were splintered or truncated where the corpse had been hacked apart. Leia was relieved to see that none of the bones had any flesh clinging to it. Benai was, perhaps, still alive. Leia could bear to look no longer. As horrified as she was by what Shmi had suffered, as much as it pained her to contemplate what had happened there, she was even more appalled by the ghastly cycle her father had set in motion. There had to be 100 skulls in that pile, maybe 200 or 300. For his mother's life, Anakin had taken the lives of dozens of Tuskens. The Sand People had responded with more killing of their own. The legacy of death he had planted that day had continued to grow, costing hundreds of beings their lives, and Leia could see no end to it. He should have known better. Leia passed the electro-binoculars to Han. He was a Jedi. He was a kid with a dead mother. Han raised the electro-binoculars, but he seemed to be looking more toward the banthas than the bones. He vented his anger on the ones who killed her. I might have done the same thing. That doesn't make it right, Leia said. And it doesn't make me a Sith monster either, Han retorted. What he did wasn't evil. It was human. Later, he became Darth Vader and did a lot of terrible things, but don't forget that he's the one who killed the Emperor. You're saying you forgive him? Leia asked, after he froze you in carbonite? I'm just saying that without him, Palpatine would still be Emperor. You're saying Darth Vader saved the galaxy. Han shrugged. Well, Anakin Skywalker. Think about it. If he'd have been a nice guy, do you think he'd ever have gotten that close to Palpatine? Han continued to watch the banthas through the electro-binoculars. Maybe that was your father's destiny all along, to save the galaxy just like his mother thought he would. Well, maybe not just like she thought, but he did save it. Han. Leia felt like her world had been turned upside down. Again. Han had a way of doing that to her. Han, sometimes you amaze me. That got him to put the electro-binoculars down. Just sometimes. He passed them over, but our job's not done. Take a look behind the banthas and tell me what you see. Leia adjusted the focus and saw a small, buff-colored mass creeping across the ground, about 10 meters behind the last bantha. What is that, a womp rat? Yeah, a womp rat named Imala. Han took the electro-binoculars and began to unscrew the recharge port. But forget about her. I think we got other problems. Take a look over my shoulder. Leia saw a long line of stormtroopers starting to creep across the face of the dune toward them. Behind me, too? She asked. Han nodded, then pulled a small transistor out of the recharge port. Leia did not need to ask what the two little wires dangling from the end wire were. She had seen eavesdropping bugs often enough to recognize an antenna. That lieutenant was a little smarter than we thought. Han tossed the bug over the edge of the dune, then asked, What do you want to do? Surrender, or try to blast our way out? The stormtroopers behind Han raised their blasters and broke into a run. Leia glanced over the side down into the oasis, where the banthas were carefully starting to pick their way through the Tusken camp. I have a better plan. Follow me. Leia tucked her blaster rifle under one arm and plucked the handheld comlink from her utility belt, then jumped over the side and began to slide down the steep face of the dune. Chewie, we need a lift, and fast! 24. Han didn't even know when the Tuskens opened fire. He was about halfway down the dune, lying on his back, sliding down the steep slope with his legs held high, trying to keep Leia in sight between his feet, listening to the almost subliminal rumble of avalanching sand. Then ST-297's voice came over his helmet speaker. The imposters are to be taken alive. Lay fire on the Tuskens. Repeat, Tuskens only. Suppress all indigenous fire on the rebels. A sheet of blaster fire erupted from not too many meters up the slope behind Han, flashing down over his head, shredding desert brush Tusken huts, lacing the oasis with strands of smoke and light. The banthas bugled and began to cluster together in a defensive circle, and that was the end of the Sand People's camp. Leia craned her neck to look up at Han. The Tuskens are shooting at us? Who knows? I still haven't seen any. Leia let her feet catch and flipped head over heels, and her blaster went flying. Han caught it in one hand, then watched in frightened panic as she continued to accelerate, descending the dune's face in a crazy tumble not even a Tusken could hit. Not wanting to be left behind, Han cradled both blaster rifles to his chest, tucked his chin, and planted his feet. At the speed he was traveling already, it was like being launched from a missile tube. He pitched forward and sailed into the air, and then the world became a kaleidoscope of sand, sky, and blaster flash. Han was dimly aware of several voices inside his helmet demanding to know what was happening, the lieutenant shouting, "Have they been hit?" and someone else demanding, "Why are you breaking comm silence?" Just before he crashed through a thicket of bushes and slammed into a boulder. He tried to sit up, only to fall over again when something struck his helmet with a deafening crack. A blaster bolt sizzled past overhead, then a heavy body landed across his midsection. ST-297, what's happening down there? A voice demanded in his ear. Report! It's the rebels, the lieutenant answered. We have them in sight. They're fleeing into the Tusken encampment. What? A different voice this time, the same one that had chastised Company A's captain for questioning orders. Repeat. They're fleeing into the Tusken camp, sir. We're pursuing, but manpower's limited. Pursuing, Lieutenant? Set blasters to stun and stop them. There was a pause, then the lieutenant said, Stunning may not be possible, sir. They're wearing captured armor. Thus the impostors, the voice said. I've sharpshooters covering them. As well you should. May we then assume that they are listening to our current comm channel? It, seems likely. Indeed. All units to adopt non-secure communications protocol until further notice. And Lieutenant? Sir? Why am I not speaking with the captain of Company A? Tuscan, sir. Ah, of course. Carry on, Lieutenant. Reinforcements are coming. Then, in a more reflective tone, the voice added, Interesting. Han! It took Han a moment to realize his voice was coming from outside his helmet. He rolled over and found himself looking into the goggles of the Tuscan raider lying atop him, the first one he had seen in the oasis so far. Leia? A pair of white armored gloves grabbed the dead Tuscan by the collar and pulled him off, then took one of the blaster rifles Han was holding. We've got work to do. Head still spinning from the blow to his helmet, Han staggered to his feet and allowed Leia into the oasis proper. It was much larger than it had looked from above, probably 20 meters across and 100 long. They were on the side nearest the dune, and the stormtroopers, about halfway down its length. Leia turned and raced for the main hut, laying suppression fire into the Tuscan camp. Han turned his blaster in the opposite direction, shooting toward the dune. Leia, do you have any idea where we're going? Of course, Leia replied. If you were a Tuscan with a painting worth 15 million credits, where would you put it? Didn't you just say nobody knows why sand people do anything? Good point, Leia said. Want to go the other way? Han glanced over his shoulder toward the bugling banthas. It was impossible to see anything through the bushes and the rising clouded dust, but he suspected the Tuscan encampment was the last place anyone wearing stormtrooper armor would want to be right now. Guess not. The Tuscans began to catch up about the same time they reached the end of the oasis. Han didn't see any sand people, of course. He simply went sprawling when a slug thrower projectile splattered against his backplate. Leia also went down when a slug caught her in the calf armor. They rolled to their backs and fired in the general direction from which the projectiles were coming. You okay? Han yelled. It'll be a terrible bruise, Leia answered. But are you okay? I think so, she said. This armor really works. Sure, as long as nobody points a blaster in your direction. A fan of blaster fire erupted behind them, fanning over their heads to mince the sparse brush in which the Tuscans were hiding. You had to say it, Leia shouted. Several Tuscans groaned. Sand people did not scream when they died, and the slug throwers fell silent. Han and Leia rolled to their knees and began firing toward the dune. Han dropped 2 stormtroopers less than 3 meters away and sent a dozen more diving for cover. He felt a little guilty about blasting men who had just saved his life, but it was a strange sort of battle. Besides, capture was not an option, not for the Solos. He leapt to his feet and, continuing to fire toward the Imperials, grabbed Leia by the arm and charged the last dozen meters to the hut. You get the painting. He dropped behind the bantha rib arch and continued to assault the Imperials, who were continuing to fire at the Tuscans, who continued to stick their heads up every so often to take a pot shot at the Solos. I'll cover. An anguished croak sounded from inside the hut. Who's there? What's happening? Kitster? Leia went to the door and flipped the bone drawbar. Kitster Benai, you're still alive? I think so. As Leia started to pull the door open, the crack of a slug thrower projectile sounded against her armor, and she was thrown against the outside of the hut wall. There was another crack, followed by her strained, Stang! Leia rolled around to the dune side of the hut, behind Han. That hurts! She went to the hut wall and shouted through the fabric. Kitster, it's Leia Organa Solo. Is the Leia Organa Solo? He sounded a little more aware, but still very much in pain. You don't sound like her. Do you care? Han called. We're here to help. Is the painting in there with you? Leia asked. The painting. I'm not saying. Get me out of here. Leia turned to Han. It's not in there. Of course not. That would be too easy. To Kitster, Han yelled, Can you walk? Not saying. Hey, pal, if you haven't figured it out yet, we're the good guys. To Leia, he added, I'll have to carry him. Han nodded Leia over to take his place, then pointed into the rocks on the other side of the sacrificial bone pile. They're trying to flank us. Leia stood up, fired twice. 2 Imperial voices screamed over helmet speakers. Not anymore. Han went to the side of the hut. Hey, Kit, what happened to the painting? Not telling, he said. You'll leave me. Good enough. Han fired his blaster but a meter beyond the voice, cutting a hole through the bantha wool wall. Chieftain has. In camp. Thanks. Han stepped through the hole he had just blasted, and what he found turned his stomach. Kitster Benai lay spread-eagled on the ground, his dark hair now light as sand. His ankles were swollen, his body was covered in burns and bruises, and 3 of his fingers were snapped at the middle knuckle. Kitster, how you doing, buddy? Han went to the man's side and kneeled beside him. Sorry it took so long. We'd, sort of given you up for dead. Me, too. Kitster's dark eyes were fearful and bewildered. Who? You? Han Solo. Slug-thrower projectiles began to rip through the tent, drawing a new wave of blaster fire from the Imperials. You'll just have to take my word for it. Han pulled a laser cutter from his stormtrooper utility belt and sliced the bindings holding Kitster's wrists and ankles. Outside, Leia's blaster rifle erupted into a constant scream. Need help? In a minute, Leia, Han called. I'm busy here. They're rushing us. Toss a couple of detonators. He pulled the thermal detonator off his own belt and tossed it out to her. That'll slow him down. Leia stopped firing, and an instant later the crackle of 2 thermal detonators echoed through the oasis. Here's the deal. Han hoisted Kitster onto his shoulders. Starved and dehydrated, he weighed little. We need to recover that painting or destroy it, which means Leia and I are going into that Tusken camp. You can come with us, or I can dump you on the stormtroopers. The Imperials will probably throw you in prison forever. With you, Kitster said. Want to see my children. Han sighed. I was afraid you'd say that. But don't go. Kitster paused to gather his strength. Not to camp. Afraid we have to. Han started toward the makeshift door. You should have let us destroy that painting back at Maubo's. Such a terrible waste, Kitster gasped. And you don't have to go. Turn around. We don't have a lot of time. Trust me, Kitster said. Look up. Finally beginning to understand, Han turned and looked at the ceiling. There, hanging over the place where Kitster's head had been, was Killik twilight, the stormy sky the same deep purple as before, the insectoid figure still turning to face the storm just as Han remembered. I thought you said. Lied, Kitster said. Thought you were Imperial. You thought Kid, old buddy, you are one devoted art lover. Han pulled a comlink off his belt and depressed the microphone key 3 times. The got it signal. An instant later, Leia peered through the makeshift door, still firing into the rocks. You actually have it? Up there. Han hooked a thumb at the ceiling. I'll cover, you recover. Leia retreated into the hut and, ignoring the dwindling sputter of her projectile still whistling through the room, traded places with Han. It's an amazing shape, she commented. Tuskens awed by it, Kitster said. Didn't stop them from breaking a finger when I needed to add water, and in desert. I know, Han said, recalling Kitster's gnarled hands. It needed a lot of water. He glanced through the opening and found a dozen stormtroopers only 10 meters away, still coming despite a hail of Tusken slugs. One fell to a hit through the lens, another with a wound through his throat, but most were simply falling as the projectiles splattered against their armor, then popping back up an instant later. Han chose the 3 closest to the hut and, struggling to keep Kitster balanced across his shoulders, concentrated on picking them off as they returned to their feet. The thump of a concussion grenade sounded from the far side of the oasis. The banthas erupted into an orchestra bugling, and an ominous reverberation began to roll across the desert. What's that? Leia asked. Han shrugged. Imala, maybe? He put a pair of blaster bolts through a stormtrooper's chest plate, and 2 more sprang up. 5 meters. Who cares? We're going hand to hand if we don't. A long burst from Leia's blaster rifle sounded behind Han. He spun around to see Killik Twilight swinging down from the ceiling on a flap of smoking fabric. Leia plucked the painting off the hooks from which it had been hanging, then turned, and blasted a new hole through the opposite wall. Let's go. Han glanced back to find a pair of stormtroopers rushing for the old hole. He fired at point-blank range, blasting one off his feet backward and sending the other diving for cover. He backed toward the new hole, still firing, and heard the power pack depletion alarm. Always something. Han turned and ducked out of the hut, ejecting the power pack as he went, then tossed it back inside and raced after Leia. Behind him, an Imperial voice cried, "Detonator!" Han pulled the new power pack off his utility belt and inserted it into the socket, then dropped to a knee and turned to wait. There was a loud rumble coming their way through the oasis. Han did not dare glance toward it. An imperial voice came over the helmet speaker. I have the impostors in my scope. They've rescued a Tusken captive, and they have the Admiral's painting in their possession. Repeat, they have the painting. Awaiting instructions. Han glanced over his shoulder to see Leia dodging behind a boulder. When he looked back, there was a stormtrooper standing in a makeshift doorway. He burned a hole in the fellow's chest, then began to spray the entire hut with blaster fire. They're rescuing a captive? Interesting. It was the reflective voice, the one that seemed to be in charge, the one that gave Han the creeps. And they have the painting? You're certain? Affirmative. Very well, the voice said. You are authorized to target legs only. Han stopped firing, sprang up, and heard a sharpshooter's bolt tear into the ground where he'd been kneeling. Dodging wildly, and praying Benai had the strength to hold on, he raced to catch up with Leia and ducked behind an adjacent boulder. Another blaster bolt zipped past and tore into the ground beside his feet. He finally had a chance to glance toward the roar coming from the Tusken camp and saw a 3-meter wall of wool and horn sweeping in from the other side of the oasis, bringing with it a billowing wall of dust. What next? He swung the barrel of his blaster around the side of the boulder and fired blindly. Bounty hunters? Sarlacc pits? It's not that bad. Leia had Killick Twilight's small rectangle resting against her knees, and was pulling a grappling line out of her utility belt. Imala may have saved us, if Tui would just get here. You think? Han continued to fire blindly, watching as Leia secured the line around her belt and extended the hooks at the throwing end. I think. Leia dropped to a knee and took over cover duties while Han did the same with his own grappling line. Then, afraid his passenger would not be able to hold on while being dragged across the desert by a charging bantha, he brought Kitster's forearms together beneath his own arm and began to lash the wrists together. Han, no time! Leia yelled, still firing. Move! I can hold my... Kitster's assurance was cut short by a flurry of Leia's blaster bolts burning past Han's rock. Han glanced in her direction and saw a pair of stormtroopers charging up behind her. Duck! He yelled, grabbing his blaster rifle. Leia rolled instead, snatching Killick Twilight in the way. Han poured blaster bolts into the stormtroopers behind her, then took off running. He did not know how closely the next pair of stormtroopers were pursuing him, but the ones behind Leia were within 5 meters, and closing fast. No shot, no shot, the sharptroopers began to report. They're in the dust. But the other Imperials made up for it, firing as they ran, aiming for the Solo's legs and churning the ground into a dusty froth. Han dodged madly, holding Benai and the grappling hook with one hand, using the other to cover Leia by firing wildly behind her. Leia did the same for him, though instead of Benai, she was holding the painting in her other hand. Neither of them was hitting anything, but at least they were preventing the stormtroopers from hitting anything either. And they were slowing down the pursuit. That was the important thing. Kitster! Han had to yell to make himself heard above the blaster fury and the thunder of the stampede. How close are those banthas? Close, came the strangled reply. 15 meters, but angling past us. I think they're heading for the back. Leia screamed and went down, her feet flying out from beneath her as a projectile from a Tusken slug thrower slammed into her shoulder armor. Han spun to help, and that was what saved his life. A deafening crack sounded inside his helmet, then he was slamming into the ground. Kitster no longer on his shoulders, his ears ringing, head aching, struggling to remain conscious. He rolled to his back and saw laser bolts lacing the air barely a meter over his head. He tried to raise his blaster rifle and found he was no longer holding it. The light storm above his head stopped, and an eerie silence fell over the oasis. Han groped for his blaster rifle and could find it nowhere. Leia was lying face down and motionless across from him, Killick Twilight resting beside her. The banthas were so close now that the ground trembled as they pounded past. Leia? Han rolled to his knees and found Kitster lying a meter away, a line of white stormtrooper bodies resting motionless in the rocks beyond. Leia? A throaty chuckle sounded behind him. He turned to see 3 Tusken raiders looming over him, their rifles pointed at his head. Behind them stood a pair of Tusken children, armed with miniature gaffy sticks. Han tucked his chin and tried to angle his helmet lenses away. This drew a laugh from one of the Tuskens, who stepped forward, bringing his rifle butt around toward the jawline of Han's helmet, then collapsed when Leia opened fire from behind and a blaster bolt exploded from his chest. The remaining Tuskens spun to face her, their rifles rising. Han took one down with a stomp kick to the knee, then cringed as a bolt flashed past his helmet from Kitster's direction. It missed, but distracted the warrior long enough for Leia to bring her own weapon to bear. The Tusken fell, groaning and clutching at his throat. Han! Han turned in time to see Benai throwing his blaster rifle to him, but Leia was already firing again, taking out the last warrior with a flurry of bolts. A series of light blows began to rain down on Han's helmet and shoulders, and he turned to find the two Tusken children assailing him with their little gaffy sticks. Dropping the blaster rifle in his lap, he caught the attacks with a pair of hook blocks and ripped the weapons from their hands. Go on, get out of here. The Tusken children kept their heads turned toward him and reached for their gaffy sticks. Han broke the shafts over his knee and tossed them aside. You're too small. He pointed into the underbrush. I'm throwing you back. The children glanced at each other, then turned and fled toward the banthas. Han thought they would be crushed, but the stampede was less a headlong rush than it was a well-organized exodus, with the huge creatures keeping their calves safely sheltered inside the herd, and taking care to trot along no faster than the young ones could manage. The two Tusken children simply fell in alongside a bantha, grabbed a handful of shaggy wool, and pulled themselves onto the beast's back. It looked easier than flinging a grappling line around the horns of a big male, and a lot smarter, too. Leia appeared at Han's side, hauling him to his feet. On your feet, flyboy. She had Killick Twilight looped over her sore shoulder by the hanging wire, and her blaster rifle tucked into its belt holster. Company's on the way. Han jammed his own weapon into its holster, then turned to pick up Benai and saw a fresh squad of ghostly white figures rushing through the underbrush. What's Chewie doing? Han threw Benai over his shoulders. Going around the far side of the planet? You told him not to scratch the paint. Leia turned and led the way toward the banthas. Han followed, barely managing to keep up. As they drew nearer to the beast, the ground began to quake, and Han found himself gagging on a musky stench that even the helmet's filter scrubblers could not remove. Kitster leaned down close to Han's audio pickup, shouting over the roar of the banthas. If I can't hold on. Don't worry, Han assured him. I won't come back. You'd only find a smear, I'm sure, Kitster said. Just tell my children. I love them. You hold on, Han said, and tell them yourself. Shifting the painting onto her back, Leia fell in alongside the herd and reached up, grabbing a handful of shaggy wool. She stumbled, and it looked for a moment like she might fall and be trampled, or her bantha would panic and knock her over. But her feet simply left the ground. Then she hauled herself awkwardly up, almost slipping when she had to let her weight hang from her sore shoulder. Han fell in alongside the next beast, and struggling to keep pace, reached up and grabbed hold. His feet immediately went out from beneath him, which was just as well, since a flurry of blaster bolts came flashing in under the bantha's belly. Most sizzled harmlessly past or ricocheted off his leg armor, but one managed to burn through and scorch his outer thigh. Han clenched his teeth and concentrated on climbing, pulling himself up as Leia had done. Whether it was the shock of being hit, or Kitster's extra weight, or perhaps he just wasn't as strong as his wife, he was only halfway up when his hands began to tremble and his forearms to cramp. Kitster sensed his trouble and reached up himself, but he was in even worse shape, too weak to hold on to Han with his injured hand, or the bantha wool with his good one. His grasp came free, and he began to fall backward. It's okay, Han yelled. Just grab me. Quiet, Solo, a small voice yelled from above. You want to live, Benai? Give me your hand. Imala? Han looked up to see the squib dangling head down above him, her feet tied into the wool on the bantha's back. How'd you get here? How do you think? I jumped. She lashed out and caught Benai's hand in both of hers. This would have been easier if you'd have grabbed the right bantha. The first 2 minutes of flight, before the Imperials had time to recover from the shock of having their AT-AT blown out of the Falcon's path, had gone smoothly. Chewbacca had streaked across the Great Mesa just under burn speed, the velocity at which the ship created a fireball in its wake, doing his best to avoid inhabited areas where his shockwave would have flattened buildings. But flying so low, C-3PO had informed him repeatedly he was raising a dust cloud several kilometers high. So what? They weren't going to take anyone by surprise. The Imperials knew where they were going. They would be waiting, in force. The Falcon hit the first squadron at the Junlin Wastes, when Chewbacca ascended to avoid the rough terrain. The TIEs dived in from both sides, pelting the Falcon from all angles. Grease and Sly, staffing the cannon turrets, took out 3 fighters before the first damage alarms began to ring in the cockpit, but that left 9. When one of the ties tried to sneak under the falcon for a belly shot, Chewbacca headed for the rim of the nearest cliff and scraped him off. They did not try that game again. The falcon reached the undulating vastness of the dune sea, and found a second squadron waiting. With the shields wavering, a Bithian course control alarm screeching, and the port vector plate so shot to pieces that rolling the falcon was easier than turning it, Chewbacca knew they would never survive the next gauntlet. So he decided to go under it. As soon as the falcon cleared the bluffs, he dropped her over the edge. C-3PO shrieked, but Chewbacca never listened to the droid anyway. He slipped into the trough between two of the massive dunes and leveled off at 10 meters. That would leave almost 3 between the bottom cannon turret and the ground, and watch the ties dive on them. Sly smeared the Imperial vector with cannon fire, not aiming, just putting it up there in the way, and 3 ties erupted into fiery blossoms. The survivors passed over the falcon, pummeling her shields with cannon fire, penetrating far too often and touching off so many alert lights the control panel looked like it was on fire. Then the ties were passed, flying blind through the kilometers-high sand plume behind the falcon, straight into the survivors of the Junlin squadron, also flying blind, and in the opposite direction. The tactical display went white with exploding ties. Chewbacca howled in glee. "Yes, that will certainly teach them to play games with a Wookiee," C-3PO agreed. "But I'm afraid I don't know the contest to which you're referring, Chewbacca. What is Guts, and how is it played?" Chewbacca did not double-cross us. Leia pulled a thumb-sized data chip off the back of the Killick Twilight's moisture control regulator and placed it in a small depression she'd scooped out in the sand. Wookiees don't double-cross. "There's a first time for everything." Imala picked up the chip and rubbed it against her muzzle. "So this is what all the trouble's about?" "Mostly. I did want the painting as well." They were crouched atop a bluff in a small circle of boulders, with Tusken projectiles ricocheting off the rock around them, and 2 separate squads of Imperials working into flanking positions along adjacent ridges. The banthas that had carried them into this mess were huddled in a defensive circle at the bottom of the ravine below where they had stopped their stampede. Leia's cooling unit had been damaged by the last slug hit, and the twin suns were beating down mercilessly, quick-baking her in her armor. But she had the Shadowcast code key, nobody was dead yet, and they had the signal beacon up for Chewbacca. Considering everything that had gone wrong and a few things that had gone right, Leia thought it had been a pretty good trip. For Tatooine. She snatched the data chip from the squib's hand, checked to make sure it was still the Shadowcast code key, and returned it to the depression. Imala plucked up the chip again, this time holding it in front of her eyes. "So what is it?" Leia drew her blaster. "Do you really want to know?" "Sorry for trying to help." Imala dropped the data chip back in the depression. "I was only thinking you should be sure you want to do this. This way I know it won't fall into the wrong hands." Leia checked the data chip once more, then returned it to the basin. "If you try to pick it up again, I'll shoot you." "After I saved your mate's life?" Imala huffed. "There's no need to be rude. I only have your best interests." "Watch yourself," Leia interrupted. She pointed her blaster into the basin and squeezed the trigger. The bolt melted the chip to slag. She shot it again, and this time even the slag bubbled away. "That ought to do it." Leia returned the moisture regulator to the Killick Twilight's frame, then handed the painting to Imala. "It needs filling. You know how to do it?" Imala turned the painting right side up and pointed to the little mouth in the top of the frame. "Pour water in there. Stop when I see it." Pure water. Leia hesitated, taking one last look at the painting before she returned to battle. "That's very important. I'm placing a lot of trust in you." "Consider me part Wookiee." Imala opened her water bottle. "You won't be sorry." Benai intercepted the bottle. "I'll show her." Leia couldn't bear to watch. She crawled into a small cranny, where Han lay between 2 boulders keeping watch on the Tuskens. Or at least their banthas. The warriors themselves were as difficult to find as ever. She squeezed in beside him, jostling his wounded thigh, and an electronic groan escaped his helmet voice processor. "Are you okay?" she asked. "How bad is it?" "Not too bad." He glanced over his shoulder toward Benai, who was patiently explaining to Imala why she could not fill the reservoir straight from a water bottle. "You really want to trust Imala with your Killick Twilight?" "I don't want to, but it's a Squibs painting now. A deal's a deal." A trio of loud pops sounded from somewhere below, and 3 slugs pinged next to her head, showering her helmet with shards of sandrock. Leia studied the ravine and saw only stone, dirt, and glare. "Where are they?" she asked. You tell me, Han said. If I knew, I'd be shooting back. Leia watched for a moment longer. When another round of rock shards pattered off her helmet, she began to pour blaster fire into the largest boulder in the gully. What do you see? Han asked. Nothing, but I'm not just going to lie here. Right. Han added his fire to hers, and the boulder shattered. An astonished Tusken Raider jumped up from where he'd been kneeling and brought his slug thrower to his shoulder, so frightened that he was aiming high over their heads. Leia laid a few bolts at his feet and sent him scrambling down the ravine. Han selected another likely-looking boulder and poured bolts into it. Leia joined him, and the stone split in two. There was no one behind it. In the mouth of the ravine, the banthas lowed in panic and began to move deeper into the wastes. Then the staccato patter of slugs against stone suddenly tapered off, and the Tusken projectiles began to scream through the air above Leia and Han's hiding place. Leia tried to turn her head to see if the sand people were shooting at what she hoped they were, but hit her helmet on a boulder before she found the sky. Han tried to look as well, and banged his helmet into Leia's. Well, something's spooking that herd, he said. It must be the Falcon. Leia began to glimpse white armored figures pushing through the tangle of bantha legs. Or those stormtroopers, maybe. She fired into the ground at the mouth of the ravine. The banthas broke into a run, bowling over armored figures, leaving them scattered across the canyon floor and struggling to crawl free. A flurry of brilliant beams erupted in the thickest part of the herd as the stormtroopers reacted in exactly the wrong way. The banthas trumpeted in anger and began to defend themselves, the males biting and trampling Imperials, the females butting their calves along at a near charge. The Tusken Raiders started to emerge from behind rocks and rise from beneath dust-covered capes, each one sending a shot or two in the direction of the Solos, before turning to rush after the banthas. Leia continued to pour fire into the ground near the herd, trying to sow more confusion and delay the Imperials. Blaster bolts began to bounce through the rocks behind her. Leia kept shooting and tried not to think about what she was hearing. Imala and Benai were keeping watch in that direction. Unless one of them yelled for help, it was probably just stormtroopers firing from the opposite hillside. In the ravine below, the Imperials and the Tuskens met head-on. They exchanged a few attacks in passing, then continued on their way, the Sand People chasing after their banthas and the stormtroopers charging up the slope toward the Solos. So much for sowing confusion. Leia and Han fired for effect, and 10 troopers fell with smoking holes in their armor. 30 more continued to come, pouring energy beams up the gully and turning the boulder field into a smoky mass of flying rock chips. A small hand tapped Leia on her calf armor. "Time to go," Imala yelled. "Your ride's coming." Han began to inch back out of their cranny. "Right on schedule." Leia remained where she was. "If you call this on schedule, I see why you were always in trouble with Jabba." She stopped aiming and, keeping the trigger down, began to sweep blaster fire back and forth across the gully. "We can't leave." The rest of her sentence, "until we stop those stormtroopers," was silenced by the roar of an incoming concussion missile, and the ravine erupted into an expanding sphere of tumbling stormtrooper parts and bright, blinding light. 25. With an aura of escaped current crackling across her metallic skin and columns of acrid smoke billowing from the perforations in her hull, the Falcon looked more like a used gunnery target than one of the fastest freighters in the galaxy. 2 of her vector plates had been blasted back to the Durasteel frames. She was leaking a blue glow around the rim of her drive nacelles, and one of the landing struts had lost its stabilizer pad. When the Solos returned to Coruscant, Leia was going to lose Han to the reconditioning bay for weeks. Months, maybe. Maybe she would talk to Wedge about borrowing a military repair droid. It was the least the New Republic could do. For both Leia and Han. The landing struts had barely touched ground before a clunk sounded from beneath the ship's belly, and the rear cargo lift lowered the Falcon's utility speeder into view. Grease was hanging nearly from the pilot's handlebars, his short legs dangling down barely far enough to reach the foot controls. Sly stood behind him on the small cargo bed, both hands clutching the back of the pilot's seat. "There's my ride," Imala said. She was kneeling in the boulders in front of Leia and Han, with Killick Twilight slung over her back. "If you make it out of the system alive, maybe we'll partner up again sometime." "Why wait?" Han asked. "Come with us. When we get back to Coruscant, the New Republic will pay big for the painting, more than anyone else." "I said if you make it out alive." Imperial blaster fire began to pour in from the adjacent ridges, ricocheting around the boulder field and bouncing off the Falcon's scorched armor with the hollow screal of groaning metal. "And the way your ship looks, that's a big if. Sorry, but we'll take our chances with the Imperials." Your odds aren't so great either, Han pointed out. We're surrounded by stormtroopers. Or haven't you noticed? Our odds will improve once I tell the Imperials we're ready to sell the painting to them. Imala jumped up on a boulder long enough to wave her arms and yell to Grease, then dropped back into cover barely half a breath ahead of a dozen screaming bolts. The utility speeder shot out from beneath the Falcon and turned toward the boulder pile, lurching and weaving as blaster fire ricocheted around it. You're going to sell Killick Twilight to the Empire? Benai gasped. Imala, you and your mates have always been disgusting. It's their painting. Leia nodded to Imala. You have my blessing to do with it as you will. The Falcon's top turret spun around and began to spray suppression fire across the adjacent ridges, not hitting much but forcing the stormtroopers to keep their heads down. The enemy assault withered and grew less accurate. Imala eyed Leia with a look of condemnation. You think I don't know what you're doing? I'm disappointed in you. Leia shrugged. We can make it look like you're stealing the painting, she suggested. That might make a session with an interrogator droid a lot less likely. The battered utility speeder rocked to a stop next to their hiding place. Imala studied Leia a moment, then nodded. Make it look good, and the Empire will never hear about that little data chip you removed. You're trying to blackmail us? After we let you keep the painting? Han swung his blaster around. Why, you little... With eyes growing as round as wheels and Killick Twilight still slung across her back, Imala leapt onto the nearest boulder and bounced onto the speeder's cargo bed behind Sly. Han managed to burn one bolt into the instrument console as the vehicle fishtailed away. Han! Leia pushed his arm down. Are you trying to kill her? She said to make it look good. He raised his blaster again and, as the Imperials continued to pour fire after the utility speeder, took another shot. I'm just doing like she asked. That's good enough, Han. Leia kneeled next to Kitster and slipped his arm over her sore shoulder. Help me with Kitster before our diversion disappears. Han grabbed Kitster under the other arm, and together they hobbled out of the boulders. As Leia had hoped, the stormtroopers were so focused on the fleeing squibs that they didn't even notice the trio until it had reached the ship. C-3PO's golden head popped down from the open cargo bay. Chewbacca asks that you please hurry. There's another squadron. A flurry of blaster bolts ricocheted off the bottom of the Falcon and churned the ground into a dusty froth. Leia turned and, 50 meters away, saw half a dozen stormtrooper helmets peering over the crest of the hill. Go! Half dragging and half carrying Kitster, Leia and Han hurled themselves onto the cargo lift. Up, 3PO! Han began to fire in the same direction as Leia. But Captain Solo, you're not properly secured. Now, 3PO! The cargo lift began to rise. So did the Falcon itself, and an instant later the blaster bolts stopped ricocheting past the trio. They remained lying on the floor, grasping the non-slip grate, until the lift thunked into place. Is everybody all right? Leia asked. Fine. Han was already up, removing his helmet and gloves. I'll head to the belly turret. C-3PO, go tell Chewbacca we need to make a pass over the squibs. Leia, can you? Yes, Han, go. Leia was already helping Kitster to his feet. I'll handle things back here, just don't hit anything, he said. I know. Han followed C-3PO out of the hold, hobbling off toward the cannon turrets. Leia guided Kitster into an escape pod, then retrieved the Quaxcon diagnostics kit they had promised Herat. You understand the risk you're taking. She passed the kit to him. We can't be certain Herat will retrieve the pod, and you'll be landing a long way from civilization. The Falcon shuddered as Han opened fire on the squibs. Leia had to trust that he was just trying to make it look good. Then Chewbacca brought them around for another pass, and something groaned in the superstructure. Kitster cast a nervous glance at the ceiling. Yes, I'm very sure. I'd like to live to see Tamora and my children again. Leia laughed. We'll hold together, but it's your choice. Thank you, Kitster said, and thank you for coming after me. I doubt the Imperials would have troubled themselves. You might be underestimating them, Leia said. I'm sure their new admiral is as eager as I am to know why you took the painting. Kitster raised his brow. You haven't figured that out? Not really, Leia said. At first I thought it was for the money, but when Wald told us you refused to sell to the Imperials... It was for you, Kitster said. Well, for your father, really. But since he's gone, I wanted to do something kind for his daughter. You see, when Anakin and I were children... Stop. Leia raised her hand. That's all you need to say. I know all about the credits he gave you, and a lot of other things he did here, too. Kitster's face grew solemn. Including what happened at the Oasis? Leia raised her brow in surprise. I had a hint from the Force, but how do you know what happened there? The Tuskens had a story dance the night we arrived, Kitster explained. I already knew that Anakin had returned with Shmi's body, so when they dropped into sword stances and started to leap around making buzzing sounds, it was obvious whom they were imitating. Kitster fell silent for a moment, studying Leia, then added, "And there's something you should know about what he did there. If you're going to try to justify it—" "I couldn't possibly," Kitster said. "Your father was a Jedi. What he did was wrong. Quite possibly it set him on the dark road he took later in life. And even he was sorry for his mistake." "He was?" Leia furrowed her brow. "How would you know that?" "He said as much, I think." Kitster buckled his crash webbing, then stared at the floor and continued. "When I heard that he'd been asking about his mother at Watto's, I went out to the Lars farm to visit him. I didn't know Shmi had been taken, of course, but I happened to arrive shortly after they buried her and Anakin had left. Beru, she was Owen's—" "I know who Beru was," Leia said, "and we don't have much time before I must close the hatch." Kitster nodded. "Of course. Beru told me that when they buried Shmi, Anakin spoke to her grave, saying he had not been strong enough to save her, but promising he would not fail again." "Fail again?" Leia asked. "But his mother was already dead. How was he going to undo that?" Kitster nodded. "That struck me as odd, too, and I asked Beru about it. She told me that he had said twice that he was not strong enough. Once that he was not strong enough to save his mother, and the second time just that he was not strong enough. I thought at the time that he had just repeated himself, but now I'm not so sure. After being at the Oasis, I think maybe Anakin realized what a terrible mistake he had made. I think he knew how he had failed as a Jedi." "Maybe," Leia said. "It would be nice to believe that. I'd like to." "Then you can," Kitster said. "The boy I knew would have been sorry for what he had done, and even 10 years away would not have changed that. He was still his mother's son." Chewbacca's voice growled a warning over the intercom. Leia glanced at the ceiling. "That's our signal. Thank you, Kitster." She slapped the launch activator. "May the Force be with you." "And with—" The escape hatch sealed, and Leia stood back, her heart growing heavier as she felt the gentle bump of the pod separating. Of course, she would never really know how her father had felt about what had happened at the Oasis, or even if he had truly said what Kitster reported. But it did seem possible, and that was enough for now. The hold lights dimmed, and the Falcon bucked so hard that Leia landed on the floor. A sharp ringing filled her ears, and it took a moment to realize the sound was not inside her head, but reverberating through the hold's durasteel ceiling. She scrambled to her feet and raced for the flight deck. The cockpit looked much the same as it always did, with Chewbacca roaring and Han cursing, proximity alarms blaring, the council speakers hissing with electromagnetic blast, and C-3PO beside himself with prognostications of doom. "Mistress Leia, we'll never escape this time." The droid flailed his arms wildly, nearly knocking her off her feet. "There are 3 Star Destroyers now. 3 of them. This time we'll be destroyed for sure." "Nonsense." Leia braced herself on the back of Han's chair and peered out through the forward canopy. 40 degrees to port, she saw the twin suns blazing up from the gravity well of the Tatooine system. "How are the sensors, Chewie?" Chewbacca roared in disgust. "Good." Leia pointed toward the 2 suns. "That way." "In system?" Han looked back at her as though he had married a madwoman. Leia squeezed his shoulder. "Trust me, I have a feeling about this." Chewbacca groaned loudly. I know." Han turned the Falcon toward the suns and poured on the ions. "I was there too." Another barrage erupted outside the cockpit canopy, this time where the Falcon would have been had she not changed course. Leia dropped into the navigator's chair and brought up the tactical display. The Chimera and her 2 sister ships, the Death's Head and the Adjudicator, were coming around Tatooine from 3 different directions, bleeding ties and leaving the Falcon nowhere to go except into the suns, where nobody would be able to see a thing. Leia watched as the display melted into a snowstorm of white static, then looked up to find the 2 suns swelling to immense size in the forward viewport. "I'm quite certain the Imperials can't see us now," C-3PO reported. "They have stopped firing, and we are accelerating into the gravitational pull of a binary star at the rate of 84,974 kilometers per—" "How long before we reach the point of no return?" Han asked. C-3PO shot a burst of static at the nav computer, then said, 14 seconds. "Then that's when the Imperials will be looking for us to make our break." Han turned to Chewbacca. "We'll pull out at 16. They won't be expecting that." 16? C-3PO screeched. "Captain Solo, I'm afraid you misunderstood." Leia reached over and tripped the droid's circuit breaker, and Chewbacca set to work on the calculations for an emergency hyperspace jump. With the Wookiee engrossed in his work, Leia slipped forward and leaned on the back of Han's chair. "Han, there's something I've been meaning to ask you." Sweetheart, we're caught between 3 Star Destroyers and 2 suns. Han's eyes were fixed on the council chronometer. I'm kind of busy here. I know, but this is important. It's something I want to know in case we miscalculate. Miscalculate? Han actually glanced away from the instrument console. You said you had a feeling. I do. Leia glanced at the chronometer. 8 seconds to go. But humor me. Why do you want little solos running around so badly? Kids? Han nearly yelled the question. You want to talk about kids now? Isn't that what I just said? Leia asked. 3 seconds to go. There might not be another chance. Chewbacca grunted and sent the hyperspace calculations to the pilot station. 0 seconds. All right, if it has to be now. Han brought their nose around, pointing them into deep space. The Falcon continued to slip farther toward the 2 suns. Sideways. I guess it's just my way of facing the future. Facing the future? Leia asked. You know. Han forced the throttles past the overload stops. The Falcon shuddered, seemed to hesitate, and finally pulled free of the gravity well. He exhaled in relief and activated the hyperdrive. Believing in it. Good answer. Leia leaned closer, and as the stars stretched into the iridescent blur of hyperspace, gently kissed Han on the neck. I believe in it too. An interview with Troy Denning. Del Rey. Star by Star was your first book in the Star Wars The New Jedi Order series. Now comes Tatooine Ghosts, a novel set many years earlier, just after Han and Leia's marriage. Were you able to apply any lessons learned from Star by Star in writing Tatooine Ghosts? How was this experience different? Troy Denning. I had a better idea of how the review process worked and knew how supportive it would be. The editors at Del Rey and Lucasfilm are focused on helping the writer tell the best possible story, and their support makes a huge difference. With Star by Star, I was worried about making continuity gaffes, and a little hesitant to make detours that weren't in the outline. With Tatooine Ghost, I felt free to do whatever the story needed, because at worst, someone would say, that doesn't work because of X, maybe you should try Y instead. And I knew that if I did make a continuity error, there would be a dozen pairs of very sharp eyes ready to catch it. Obviously, I also had to adjust my thinking about Han and Leia. This story occurs in a much happier time for the Solos, before Chewbacca's death forces them to come to terms with their own mortality. In Tatooine Ghosts, they still have that youthful feeling of invincibility, and the confidence that everything will work out fine in the end. Obviously, it sets a little lighter tone. While the emotional stakes are still very high, the complications are not quite so shattering. Del Rey. How would you describe Tatooine Ghost? Troy Denning. The basic idea was pitched to me as a classic bridge novel, one that ties elements of the prequel era to the classic era, and I think that's a pretty good description of how the book turned out. The story is basically an accident adventure driven by the complex relationships between characters from 2 different eras. On the surface, it's a classic quest. The heroes must recover a physical artifact in order to prevent a terrible harm from befalling their people, but success hinges on resolving the emotional and spiritual conflicts that arise from their relationship to the past. Until they're able to reconcile themselves to their personal histories, they cannot save the day for the New Republic. Del Rey. That's one of the things I enjoyed most about the book, the way that bits and pieces from the past keep popping up as important elements in the plot, and in the growth of Han and Leia toward the people we know they will become. In a way, both the past and the future of these characters are known to readers, but not to the characters themselves. That must have made an interesting challenge. How did you find room for creativity with the demands of continuity pressing in from 2 sides? Troy Denning. I enjoy tough writing problems because they demand creativity. One of my favorite projects is Pages of Pain, where I was given the assignment of writing a novel from the viewpoint of an enigmatic character who never speaks, with the stipulation that the reader know less about her at the end than at the beginning. It required me to rethink the way I approach a story, and every book I've written since has benefited from that experience. Del Rey, can you give us an example of how it changed your thinking? Troy Denning. I'm more conscious of the narrator as a character, for one thing. Modern readers prefer to identify as closely as possible with the protagonists, and they really don't want a third person filtering the experience for them. So in much, probably most, modern fiction, the author strives to make the narrator invisible, to convince the reader that there isn't a narrator at all. But somebody has to tell the story, choosing which details to pass along, hinting at whether a frown is angry or sad, deciding whether to pick up the pace with short sentences and punchy writing. Those choices create a personality, and that personality is the narrator. Even if the author tries to hide him, it is the narrator who gives the story its shape and feel. Try to imagine, for instance, how different Star by Star would have been if I had envisioned a Yuuzhan Vong telling the tale, instead of someone sympathetic to the Jedi. The book would have included all the same events, but the story would have been an entirely different one. But I'm straying pretty far from your question. It was a challenge to write a story in which the character's future is so well known to the readers. I had to use the Solo's relationship and heir to the Empire as a sort of guiding beacon for Tatooine Ghost. Kathy Tyers did a wonderful job setting up Leia's internal conflict over her heritage in the Truce at Bakura, and to a large extent it was my job to resolve that conflict and move the Solos to where they are at the beginning of the Thrawn trilogy. The challenge was to put something at stake in how they got there. Del Rey. Approaching this from the opposite end, Episode 3 won't be in theaters for a while yet, but the events of Tatooine Ghost happen after Episode 6, The Return of the Jedi. So Han and Leia, as well as other characters, might very well know details from Episode 3 that are not known to readers. I imagine you had to be careful not to give anything from Episode 3 away, while at the same being equally careful not to contradict anything. It makes me dizzy just to think about. How did you walk this tightrope in a novel that is so much a dialogue, almost literally in the case of Leia and Shmi's Palm Diary, between past and present? Troy Denning. Avoiding spoilers was easy. I don't know what happens in episode 3. I just focused on episodes 1 and 2 and tried not to contradict anything there. Of course, I also had Del Rey and Lucasfilm looking over my shoulder, and presumably they know a lot more than I do. Del Rey. Who or what is the ghost of the title? Is it Shmi? Is it Anakin? Troy Denning. As Han says somewhere in the story, it depends on how you look at it. To me, the ghost is something much larger than either Anakin or Shmi. Del Rey. Do you mean the Force? Troy Denning. Yes and no. I don't really want to say, because the ghost is going to be something different for everyone. You could even make a case for it being Obi-Wan or the Tuscans, and all those interpretations might be valid. Del Rey. I thought it was interesting to see Leia wrestling with the same difficulty that troubles so many fans of The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. Namely, how to reconcile the immensely likable young Anakin Skywalker with Darth Vader, the living embodiment of the dark side that he becomes. Troy Denning. Yes, that's the heart of Leia's struggle. You can't reconcile the coexistence of good and evil unless you look beyond preconceptions. Del Rey. Of course, there's always a danger that she's inherited this propensity from her father. Troy Denning. There is that danger, yes. In fact, as the novel begins, Leia has already started to follow in her father's footsteps, precisely because she's fallen into the trap of narrow thinking, of believing that a person is either one thing or the other. Del Rey. In Leia's Force visions, you give readers an unusual glimpse into the mysterious nature of the Force. We know that the dark side of the Force can be a terrifying thing, but here you show us that it's not just the dark side. Leia is resisting what the Force is trying to show her, and the Force doesn't like to be resisted. Troy Denning. This touches on a theme close to my heart, the idea that life is a current. You can either fight the current or go with it. If you fight it, life will be a battle, but you stand a good chance of ending up someplace close to your goal, although you may be too tired and battered to enjoy it. If you go with the current, life will be easier, but you have no idea where you'll end up. It could be bad, it could be good. The compromise is to work with the current, to guide yourself within it to someplace you'll be happy. Leia, of course, has been a current fighter all her life. The realization she reaches in Tatooine Ghost is that her particular current is a very strong one. Del Rey. At one point, the Force seems to be warning Leia that her brother Luke may go over to the dark side. I know that this did, in fact, happen in the Dark Horse Dark Empire comic series, but I was wondering if this was a bit of foreshadowing for a future exploration of those events in book form. Troy Denning. The vision you're talking about is a direct reference to the comic story, but I doubt it will be explored any further in novel form. In fact, I think Lucasfilm editors have said they have no plans to turn comic stories into novels. I utilized that scene solely because it already existed in the Star Wars continuity, so it would have been redundant to make up something similar. Del Rey. You're probably best known as a fantasy writer from your work in the Forgotten Realms series. How different is it to write science fiction, or do you consider Star Wars fantasy as some writers and readers do? Troy Denning. I go back and forth on this. I'm sure I've taken opposite positions in different interviews. At the moment, I guess I think of Star Wars as space opera rather than fantasy, if for no other reason than it doesn't feel like fantasy when I write it. There are certainly fantasy parallels, an epic plot, larger than life heroes, a concern for the spiritual element of the quest. But at its heart, I think Star Wars is very concerned with the relationship between technology and spirit, which fantasy is not. Besides, I just can't bring myself to think of the Force as magic. Magic is beyond nature, while the Force is intimately connected to life and therefore very much a part of nature, even if it is beyond our understanding. Del Rey, how did you get your start as a writer? What advice do you have for aspiring writers? Troy Denning. I started writing stories in 8th grade when our English teacher assigned us the task of keeping a journal. At first, I don't think he realized the entries were fiction. I've been at it since. Eventually, 15 years later, I was able to put together a decent enough story that TSR asked me to write one of the Forgotten Realms Avatar books. The best advice I can give to any aspiring writer is to stop aspiring and start doing. You have to write every day. You have to ignore the little editor in your head that tells you to rewrite each paragraph before you move on to the next one. You have to study your craft by reading the fiction of other writers, but also books and magazines on how to plot, to create believable characters, to establish viewpoint, etc. Fiction really is an art, and it takes a lot of study to do it well. Del Rey, which writer's work was the most helpful for you as far as learning your craft? Troy Denning. If I had to pick just one, and thankfully I don't, it would be William Goldman. The things he did with The Princess Bride are just brilliant. I find myself going back to study the sword fight scenes every few months. He makes it look easy and spontaneous, which of course is a tribute to how long and hard he must have worked on that book. I think most writers would agree that the most difficult thing to do is make your prose look effortless. But when I talk about studying the craft, I really do mean studying. My favorite books above all are books about writing. Robert McKee's story, Wayne C. Booth's The Rhetoric of Fiction, Joseph Campbell's book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces. It's not enough just to read fiction. You have to step back and look at it from the outside. Del Rey. You've also written an ebook novella, A Forced Part, which takes place immediately prior to Tatooine Ghosts and features Chewie, his life mate, Mala Tobuk, and their son Lumpy. It's good to see Chewie again, and especially taking the starring role. Troy Denning. One of the highlights of Tatooine Ghosts was that Chewbacca would be back, and I really wanted to do him justice. In my early drafts, I overdid his part a bit. He was appearing in scenes where he didn't belong, and in other places I was straining to give him a larger part than his role warranted. I fixed this before the editors saw the manuscript, but I loved writing him so much I wanted to do more. So when we talked about an ebook, I realized this was the perfect opportunity to explore his character. I have to say it's not easy to write an all-Wookiee story, but it was a lot of fun. Del Rey. What are you working on now? Will you be returning to the galaxy far, far away anytime soon? Troy Denning. My next project is a Han and Leia story, tentatively titled Never Trust a Squib, for The Insider. It should come out a month or so after Tatooine Ghost. Then I'll probably start work on an epic fantasy series that I've been putting together for a couple of years. Beyond the Insider story, I don't have any current plans to return to the galaxy far, far away, but I'm definitely open to the possibility. I'm a Star Wars fan from way back, and I love where the stories are going now. Troy Denning is the author of the New York Times bestsellers Star Wars, The New Jedi Order Star by Star, and Waterdeep, under the pseudonym Richard Allison, as well as 19 other novels, including Pages of Pain, Beyond the High Road, and The Summoning. He lives in southern Wisconsin with his wife, Andrea. You have been listening to Star Wars, Tatooine Ghost by Troy Denning. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. The link is also in the video's description.